Hello, everyone. Oh, wait. Oh, I forgot to do the damn tweet. Well, I've already said hi, so let's bring it on in. Besides, this song's... I really like this song. A little bit of a glare in the background. I'm trying to get the timer on the screen. But, lo and behold... everything's got to look a little hodgepodge. Oh my, yeah, that was almost a disaster. Of course, I don't know how much of that. I don't know. Here we go. Gotta tweet out that I'm streaming. I always forget to do this before I actually start talking. So the first few minutes are always odd. Bam. All right, the tweet is made. And close that. Open up the thing and the thing and thing and the thing. All right. So today's video actually was the Hayseed Knight as well. Just to keep up the consistency. There's a lot of Hayseed Knight going on, and I'm well aware that I am behind on a lot of games. This is one of the ones I've been behind on for a long fucking time. So I just want to get on with it. I've had to actually redo the beginning portion of this game because I fucking had, it got like a revamp. And so, I went back to restart it, and then that was years ago. And so now I just want to do the thing, you know? You can see the game. It's not optimal having just my fucking phone right here. But it's the best I got, because last time I tried to put a widget of a timer on the stream overlay, it didn't go well. It literally like threw off almost my entire computer's data. So this is as best as we got. All right. But enough dilly-dallying. Let's go ahead and load up my last save file. June 2nd, June 7th. Here we are. Oh, yes, the bells toll. And we'll go ahead and start the timer. We're starting with 3 hours. What's this? We got an email. Oh, Xfinity. Fuck that. I should probably not check my notifications. Because I don't know how much of that is legible, but I probably... Oh, hey, it's my mom. My mom's in the chat. Hi, Mom. This is actually one of the more innocent visual novels. So, if you want to watch, feel free. If you don't feel forced. But yeah. Yeah. Nice to see you, ma'am. Oh, and hey, there's the dev in the Twitch chat. Hey, Maxie, how you doing? I made it a disclaimer in the video version of the stream from last time. The bells are going off in my ears, but thanks to the dev who's in the Twitch chat right now, that there were compatibility issues on display, unfortunately, while I was playing last time, but through their help and thorough knowledge of how RenP can just absolutely not know how to run their lives, they were able to help and get it all sorted out, so it should be good now. Thank you very much for that. They literally were just like, they watched it, knew that there was a problem, were like, hey, this is a problem, I think this works, and then it worked. It was incredible. So I'm gonna go ahead and start it so the bells can stop tolling. Looking at the audio levels, it's about 30. When I was editing, the audio was a little off balance, so I want to make sure. Menu, there it is. Music volume, sound volume. I want to make sure the music and the sound is about the same, actually. The voice is all the way up, and that's the most important part to me. Don't want to drown out those wonderful voice actors. But okay, let's start the timer and start off the thing. Here we go. Bells tolled over the city. I know, because I've been hearing it for the last 12 minutes now. Announcing the end of curfew. The start of a new day for the city at large. But last for a poor, misplaced buck. Oh no. Well! End of the game! He's dead! Shit! Oh, yes! Let's leave Ader's story suspended for a moment and take a step back. A narrative, metafictional step back, not a temporal or physical one. At this point, I hope, you may have realized that my version of the story of the Knight of the Upper Field is much more about the people in Ader's life than it is about the boy himself, and that is sorely lacking in Knight. Not only Knights, no. Another essential archetype in a chivalrous legend such as his was missing. The princess. She'd been missing for a moon now, even though Ader knew her location with pinpoint accuracy. Fortunately for Ader's as of yet unwritten destiny, nobility tends to aggregate and grow together, much like certain types of fungi. Not far from the scaffold, in a lonely cell by the entrance to the city, God's Keep, an imprisoned princess eagerly awaited her rescue. The legitimacy of her imprisonment would be at the very least disputable, and though the title of princess had been imposed upon her, she aspired to so much more. Expecting a knightly rescue was, however, a matter of honor at this point. I wouldn't dare say what kind of matter headbutting a dungeon wall over and over was, however.
I'm going to slap him. I'm going to saw his horns off with a spoon. I'm going to make a skirt out of his cape and burn this place to the ground and make soup with his roasted...
Oh my. Sepp is not happy.
Ah, Sir Askadath. Finally.
Wait, did she just say Askadath?
Yes. I think I might have turned the music up a little too loudly. Oh boy. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. Yes, she did. Don't say another word until we're done here.
I'm afraid that Sir Askadath is currently indisposed, my son. He has personally tasked me with the crucial mission of escorting the Jasif back to the bordello whence she came.
Ooh, I like that voice. And the sass that came with it.
Excuse me? Did I hear you wrong? Or are you really saying that he's had me waiting a whole night in the dungeon like some common thief just to have his butler fetch me without any further explanation?
Ooh! Ooh!
Affirmative, my son.
So what exactly does he expect me to do? Go back empty-handed after spending the whole night out? I can't leave without my payment.
Then by all means stay, my son. I will ask Sir Askadath to come at his earliest.
I have waited enough. You will take me to him, or I will have you front the payment on his behalf.
Oh shit! Throwing around your influence.
I don't appreciate your implications, my son. I am a loyal steward. I could never. Sir Askadath? Sir, if you have finished polishing your horns, there is a matter that requires your undivided attention.
That's funny.
Hush! I'm brooding!
I'm brooding. It requires my undivided attention.
I realize how important that must be to you, sir. But if I could have a moment of your time.
I said no interruptions, damn it! It takes me out of my dramatic.
Oh, man. Oh, boy. The door flew open almost immediately. Ah, there stood a deer with a jaw and a chest, with a volume such that it would seem the gods saved some extra mass for him when all of deerkin was made. An encyclopedia! Entry. Oh, we're getting welcome to it again. Oh, this is probably because we had to do the resetting. I get it, but thank you. Elba! Hello there. Hello, oh my. Ooh, dramatic with the flower. Oh, yeah, you can't see my mouse. I was pointing, but you cannot tell. With the flower and the smile, but you were brooding. Ooh. Known as Lord Snotty Snout. Did I say snort? Sorry. Goodness gracious. Sir Elbar of Askadaz, known as Lord Snotty Snout, age 32, species fallow deer, birthplace Hearth of Askadaz. So Askadaz is the captain of the guard, but most importantly, he is an idiot. Always one to yell, though he never has anything to say, of course. It's not like he's asking for attention because he feels insecure or anything. No, of course not. He simply cannot afford to let those lowly peasants forget he who's the actual legitimate and undoubtedly noble stag here. Wonderful. The struggling with so much to read in the corner. That's so fun. It's fun. There's so much fun in all of the expressions and the way this is all displayed. It's fun. God damn it. I wish upon a fish that the well, I can do an annoyed expression. I wish upon a fish that my blurry ass timer was not so blurry, because it's constantly trying to focus up in the corner, but it just won't fucking. Yeah. Oh well. Back to neutral expression. Yes. Anyway. His huge horns were so gleamy and well kept that one could mistake them for marble. His arms were the size of melons. This deer-shaped force of nature tried his level best not to look terrified upon seeing the gazelle stomping towards him.
Oh, do my eyes deceive me? Could this truly be the sun of my skies, the star of my firmament, the light of my...
Don't even bother.
The updated sprite of Sep is definitely been rounded out a bit. No complaints here.
Babe, please don't tell me you're truly willing to throw a tantrum over something as insipid as a short interlude in the dungeon.
Wow, just throwing out the babe. All right.
Short? I have spent 6 hours locked in a filthy cell wondering what had become of you. You were supposed to meet me in the royal pathway last night.
Ooh. Whoa, what's going on between these two?
And I did. I waited there until it was obvious you wouldn't show up. It's not my fault you let yourself be arrested before reaching our rendezvous point.
Oh my.
My only fault was expecting the captain of the guard to have enough wits to keep his patrols away from his escort.
Ooh!
Watch that tongue, woman!
Hey.
You are making me look bad in front of my staff.
My opinion of you remains unchanged, sir.
that may not be the compliment it sounded like.
Oh, so I'm not discreet enough for you, am I? Would you have me lower my voice, or hide my horns, perhaps? Should I wrap my tail around my waist and dye my hair so as not to stand out around you? Have you forgotten who you are talking to, Sir Askadath?
Of course not! How could I ever forget? Jasif, Princess of the Sands, most fragrant flower, love of my life, fire of my...
Ooh, a mere step forward sounded mightier than any drum.
Could it be then that a knight such as yourself can give orders to royalty now? Or have those polished antlers of yours grown so large that you can no longer see who you are addressing? Are you daft? Or are you just frozen to your sad, wretched core?
Damn! I am so happy to see Sepp getting some fucking focus. I'm so happy to see this. No one missed the sound of Elbar's throat. No one missed the sound Elbar's throat made as Sepp's nose touched his.
Bammit! Fetch a barrel of my finest wine from the cellar and have it delivered to the Desert Rose at once! I want you to personally make sure that it is most excellent.
Elbar's face right now is giving, like, this definite Chad energy. Oh, shit. Boop. My timer went dark for a second.
Gladly, sir.
Yeah, I have no doubt. Okay, Bammett scuttled out of the captain's office, leaving the couple alone at last. The burly deer breathed so deeply that it would seem his heart was about to collapse at any moment, but his short legs resisted quite well.
Will that be enough?
Of course not. Give me a portion of the assignation for Miss Rochelle as an added compensation. And pray I don't tell her I had to spend the night alone in the dungeon. Though I'm sure she'll find out sooner or later on her own, as usual.
Ooh. Sepp made to leave, knowing that her righteous fury could only take her so far. A strong hand pulled on hers, making her turn once more.
Is that a tear I spy on your face?
I would never cry for you.
Oh, so dramatic!
Blast me and all my luck! Oh, how cruel have I been without realizing so. The poison in your tongue was not without reason. Hide behind your lies all you wish. I don't deserve your honesty.
Fucking hell.
I doubted my love for you at a match, but I now see you missed me just as much. Words alone cannot express the pain I feel, my princess. I cannot undo my carelessness, but I can at least attempt to better myself. Please, show me how to please you.
Oh my god, that is a loaded statement.
How about an explanation? Now.
Ooh. Elbar's cape flew most dramatically as he turned away from Sepp. Silence followed after, for the knight had to haft his heavy thoughts before speaking.
A tragedy befell my house last night. Thamar's heir lies limply on his bed, his face swollen, purple and red, nearly as broken as his spectacles, as lifeless as his right arm. I feel as if the gods were playing an encore of my mistakes on him!
Oh shit, that's the guy Ader fucking punched out. Okay, wow. Small world. Well, they're all in the same fucking town, so I guess that makes sense.
Oh dear. That's horrible. What happened?
What happened indeed? I cannot begin to fathom why my liege would rather spend his time in a tavern in the slums among society's slag instead of joining me for a drink in my palace. But that's not the matter at hand, is it?
I was curious as to why royalty was spending time there, but hey, they're pointing it out. Lampshade.
2 men remained on the scene when my guards arrived. One was taken to his bed and one to me. All I know after the deed is that the very first moment I saw that wretched, one-eyed scoundrel, I could tell he would be the mastermind behind this attack.
Oh, is Sepp gonna be able to keep a poker face? Of course you can. Of course you can. There was an abundance of one-eyed people in Heirloom, though not as many as there could be, considering how much Dia enjoyed butting heads. Sepp knew this. She knew that it could have been anyone else. But the only giant tree man in the dungeon had been chanting an acquaintance's name over and over just hours before.
One-eyed scoundrel?
I hesitate to call that creature a deer. Taller than a palm tree, but with antlers short as a fawn's. You would seem a skeleton come alive if it weren't for his horrifyingly gigantic hands. Gross and gibbous, surely deformed by the atrocities he's committed with them.
Gibbous. That would be a word of the day, but usually I use this phone right here to look them up. But I can't, cause it's the timer now. So we're just my nail painted.
And it's not just his body that's twisted, but his mind. He could have fled, but no! That miscreant preferred to slander the name of my house with treacherous fabrications, claiming he was protecting the honor of some albino broad from Burbeth.
Albino broad. Also, thank you. Gibbous basically means lumpy. Nice. Also, I appreciate the fact that you're still here. Thank you for both of those things. They switched to happy. Ah! Very wide smile. It always takes me back how it's like 2018, waiting for this moment. Jesus. I know. I've taken so long to get past the point that I've been replaying. I'm so sorry. I would go to sad, but I don't have all the expressions for this, so it's between sad and scared. So I'll just go back to happy. Might as well be happy if you can be. All right. But thank you. Thank you for actually caring. I've been waiting for this too. I'm so excited. We continue. Elbow's remark was not without reason. Sepp knew this too, of course.
That doesn't sound like Burbeth. No. Did I tell you about the lengthy conversation I had with him when you brought him to the Desert Rose? He talked at large about my great figure and his fondness for dissecting corpses. Do you think there's a link between the two?
Well, that's alarming.
Oh, don't mind his rambling. He's just awkward and a little quirky, that's all. It's all those dusty books they feed him in the academy. They cloud up his brain and his glasses. My liege can't tell a woman apart from a scholar anymore.
Right. Well, as you well said, I certainly can't imagine him having any lowly impulses towards anything beyond his alembic. And yet...
Elbow's ears perked up as Sepp mouthed the last sentence. She was venturing into some truly dangerous territory.
Doesn't the case sound a little incomplete to you, Sir Askadath? I feel like there's a key piece missing somewhere. Not even a roe would be thick-skulled enough to attack a noble without a reason.
Ooh.
A reason? A reason? What reason could anyone have to attack a crippled scholar? Such prurient curiosities will got my brother in this situation in the first place, Jasif. Do not spare any sympathies for that lowlife or his kin.
Ooh, ouch. But what would have been happened to Bearbith? Ah, jeez. I don't know if we've actually read any of this before, but look at him. Look at... See, they look pleasant, but we've interacted with them before. That was not pleasant. Lord Bearbith, son of Zumar of Azkadaz, age 27, species fallow deer, birthplace Hearth of Azkadaz. Lord Bearbith is, he believes, an ally of the common folk. He is, in fact, rather convinced of this in spite of his newly inherited status as Lord of an old duchy? Douchey? Yaks douchey? That felt low-hanging fruit. I apologize for that. And the extreme distaste of his half-brother Elbar holds out for the lot of them. He is indeed a douchey. Well then, that made me feel validated. He may even be, it's hard to tell, because no one would stay more than a couple of minutes around him if they had the choice to avoid the meeting. This recent graduate, filled with nothing but good intentions and doubly full of himself, will preach to you whether you know the entire sermon or not. He will tell you the water is cold when you are swimming in ice, and that it's boiling when you're neck deep in the pot. Friend or foe, he can be denser than lead, is what I'm getting at. Ooh, what? Oh, okay. Oh my goodness! Oh my... I goddamn love the fucking art in this game! I think the perv line got updated. Fine, she was a perv. A total perv. Is that what you want to read? Congratulations! That ain't what I read before. That's fucking funny. Oh, shit.
His kin?
Ooh.
Oh, of course. That's what this is really about, isn't it? Showing those reprobates how to deal with their betters. Who would keep them from trampling Macadar saplings and stealing offerings otherwise?
Yes, you understand now! They may look and sound dumb, but their upbringing makes them deceptively cunning.
Oy.
Cunning
there
enough
we
to
go.
make you trust them with your biggest secret, only to abandon you when they learn more than they can handle.
Ooh, that felt personal.
That's oddly specific, but yes! Don't ever let your magnanimity cloud your judgment, my princess. Those hoodlums barely count as sentient beings.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's why I read through that disclaimer at the beginning of the episode that went live today. But yeah, racism exists in the world, and so it should be depicted in art as a way to reflect real life. It's a thing that happens, but that's why it's being framed as wrong here, because, yeah, we know Ader. He ain't that. He is not that. So, there you go.
You really have some opinions on Rose, don't you?
What? No! Bite that sword, Jasif! I was talking about peasants, not yellow deer! I don't care what they look like on the outside, Barhan or Ekain, or anything in between! All that matters is that they are the same on the inside! They're filthy, stinky insides!
Okay, that sounds a little like denial, but fine. We'll switch out racism for classism.
Think of all the diseases they carry! Fleas, plagues, illiteracy! Gods, I feel dirty just thinking about all the farmers that still roam this city at large.
Yeah, that still sounds racist. But again, that's the character. That is the character. Because I've dealt with visual novels that did not distinguish between the character and the subtext of the writing. That's not what's happening here. Oh, still. Whoa! That was a sting.
You killed him?
Whoa!
Think of all the diseases they...
You killed him?
Yeah, oof. Woof.
I tried to do so myself, yes. But no matter how much I insisted that erasing such vileness from Dakna is my responsibility, Eargrab wouldn't shut up about breaking protocol if I so much as drew my sword.
What do you mean by public execution? Yep.
Is he dead or alive then?
See for yourself.
Ooh. Bob pointed towards one of the arrow loops on the wall, leaving the gazelle completely frozen on the spot for a moment. What was the appropriate reply for such an off-putting offer? What kind of horror did he intend to show her? A dormant sense of morbid curiosity won the battle against fear and respect. She advanced toward the window overlooking the plaza. Oh, there he is. And there he was. Ader, son of Gafaz, standing on the scaffold with a noose on his neck and his hands tied behind his back. We'll imagine that part. You can't have a sprite for everything, goddammit. Hell, I don't even have a full sprite for being sad. Look at that. Ah! The executioner stood grimly beside him, exchanging words that Sepp couldn't hear no matter how much he strained her ears. Holy shit! Whoa! Whoa! Hopefully he's too tall. Jesus. In the time it took Sepp to blink, and doubt if watching this horrifying scene was actually a good idea, the executioner pulled a lever, opening a trapdoor beneath Ader's feet. The way our protagonist fell was so simple and to the point that it was so... Oh, excuse me. Inappropriate belching time. It was so simple and to the point, there was a certain elegance to it. A magnificence that Sepp could never appreciate. She took both hands to her face instinctively, afraid she may scream in unison. And so spoke Ader, as the rope finally reached the extent of its length. Ow! Ow! Ow!
Whoa, that didn't hurt half as much as I thought it would. Alrighty then, which way to my next life?
Oh, endless optimism. He looks like he broke the fucking rope. You can't have hands that fucking big without breaking a rope, goddammit. The whole plaza froze up. No one dared move or say a word. It seemed as if a spell had been cast on the audience. Ader took notice of their expectant gazes, far too apprehensive to be looking at a fresh corpse, and so he turned his face down at the astonished speed of 1 degree per second. His hooves were resting solidly on the ground. The threadbare noose irritating his ridiculously long neck had merely traveled from his collarbone to the base of his jaw, loosened by his hunched spine along the way. Sepp heaved the longest sigh within her hands, feeling her heart beat once more for the first time in an eternity. The whole world mirrored her, finally set into motion by her reaction.
Oh, come on, not again.
God damn it. The crowd laughed and cheered at his reaction, chanting for his release. Yeah, of course they would. He's a babyface now. Thank you, sir. May I have another? A Tommy Dreamer-esque.
Did you see that? This is the 3rd time that it happens. The 3rd! That rube is sturdier than a Damacadar. I never seen anyone survive being hanged thrice.
Jesus Christ! Fucking hell!
What a clown. He's loving the attention.
Wow. I've never seen histrionics used in such a dire strait.
Is he? Oh, curse that boy and all his lineage! What point is there to a public execution if the prisoner isn't even scared anymore? Tell me, what am I supposed to do with a man that refuses to die and that I'm not allowed to kill?
Stop trying, goddammit! Sepp looked for an answer among the agitated audience, who were now beginning to scream insults at the guards as they approached Ader.
A trial, perhaps?
So, Elbar is actually my ancestor? What? But that can't be! Ader has to be the... him?
Calm down, kid. By that logic, Berbith could be ancestored too.
Berbeth is my ancestor?
The kid most definitely did not calm down. Look, I know this is kind of important to you blood sacks, but we don't have time to spare. My hunch is right, you have nothing to worry about. It's simply a matter of a character mix-up of the years to simplify the story.
But what if you're wrong?
You can freak out, or you can write, Lynn.
You underestimate me. I can freak out while I write, and I fully intend to do so until this matter is clarified.
I haven't seen Gravity Falls, but I've seen like one episode, and this character gives me like Mabel energy. Have fun, then. Holy shit!
How you hanging, lad?
Ha.
I'm sorry I couldn't make it in time for the third pass, but here's a little something to make up for it.
Neck ointment?
Oh, great! You brought water.
Hey man, it's a pretty valuable commodity in the desert!
Well, I thought you'd be parched from screaming so much. No worries, though, we're almost done here. I just heard back from the executioner, and he's pretty sure he found the right noose for your neck this time. You know what they say, 4th time's the charm.
Ay. What's this one made out of? Steel? That was a drinking noise.
I don't want to die.
Oh, the crowd's gonna love him even more. He's funny and he's sympathetic.
There, drink up. Don't let a little fear of mortality get your spirits down, boy. You're taking the execution like a champ. Trust me, you should have seen how ridiculous the dare before you looked as he fell. You're a natural at this.
Fucking ear grab. This guy can make anything seem like warm-hearted. Interesting for a tree.
Just, what the heck are you even doing here, Hillegrab? You don't want to see me die that bad.
Is there gonna be like an unconsciousness thing in this water? Because they're really making sure we know he's drinking up.
What? No! Don't even think that for a second, Ader. I love you. And I know how much death means to you, mortal, so I just figured I would keep you hydrated instead of letting you wilt all alone. In front of the audience.
So you ain't gonna do nothing at all. That it?
Hey, I've done plenty. I convinced Elbar to skip the torture and make your death as physically painless as possible. Just a little whoosh and a crack, and that's it. End of story.
Yeah, yeah.
It won't hurt half as bad as the time Ana squeezed a potato out of your neck, I promise.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Hey, boss! Oh, that's right. Darn it, it's about time to work. Now, I gotta tell her I can't make it today. You know if she's headed off to the forge yet? I don't want her seeing me like this.
Wait a fuck! This has been happening all night. I just realized that. Yeah, because it was last night when it happened, and so it was obvious. It was written that it happened last night, and it was after work, but it just clicked with me that this shit's been going on all night. Oh, fuck.
That, my boy, is precisely why we need to get this over and done with. I don't want to imagine what would happen if she stumbled upon your body hanging in front of the whole plaza.
So get me the hey out of here! Ain't that what friends are supposed to do?
Justice should never distinguish between a stranger and a friend. I would never forgive myself if I gave someone preferential treatment just because I cared for them. You wouldn't want that either, right?
You never heard of hanging out? People don't hang out with me much. Like, I don't want to hang out like this. I really like how Illigrab just chooses to hang on seemingly random parts of their preferential treatment. But oh man.
Course I would! Knights are supposed to uphold justice and truth and fairness and all that crap you sold me on, but Lord Snotty Snout here's gone and sent me straight to the gallows for fighting off a creep just because he got a fancy name.
Bria's awake. And there's Lord Snotty Snout getting name checked again.
That look anything like justice to you?
No, Ader. And that's precisely why I need Aina by my side until the storm comes.
Gee, that was fucking ominous as shit.
All right. Noose lined up. Bring that poor sod over here.
Yeah. No noose is good news.
Be a good boy now and pass on calmly to your next life, okay? Wherever and wherever you are reborn, you'll have a better life than this. I'll make sure of it personally.
I don't know how he could do that, but that's an interesting promise. Ader dragged his feet toward the platform once more, climbing the steps with feet heavier than concrete. He steeled his heart in preparation for the overwhelming sight that awaited him, an excited crowd cheering and pumping fists. I'm gonna take a quick break, real quick. I'll be right back, y'all. So for the sudden back, I'll be back. bum bada bum 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 bum. Where the hell is the be right back thing? There it is. All right, turn on the chat. Up. There it is. Yes, Wild. Hello. Sorry, I was away for a little bit, but we're back. We're back. I don't know if I said this line, but I'm gonna say it again, possibly, just to make sure. Oh, my microphone wasn't tilted towards me. Ader dragged his feet toward the platform once more, climbing the steps with feet heavier than concrete. He steeled his heart in preparation for the overwhelming sight that awaited him. An excited crowd cheering and pumping fists. Yes, I did say that. Sepp was right. Deep inside Ader's mind, in a dark, unexplored corner of his heart, he was almost enjoying his last moments. It was the first time so many people were paying attention to him. They were even being nice to him. Enamored with his hungry public, our dear Ader conceived of a plan. He would scream, "Wee!" as he fell. Everyone would remember the boy that went wee if the noose failed to kill him a fourth time. Perhaps the captain of the guard would take pity on him and grant him a pardon. He'd be the talk of the town. Even his heart's missing piece would surely hear of the new folk legend, Ader Neckstrong. Surely strong neck would be whatever. This is coming from Ader, after all. When it was strictly a B plan situation, the A plan was not falling.
Hold up. I ain't survived not one, not two, but 3 falls now. What a lucky number, am I right? The 3 must be on my side. That's gotta count for something.
That is a good thing. Let's just leave it at thing and move on.
Yes, you get a free axe to the neck if you make it to the 5th alive. Now bend your knees this time, will ya?
Holy shit, that's a hell of a guarantee.
Do I get to say my last words?
You've said them thrice already.
Yeah, but what if this is the one time I actually...
He didn't get to say we. The platform disappeared once more beneath Ader's feet, letting gravity do its bidding with the boy. Our protagonist was about to woo those congregated around him. Oh, he was about to woo those congregated around him with his impressive bravado and mock death with his mind-boggling wee skills, when he realized that something had fundamentally changed in his relationship with the noose. In the minutes since they had last met, the rope had become a whole lot more attached to his neck. What they had went from a passing what they had went from a passing tryst to something more tangible, real. The noose surrounded Ader's neck in a tight embrace and promised to never let him go as it pulled him back to its side. Whoa! Oh! Okay.
Oh, now you've done it! Look at the poor thing! He's suffocating! This isn't what we agreed on at all! I was promised a swift death!
Then go and snap his neck yourself. I've got other people to kill today.
It's a little fucking dark to just have a strangling man in the foreground.
Don't worry, Ader. I'll file a complaint in the city council later today. Your suffering shall be avenged.
Holy shit!
Great!
Wow! Ader's most loyal fans started booing and insulting the executioner as he casually walked away. Those less devoted among the public simply decided to let it go and enjoy the usual harmless family fun provided by the gallows. Alas, this wasn't meant to be the last that we heard from Ader. Like a sun rising from the north, a pair of gleamy, polished antlers charged into the scene at breakneck speed, or at a hasty pace at the very least, to give the onlookers enough time to appreciate the magnificence of said rack.
Ah, there you are, still alive and writhing. Gods, you are a far more bizarre sight up close than any nightmare my mind could have devised. Lowlier yet than the lowliest scum.
You got time to fucking insult. You got time to cut him down, man.
Elbar, can you at least have the decency to let the boy die in peace?
Seriously.
There's been a change of plans, Tree. Nobody is dying just yet. Gather the witnesses and pull the noose off this jester. We shall hold a public trial for him.
Woo.
Okay. I mean, yes, of course. Color me leafless, Elbar. This is a first for you. So, when and where should we hold the trial? Should I go ahead and call the Bards Guild to spread the news?
Gods, no! What matter of nonsense are you spouting? The last thing I need is more beggars and ruffians loitering around. I demand we hold the trial right here, right now.
Oh boy. Can we get the negotiations postponed? Ader's fucking legs are Luigi's mansioning it over here.
So, we're keeping it small and personal, I see. Nice and quiet. No, seriously, do you understand how the concept of public trial works?
Do you understand how the concept of strangling to death works?
I just have to convince a bunch of peasants that I'm not some sort of despotic tyrant, right? That's a cinch, as the commoners say.
Oh, fantastic. Why don't you go ahead and convince them that I'm not a tree while you're at it? I'm sure you'll... Oh, sorry, lad. I forgot I wasn't dealing with red for a second there. One unloosening coming right up.
Ader fell to the ground immediately. He took a hand to his neck as he tried to stand up, panting desperately for breath.
All right, babe, he's not dying anymore. There's nothing to be squeamish about now. You can come out.
Ooh, this is gonna be a heartbreak. Here it comes. How the hay, Ader thought, as his legs tried and failed to separate him from the thin layer of dry mud covering the pavement, does she always run into me when I'm dragging my face through the mud? His answer arrived in the shape of a sly smile and a discreet look of superiority.
Look alive, maggot! You are in the presence of royalty. This is Jasif of Bassacursit, heir to a kingdom forgotten by the ages. Know this, for it is by her magnanimity and her magnanimity alone that you haven't yet drawn your last breath.
Magnanimity. Keep saying magnanimity, goddammit.
You give me far too much credit, Sir Askadath. I simply didn't want to live with the death of this poor hayseed on my conscience.
Oh, they almost said the thing. They almost said the thing.
Yes, well, it will be on my conscience if he doesn't die today. So don't keep your hopes up.
Fuck your conscience. Holy hell! That's an image. Just. Ah! A newly reborn boy dared look up again, only to find Sep's deep blue eyes pulling him closer like a magnet. What Ader first considered the product of his lonely imagination soon proved to be a very tangible reality. Trembling and bound to the ground under Elbar's heavy hoof as he was, he still couldn't peel his eyes off hers. Why is she here? No, how'd she find me? But why is she with him? 1,000 questions piled up in Ader's unoxygenated brain, making him feel like his head was about to explode.
So many thoughts, and you can't even spare one miserable "thank you for saving my life"? Really? Where have you left your manners, Ader?
That's a good point. But still, with the sass! Voice rang in his ears loud and clear, but Elbar remained none the wiser for his sharp words. They can speak in the mind! The realization fell on Ader's mind like a boulder. His thoughts were no longer his alone.
I heard that just now.
Way to go! Subtleties out the window.
So what? I want you dead! I can say that as many times as I want to. I do not need to hide my intentions from you. Do I?
It would help your cause with the public.
Do I, Eargrab?
You should at least pretend you're willing to give him a chance.
I need to take a water break for a second. Let's drink some water, goddammit. All right, that was good. It was good water.
Gods have mercy! The trial hasn't even started and it's already driving me up a wall. Let's go, Jasif. This ordeal gets more and more infuriating by the minute.
Good luck with the trial, handsome. You're going to need it.
Oh my.
What was that?
His eyes bugging out of his skull.
Oh, don't get jealous now. I just wanted to give him a little encouragement in his last moments, that's all. It's common courtesy in my line of work.
I would think it's far more common courtesy to make an exception with the man who attacked your fiancé's brother. Come on, my patience wears thin.
He's a piece of shit. We already knew this, but he's getting less of a piece of shit and more like a tender of shit. Like, he was a nugget of shit, now he's like a chicken tender of shit. Like a shittin' tender. Also, there was a little blip of, like, it was kind of bugging a little bit, so I'm just gonna save, just as a caution. Sep shrugged her shoulders in a nonchalant way as she crossed her hands behind her back, marching with her characteristic strut as a couple of steps behind Elbar. Ader could only watch haggardly as they disappeared among the crowd. A knife had been stuck into his heart, shaped like a word.
Oh, lad, you sure stumbled into a handful. Don't mind Jasif's little games. She's had a bit of a rough decade.
Yeah.
Brother? Did he just say brother?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're changing the topic? Great choice. I definitely didn't want to talk about her either.
Yep. Best do the. By the way, we just went below 2 hours left on the subathon, so make sure if you want to extend it. The whole deal is $5 to get 15 minutes added to the stream. That can be in the form of a Twitch sub, $5, Super Chat, Cash App, whatever you would prefer, PayPal. It all works the same. And $5, 15 minutes added, and then I got no cap other than my health, really. So whatever you prefer, and we'll just keep on going now.
Brother indeed. Elbar here and your pal Burbith are the only recognized sons of the late Lord Thumar of Askadath. May the three protect his estate where his sons will not.
I don't know what it is, but I have noticed, and I've noticed for a while now, but this is the first time I've said anything about it, but the Z's are THs. And I don't know if that's a regional thing, a dialectic thing, but it's something I've noticed, and I've wanted to ask about it. Just a curiosity thing, really.
Say what? How come nobody told me I was punching Lord Snotty's now's brother? Sweet mother of a boiled Pete, no wonder he wanted me dead.
It's a Spanish thing. That is interesting to know. Thank you for clarifying. If you've ever heard that Spaniards lisp, it's because of our Z is a TH sound. I am, unfortunately, a world-ignorant American who hasn't done any sort of international traveling. So it has been incumbent upon me to try to counteract that. And I have heard in, like, comedy bits, but that is rarely a source of thorough education. So I always thought that was more of an exaggerated thing, but interesting. Thank you for clarifying. I never thought my first impression of something that was an actual basis of linguistics would be hearing from Russell Peters, of all things. I'm sorry.
Pass me the noose. I'm gonna finish the job for him.
Jesus Christ!
Leave that noose alone, lad. I don't know what's gotten into you all of a sudden, but digging up your sense of accountability won't solve anything now. Besides, I doubt Elbar resents you half as much as he claims to. You might have just done him the greatest favor of his life, after all.
What do you mean, favor?
Well, Elbar may be older and wear his family name with pride, but he's, suffice to say that Burbith is the heir to their household by blood right. even though he is widely considered a less than ideal candidate. Lack of horns and all, you know, typical deer business. Once the retainers catch wind of what happened last night, however, well, the banished egomaniac may yet look like a reasonable choice compared to the feeble fawn who can't hold his own in a fight against a malnourished slum dweller. No offense, kid.
Yeah, no offense at all.
I'd say I feel bad about Thumar's house, but that's what happens when you're more interested in making fawns than raising them.
Ooh. Damn!
You take that back this instant! I ain't gonna stand by and hear you spit radish stew about Lord Thumar like it was no big deal. He was nothing like that, you hear me? You clearly didn't know the man.
And you did? What a grand concept! To think that you'd get to know a lord better in 2 decades than I could in 104 years.
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, you gotta shut the fuck down.
Ader, when was the last time you visited his palace in Corbussuit? Never? Oh, I don't suppose you were pen pals then? Ah, of course. How could I forget Thumar's time in Xanthare? You may have just met him at his best. Old, sad, and remorseful, left to wither away in a fort on the other side of the world.
This is turning less of a put down and more of a curb stomp.
But I sure hope you didn't, because that would have some ugly implications for a soldier.
Jesus! Ader's somber expression finally put an end to Illigrab's retort. A life mediating in conflicts had turned Illigrab into a peaceful man that treated words with respect. He could measure them precisely and know how much distance they would travel if spoken. He knew that he'd gone a few leagues too far this time. Coming back would be a challenge.
Come on, Ader! It's just you and me here! You don't have to hide it anymore. This was all part of yet another one of your little far-fetched plans to become a knight. Am I right?
That ain't none of your darn business, Illigrab.
Ooh! Ooh! Jesus!
Ow.
Jeez.
That's okay. You're still mad about the whole throwing you in prison thing, the execution, and I get it. Right. We still have to make sure that you don't die. I'd better go round up the witnesses. Here, keep the water.
Wow. Illigrab hurriedly shuffled away from the scene, leaving Ader alone to contemplate his choices. Though alone would hardly be the correct word here. There was someone watching the roe deer 1,000 times more intently than any of the audience gathered around the gallows. Oh. Okay. Far up in the battlements of the walls that surrounded the bazaar, 2 purple gleams stalked his every move. Okay. That's... Jesus Christ. That's what I thought it was. I thought we were referring to the shadow in the back of the fucking... Jesus Christ. For what? What is... Oh, okay, yeah, that's great. Oh, fuck. Sorry, that tickled me pink. The observer scurried through the shadows, trying to find the optimal route to sneak into the scene. It couldn't be done haphazardly. A crowd was an enemy far too terrible. Just imagining that formless mass of eyes sinking into a skin shoulder to the bone. You know, I'd seen this. I'd seen. Oh. I'd seen the dev Maxi compare this game to a cartoon, and since I'd only seen like a chapter and a half in the beginning, I'd seen a lot of movement and it'd be really fun. But like now we're getting into like the newer stuff. Mind you, there's 4 chapters, and this is only the beginning of chapter 3. But like this is getting more of that. And I'm really it's really fun. Just imagine that formless mass of eyes sinking into his skin, shoulder to the bone. Ader looked like he was hanging on just fine in any case. Hanging on. A mere rope and a 1-story fall. 1 story? Jeezy, crazy, lemon squeezy. Wouldn't be enough to take out the deer she had chosen as her apprentice, without that goddamn giant tree man's help. Ooh, the shadow. Her eyes shifted towards a lonely guard posted toward the plaza and a long stretch of rampart, taking him out in a loud enough manner and throwing his body into the plaza for everyone to see would prove a perfect distraction. Oh, jeez. How to avoid killing him in the oh man, the new Aina sprite is so the updated sprites are so nice. How to avoid killing him in the process, though, was the question Ader would have brought to her attention. To be fair, there would be others, such as, did he deserve that? Or, what about his family? But moral dilemmas were hard, and a personal censor didn't have to know. Oh shit! Oh shit, hold up! Look at the face, look at the face, look at the face, and during the transition. Oh! Silent feet advanced toward the guard. A morally ambiguous assailant raised a hammer against her unsuspecting victim, poised to turn the guard's helmet inside out. Holy hell! It's brutal! The hammer struck with a soft thunk, crumpling the steel in such a way that made it look like tin. And it took a couple of steps back as her thoughts began lurching against each other. It crumpled like tin because it was tin. There's only only smith in the whole city making a custom order of, and there was only a smith. So, and there was only one smith, a smith in the whole city making a custom order of fake tin armors. With eyes as wide as platters, she struck the helmet once again, and again, and again, and again. She battered against him, and yet the god refused to react to this brutal attack like he was supposed to. He didn't fall forward or plunge down into the plaza. He didn't crumble to the ground like a bedsheet. He didn't gasp or scream or bleed to his death. He didn't even have the decency to turn around before speaking.
You must be the one called Aina.
Oh no! Oh no, a trap. Besaktet. Ancient Besaktet, older yet than any one of the Bahans Bahan once knew. Old and rough, with words that stumbled from ear to ear, unsure if they were to be spoken, for they were directed at someone far too great for them. His words masked the sound of shuffled feet until it was too late. A newcomer lunged at her before she had the chance to turn and face them.
Aina must not reach the deer.
Whoa! What the fuck? I also don't have a full scared sprite, because when I'm not talking, I get mad. But, whoa! And I tried to jump back and forth, struggling to wiggle her head out of the powerful arm that had her in a headlock. The nature of her targets had never been a concern as far as she could think back, but her instinct told her it mattered now more than ever. The creature was straining her through its head back, and soon a high-pitched sound filled the air. To the uninitiated, it would seem nothing more fateful than a minstrel blowing a flute, or perhaps a sheet snapping against the wind. Oh, what? Oh, my. A dozen other guards posted throughout the walls turned their bright eyes toward her, but only one of them began moving.
You know, this wasn't exactly what I had in mind when I told my crew that I wanted our reunion to bowl you over. But you've got to admit that a hostile takeover is just our kind of surprise party.
What? Bunch of ghosts? Bunch of ghosts inhabiting fake bodies? What is this? What? And his eyes twitched with every word. She looked up, finding a bright row of teeth above her.
Don't hold it against me, sis. We're just following orders.
What? Sis! What the fuck?
We will now commence the trial of one Chanthurian refugee, Ader, son of Gerfaz, hailing from the now extinct ravine of Olus.
That's a hell of a business card.
Before we start, I'd like to remind you all to mind the pitchforks, keep your fawns by your side at all times, and please refrain from throwing rocks.
No, they didn't have to say that before introducing him.
Addison has been accused by Sir Elbar of Askadath, son of Thumar, of making an attempt on the life of his liege, Lord Burbeth of Askadath, son of Thumar, with whom he shares a father, but not a
Mother, half-brother, son of a maid! They don't need to know our goddamn life story! Get to the point already!
I saw the encyclopedia get updated, but I didn't see who. It would either be... Yeah, it's Elbar. Oh, shit. Simply cannot afford a little... Oh, wow. Always want to yell, forget... Yeah, okay, so it's the second paragraph. Elbar is a knight by all technicalities, and a bastard by all definitions of the word. Indeed, Elbar would be best suited to and more interested in living his life as a villain in any play. But alas, they're all stuck suffering him as a directionless man trying to fit his square body into the round peg of his title. That's a good way of describing it.
Ahem! The Imperial Edict of Estates and Privileges dictates that any commoner accused of a crime against a noble house, be it in their own lands or in a foreign province, shall be disposed of as the highest ranking member of the affected family sees fit.
Ooh. No, that's not a Elbar then.
In an auspicious and entirely unexpected subversion of this law, however, Sir Askadath has decided to hold a public trial for this peasant. Addison will be tried and judged instead by the city of Heirloom as a whole, in which he has committed the following additional crimes.
Oh, okay, I misunderstood it. Never mind what I said.
Unlicensed mendicancy, unlicensed smithery, unlicensed rivet peddling, street fighting, destruction of property, unlicensed reparation of said property, collaboration with a known Sevi, public drunkenness, and peeing on my leg that one time he was drunk.
Holy fuck! Jesus! Holy hell!
How do you plead against these charges, Addison?
I plead.
Innocent! Innocent!
Get off! Welcome to chapter 3, you crazy bastard.
Mr. Bard?
Oh, Hirab.
Oh, good gods, guard my toes! I didn't think I'd make it on time! I heard the words execution and one-eyed and I feared the worst! But you're here! You're fine! As fine as only you can be! Oh, my sweet cockeyed horn-eating ladder! Don't you dare worry me like that again, you dumbass! You are going to give me a heart attack one of these days!
Oh, jeez.
Bard, I don't know what to say. Look, I really appreciate the thought, but,
Yes, you can apologize all you want later. We have more urgent matters to attend to now. Like your sudden bouts of frontal nudity. Where did your stupid cape go? One night in jail and you're coming back with tattoos? Haven't I taught you anything at all?
Okay, that was funny.
Who's that scraggly singing poodoo capering around with a hat stuck to his magnificent horns, ear grab?
Okay, Grab contemplated his feet wistfully, combing the ground, in search of the right words to define 30 years of history buried beneath the pavement. Goff keenly skipped this preamble.
I am no poodoo, my lord. I'm just short, which is sadder. My name is Gyoff, son of Eguy. Yes, that Eguy. And I am Addison's herald, manager, landlord, and lawyer.
Oh, no. Oh, I was worried it would come to that.
Kindly ignore anything this lumbering psychopath may say about me, Sir Askadath. Not content with having my father killed unjustly and destroying my life, this backstabber seeketh to get rid of my best friend as well.
Well, there goes all of Ader's sympathy.
I'm only letting you stay with Ader if you promise to keep personal grudges and slandering comments to yourself, Gyoff. That goes for you too, Sir Askadath.
The Grab wiggled his mustache nervously as he turned his face away. A perfect chance to strike. Goff didn't waste any time doing vocal warm-ups. He jumped straight into the scene, dragging Ader's oblong head under his armpit like a solid piece of evidence.
So what has this hapless backwater haven of peace done to deserve a sentence as ostentatious as attempted magnicide? Was the sight of his hunched neck and his deformed hands such offense on Sir Askadath's eyes that he longed for a quick death?
Oh boy.
Ader punched Sir Askadath's brother, Lord Burbith of Askadath, in the face.
I need a second to review the case with the defendant.
Oh man. When you got a character as full of hot air as Gyoff, the best moments are when he gets cut down a little bit.
What were you thinking, you recalcitrant brute?
Nothing! I mean, I didn't do it just because I felt like it. That nutcase was obsessed with Dana. He wanted to prove she was a golem or something, so he pulled out a knife and he put it at me, so I ran away. But then he began cutting his robes, so...
He began cutting in his robes, so what? What? Aina is a golem, Ader. Nothing but a puppet made of metal and marble. She moves with magic. She could have eaten that knife if she wanted.
She could eat knives for breakfast every day if she wanted, and I'd still stand up for her anyway, because she's the best boss in the world, and nothing else matters here.
I go to bed thinking that you've finally gotten over your onanistic delusions, only to find that you've lost your mind overnight. You can fool yourself, but not me, Ader. I know you were just afraid of letting him show you what her insides look like.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna show you what your insides look like if you don't shut your yapper this instant, Gyoff.
Oh, not a good time for this.
You dare threaten me? Me? The deer that took pity on you and fed you and found you a job when you didn't even have a corner to crawl into and die? The deer that loves you like only your mother could? You turn on me over a stupid piece of...
Are you done over there?
Oh, I'm done with this golem humper, all right?
Whoa. Whoa.
Great! Then let us proceed with the testimony of the first eyewitness. Soonerel of the Lucky Bastard, if you please.
The old woman coyly walked toward always with the soup. You gotta have her soup. Walked towards the center of the growing circle of attendees. She nodded respectfully towards Yellow Grab, and made a small curtsy with her apron.
Oh, 3. I saw it, sir. I did see it with my own eyes. I watched that blonde hornless fawn nearly get his snot punched off his face by Ader here, no less. Just when you think you've seen everything in this city.
By a source. Of course she would...
Could you describe your relationship with the defendant, miss?
Oh, it's nothing like that, sir. Ader's just a client. One of my favorites, too. So poor, and yet so honest for lying as much as he does. Nothing like that little fiend Gyoff. Yes, Ader is such a good boy that not one day had I seen him mad. Not one. Till last night, that is. Goes to show you never know with his ilk. Some screw must have come loose in that thick skull of his. I'm telling you, sir. It's all that butting heads business they do.
Whoa. Jesus Christ.
Huh? Huh? Did you hear that, peasants? This stag is clearly out of his wits. He's a danger to us all.
Fuck.
Elbar, wait until your turn to throw baseless accusations. Soonerl, try to recall, please. Did Ader really explode all of a sudden? Or was there something else affecting his reaction?
Well, I didn't want to assume it would be something bad, but they did babble a little before that. Lots of fancy words thrown around. Scared the clients away from my tavern faster than Gyoff's music could. But I can't really help you there. It all flew right over my head.
I couldn't get half of what he was saying either, but that don't matter here, man. Tell him what happened then. Tell him how he digging and drew a sword at me.
Oh, there you go, making up tall tales again. That was no sword, 'twas just a knife. If only that stupid, stubborn Stumpy Horns hadn't...
This barkeep's mouth open and closed slowly as words failed to take form in her mind.
Resume your testimony at once, woman. It happened last night, not last week.
Sir, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I forgot what the blonde boy did after that.
Miss Barkeep's voice became nothing but a whisper as she finished testifying.
A senile bartender and a ravenous street shrub gone mad? This trial couldn't get any more pointless if it tried. Are you all convinced now? Am I allowed to put an end to this torment?
Elbar, that's not how trials... Actually, never mind. Soonerl was the only eyewitness, Burbeth is still knocked out, and Aina is thankfully...
Aina! The beast! That's it! That's what tried to hurt the beast! I told him not to! He should have listened to me! They'll come for us, you'll see! The beast will come! Isifik, save us from them!
Wow. I knew she was crazy to hire me, but this is a whole new level of insane.
No, wink and a nod.
What sort of deluded nonsense is this? She seemed fine a moment ago. You dastard! Have you paid this hag to speak in your defense?
You call this a defense? She got far too many cobwebs in the attic if she really thinks boss is anything but a dyed doe. Y'all gonna get your eyes checked, darn it!
Who in the name of the Hatsa is this boss of yours now?
The beast. Oh, the beast.
Soonerl, please! Come back to your senses! Beasts are nothing but old wives' tales in this day and age. There's no such thing as...
Illigrab! Have you seen that beast of mine?
Oh, here we go. And also, this is the first, like, I saw the updated merchant sprite when when I was remaking it, but good lord, did this guy get a fucking upgrade. Holy hell! The merchant is just really, he got a makeover. Holy crime in Italy. Illigrab's sigh could have been heard from a league away, deeper and louder than the gasps and screams shared by the mob around them. He gently pushed the barkeep aside after wordlessly assuring her that everything would be okay.
Well, look what beat has decided to snake its screens out of its hole. You all know him, dear jury. The last merchant of Basaksarat. Just the calcified Barhan skeleton we needed in this freak show.
Put a padlock on that crap hole you call a mouth, or I'll stitch it shut for you, Gyoff!
Try all you want to scare me with scatological threats, Bertok. I know deep down you are always happy to see your godson.
Wow, that's a relationship I never would have expected.
So happy that if I had eyes, I'd pull them out of my skull again just to avoid seeing you. Now move before I move you, scullion! The sun would rise and fall twice before I was done insulting you and that stuttering mumble crust you foisted on me.
That was a lot. That was a lot. Oh, jeez. Just deciphering that for a second. Well, I looking at him, yeah, he is, they refer to him as a skeleton. He's been people have tried to kill him multiple times and they can't. They burned him I don't know how many times. He looks like he doesn't have eyes. Yeah, he doesn't. They pulled him out. He pulled him out of his skull. Holy fuck. And the stuttering mumble crust, that'd be Ader, I imagine. Christ, a good fuck. Wow.
Can someone please tell me why in the name of Baitatse and all the gods both big and small are we letting a witch walk in like this?
This witch is the father of the absent eyewitness, Your Grace. So perhaps he can share a little insight on the whereabouts of the only creature in this kingdom that could have a shot at saving the defendant.
Didn't you just hear me, you earless squeaker? That's what I'd like to know. I don't care what that little vandal does with her knights, but she didn't even bother coming home to light at the forge today.
Say what? Aina wouldn't skip a day of work if her life depended on it. Something's gotta have happened to her.
Yup.
Calm down, you two. Look, Red, Aina and Ader went out for a drink last night at my expense. Your daughter had a bit of a wardrobe malfunction, so Ader was a gentleman and lent her his scarf. And then he decided to punch feudalism in the face while he was at it. Wherever she is, she's not here, so why don't you go and wait for her in the temple, hmm? I'm sure she'll come back sooner or later, as usual.
Not so fast, tumbleweed! I have some words for this daughter Solier first!
Oh boy.
How dare you take Aina to a watering hole without my permission? If anything's happened to her, I'm gonna kick you so hard you'll have to wear your balls as a bow tie!
That is a threat.
Well, darn, patron. You better hurry up or I ain't gonna have no neck to tie him around.
What are you babbling about, you ragabash? Drag your sorry tail here and help me look for my daughter at once!
Oh
My
boy.
boy Adderdim would gladly accompany you on your deliria. But there's a minor snag in the way. They're trying to hang that ungrateful lump of barely cohesive musculature you call an apprentice.
Oy vey.
And that's it? You weak-livered milk drinker! What kind of excuse is that? These ruffians try to calcine me once a week, and you won't see me complaining!
A little different.
See, Ader? This is why I like hanging out with Red. He never takes the whole execution thing personally.
So now you want me to look at him, huh?
This is what I get for trying to lighten up the mood.
Are you all trying to make a fool out of me? Stop disrupting this trial at once!
He's huge now. That's how mad he is.
I swear by Baitat that if you don't put an end to this grotesque parade, I'll skip the protocol and cut this idiot's neck myself!
What is he being accused of, anyway?
Punching a noble in the face and working for you, mostly.
What? Are you listening to yourself? This idiot couldn't hit a Magadar in the ass with a reverb fiddle!
Finally, someone with a lick of sense. So you agree there must be a logical explanation for his recent behavior, right? Such as magic, for example. Come on, Pertak. Why don't you tell the audience how you used your spooky, stuffy wizardry to cast a spell on Ader?
You really think if I still had the power to make anyone do anything, I'd let these dunces treat me like they do?
That's a good point.
Oh, come on, old geezer, play along! It's not like they could try to kill you any more than they already do!
I'm not saying there wasn't magic. I'm saying I wasn't the one who did it.
The merchant raised one of his bony old fingers and pointed it toward the crowd.
I'd recognize the stench of a death if 1,000 leagues away. And this place reeks! Don't try to hide yourself now!
After a few uncomfortable glances, the makeshift jury segued into two groups. At the end of the new path formed between him stood Elbar, flabbergasted. The captain of the guard needed a few more seconds to realize that this was not about him and sidestepped and stepped sideways, revealing a red-haired gazelle standing rather conspicuously against the crowd.
Stop with your pretense, crone! You can't possibly be talking about her! This is my...
Sep?
Who's this Sep you speak of? This is Jasif, as the witch said, princess of...
Princess? Is that what you're going by now? Ha! Whatever happened to calling yourself queen? Was the throne too small for Her Majesty's ass?
I mean...
If you could eat all that envy, Giov, perhaps you would have a butt to sit on.
Whoa, hold up! Hold up right there till my head stops spinning! You two...
Unlike a certain orange parasite, I don't have time to sit around stuffing my face all day. Indulge in hedonism all you want. It is work that shapes the man. Though I guess round is a shape after all.
Big words for someone that looks like a deer sawn in half.
Damn.
Funny you should mention size when you look like two gazelles glued together. Badass!
Damn.
Amp!
Ader had to grab Yoff's tail to stop him from heading off into the audience, wielding his ood as a club.
Oh, I knew this would happen. Should have gotten rid of Geoff as soon as I saw him.
So you're telling me that you, the horn mushroom, and Jasif or Giuseppe or whoever she is now, knew each other? And you didn't breathe a word?
Uh-oh.
I thought it had become obvious when he accused me of having his father executed and ruining his life. Though, honestly, I shouldn't say accused. I am guilty.
What the fuck? What is this now?
But so was Guy, I'm afraid. To think Geoff would go to such extents to fight for his father's name.
That's on him, not you, you sappy pine. That boy ruined his life betting on all the wrong numbers.
Don't feel bad, Illigrab. You hanged a murderer as far as anyone else is concerned.
This is why I ran away from home, you bunch of traitors.
You want me to feel bad for Yoff? That's a hard ask, but let's see how it goes. Their heavy words vanished one by one until only silence remained.
I was supposed to obtain answers in this trial, damn it, not questions! Why are these people calling you Sep over and over? Are you truly Jasif or not?
Of course I am. I was born a Jasif, and as Jasif I live. Though I was known as Omoseptut for a few years, before I was free to take the name I deserved. These two are merely family friends, bent on resisting inertia and clinging to the idea of the child I was. This changes nothing between us, Sir Askadath. My role remains the same. I am Jasif, brought from the brink of oblivion in the sands of Basaksarat to be raised in the Desert Rose, while I wait to build my kingdom anew.
That's the story her mother used to tell us anyway.
Remember when Thar would call us over to have dinner with the whole family? Oh, those were the days.
Enough! Is there anyone in this trial who hasn't seen you in diapers?
Ader, he's probably confused as fuck. Also, we got an update in the encyclopedia. Oh, picture updated. I like the glasses look. I really do. You see, Sep, it's the braid, isn't it? I knew it! With the underage? What? This is Baron, birthplace question marks. I'm a Septut daughter of Tsar. She calls herself Sep, but does not want others to call her Sep and gets bothered by when they do, so I am 100% going to call her Sep here. Sep talks, walks, and acts like there's a single star in the sky and it was her. Much like the sun. However, no matter how much you want to stare at her, you're better off enjoying a beauty a few planets distance away, where you can't hear her chuckling at you. Most people would at least be somewhat concerned about girls that go around calling themselves queen and saying they're old acquaintances, but then again, Ader is no one to talk. It seems like once upon a time, either Grab and the merchant were almost family to her. Want to make sure okay, because you never know when there is, like, a second page.
Me. That'd be me. This book's just as confused as the rest of y'all here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure this bed swerver's seen her with far less than that.
Ooh.
Now, Red, let's not jump to conclusions.
Ader is a proper southern dear and my best friend while at that. And the only girl he's ever dared fantasize with is that painted rock you call a daughter.
Ooh.
I can vouch for the fact that he has never, ever in his life said anything about spending a night with a gazelle.
Ooh, that's awkward. Geoff pulled Ader down by the noose.
And much less this one in particular. Right, Ader?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Still water runs deep, you little truant.
Oh, come on, patron. Look at me. I mean, listen to yourself. Who'd ever want a deformed buck like this one here? Hands like a shovel, face like a shoe. If you saw me naked, you'd know there's always someone better to do.
That is a practiced line. That is something that, because I've spent a large portion of my life being considered not appealing physically, so you get into a run of saying things like the same thing that you say to explain being like, oh yeah, I know, I recognize that I am not physically appealing, and this is some whimsical phrase to explain that I'm comfortable with that.
Speaking of better things to do, I'm sorry for interrupting our little dainty family reunion, but this will get long if we don't hurry it up. May I remind you all what we're trying to achieve here?
Shut it, Plant! I wish to hear what this old fogey has to say about those two first.
I've always heard that word as fogey. Interesting to hear it differently.
I'll be brief.
Uh-oh. Brief was the blow to the... I never realized that, but it's absolutely the same for me. I used to do it a lot when I was less confident growing up. Interesting. I never... I didn't realize I was doing it for the longest time, but yeah. Yeah. It is an interesting phenomenon. Brief was the blow the red man delivered upon Ader's stomach. The boy curled over his cane, displaying the burns that ran across his chest and showed it clearly for all to see. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
She did this!
I'm sorry. I did what? Hit him with a cane? Order you to hit him for me? What are you accusing me of exactly?
Don't play dumb with me, daughter of Thor! You know fully well that you have branded my property as your own!
Oh my! Oh my!
Employee. The word is employee when you're talking about a person. Already gone over this, Red. Indentured servitude was abolished 4 centuries ago.
Not in my temple! And you're lucky that's the only corner of the city where my edicts remain! If we were still in Basaxarat, I'd have this girl's palms splayed and all the windows in her house shut so she couldn't conjure a single ember again!
Conjure? As in spells?
Uh-oh.
Forget the Sandfur! Burn her! Burn them both!
Not good.
Cease these senseless accusations at once!
Weren't you the one who wanted to bring magic into this? Here's your magic! This shameless broad has been pawing at my daughter's apprentice for quite a few moons now. She could have been using him for anything she wanted.
Red, I hope you realize you're making some very serious accusations. Lethally serious. Do you have any proof to accompany them?
You have the word of a Sephi, and that was worth more than 1,000 not back in the day.
Back in the day!
I'm afraid we don't have any foreign exchange consultants around, so I'll need to see some factual evidence.
That much I can't do, old Fern. Be my eyes. What does the brand look like?
The mob became a single whisper of unity, congregated around Eligrab. The tree man nodded and hummed every few seconds.
After much deliberation, the jury has decided that the brand seems to be, citing textually, a hen, either a young deer's, or a doe's, or a barhen's. You realize we can't condemn her with such a big error margin, correct?
Hey, Despa! Thank you for the subscription! Year of sub, hop damn. Whoa! You just subscribed for 12 months? Wait a holy shit. Hold up. Did you subscribed right now for 12 months? Like, or have you been subscribed for 12 months? Because that's either a $5 donation or that's 5 times 12. What was that? Because that could desperately change what the hell that was. Also, thank you for the cookies. This is Ice Cream Month, by the way. I saw it on the like what today is when I published the video. I do that happy what the holiday is. Today's Canada Day, but it's also the first day of Ice Cream Month. So Despa, did you subscribe for 1 month and this is just your 12th consecutive month, or did you just subscribe for an entire year right now? What is 5 times 12 is that's 65. You did 6 months subscription in a row. Oh, okay, yeah. The American education system is great. 5 times 12. Okay. There you go. You did 6 months of subscriptions in a row. So you're not sure. Oh, so right now you just did 6 months? Like right now you just clicked for 6 months right now and you've just been subscribed for 6 months? Because I got a thing that says they've subscribed for 12 months. But right now you've only just, you didn't get the option for 12 months. So it's only 6. Okay, so you've probably just been subscribed for 6. But right now you just did 6 months. So it's 6 times 5, which is 30. All right. I know that one off the top of my head. Learned that in fucking 5th grade. I will always be ashamed of this education that I received. All right, so we pause the timer. We paused the timer so we can add to it. So let's see here. Ooh, I also need to get the time calculator up. I hadn't even put that up yet. So we stopped at 1 hour, 10 minutes, and 30 seconds. And with $30 added. Thank you very much. Dispa. How much in time is that? That is 6 times 6.
6 times 15.
Well, it's not 6 times 15. It's 6 increments of 15 minutes.
It's an hour and a half.
It's not 6 times 15 because it's not base 100. It's base 60.
Yeah, 6 times 15 is 90. And if you're putting that in the minute system, it is an hour and a half. That is 90 minutes.
It's not base 100. It's base 60. It's not 6 times 15.
Yes, it is, baby. He donated $5 6 times, right? Because it's $30. So that is 6 15-minute increments. 6 times 15, which is 90. That is 90 minutes.
Am I overthinking this?
You're way overthinking it.
All right.
It's an hour and a half.
All right. All right. So now we are up almost to the point where we left off, almost to the point where we started, of 2 hours, 40 minutes, and 30 seconds. All right. What is this? Oh my. Chaos. Yes. Good chaos. You know what I'm seeing on my piece of paper here? I keep this piece of paper that you can barely read to keep track of my subathon stuff. And I'm just realizing my last subathon was on June 2nd. And there was time left. I had to stop because of my health. Like my throat was hurting. So we need to add that real quick. Whoa. Oh, my fucking thing has been going nuts, right? Because I'm using the number pad. Damn it. All right, so actually, we're at 520. Jesus. We're at 5:20:22. Because I actually had 2 hours, 39 minutes, and 52 seconds in addition to the standard 3 hours that I start every subathon with. May even finish the chapter. Well, hey, how about that? It's 6 hours long. Wow. Well, there you go. Let me move that. Well, that's nuts. I can't believe it. We've already been streaming for 2 hours. All right. Well then, let us continue. Let me get my face in proper order. Boop. Here we go. This is the stream that doesn't end. It just goes on. Hey man, I've had some streams like that, and I would, like I said, the only contingency for a subathon ending before the time ends is emergency or health concern. So that's what I'm prepared for, man. That's what I'm prepared for, man. That's why usually I don't do visual novels on a subathon, is because I don't want to read for the entirety. I don't want to overtax my throat, but that's where a visual novel like this comes in handy, because it has voice acting built into the game. After much deliberation, the jury has decided that no, this was already a voiced line. Sorry.
You're telling me this clumsy scamp didn't even bother making a proper pattern? You idiots! Do the sensible thing and put her hands on the marks!
Ader and Sepp exchanged a brief look.
I'd sooner take a bath in the sewers than touch that flea bag. Who knows where it's been?
Oofa.
Oh, yeah. I'm so full of fleas, they call me Ader the Prancing Deer. And you can catch mange just from looking at me. I got rabies, I got scabies, and don't even get me started on the eye.
Oof.
Touch that filthy deer, Sepp.
Ooh, he's into something. Color drained from Ader's face. He glanced at Sepp desperately, but she had her eyes firmly set on Elbar's.
As you wish. But all you will manage to prove is that he's starved for touch.
Ooh, get the jealousy working. Sepp advanced gracefully through the crowd, looking so keen as she walked that she could have fooled anyone into thinking she was taking a stroll through her garden instead of making her way towards Ader. His mind raced as she approached. He thought about what he would say to her if these were his last words. He thought about how much he wanted to headbutt all of his acquaintances. Actually, that was all he could think of at this point. Sepp had, thankfully, far more poise than he did. She didn't spare a word for him when she reached him. She merely took a finger to her chin and ran her eyes up and down the deer in front of her, acting like she had never seen him up close before. Ader pretended to return the favor.
You like what you see, ma'am?
His fake confidence wavered at the end, breaking the effect ever so slightly. But it was enough. The public reacted with gasps and slight disgust, while Sepp shot a knowing smile in his direction.
I'm afraid you're too tall for my taste. Or my reach, for that matter. If you could get on your knees for me.
Sepp extended her knees. Extended her knees. That would be a disturbing sight. Just, oh, Jesus, what the fuck, X-Men are you? Sepp extended her hands towards his shoulders as Ader took a knee, leaving them staring at each other in some sort of ceremonial naming pose.
Think of something!
You're asking the wrong person. Ader heard Sepp's plea clearly, but he seemed to be the only one. The buck nearly smiled to himself, knowing perfectly well what this meant. As far as the crowd was concerned, the gazelle remained perfectly calm and still. But in Ader's mind, she was speaking volumes with only the slightest tilt of her head and the way she clasped his shoulder. Elder Toro lady with the long extendable knees. Ugh. Ader forgot there was a world outside of her eyes, feeling only the touch of her hands as her voice passed through his head. She sounded anxious and bidding, but for some reason he couldn't bring himself to care. Her warmth was all he needed. Booming loud words began filling Ader's head, covering Sepp's thoughts like a thick paste until it was impossible to hear her voice anymore. Ader tried to hold on to the whispers that remained, distraught, but it was for naught. He had to wake up and listen.
Uh-huh. What was that?
Ader only realized that Sepp had been pinching his shoulder over and over again, trying to get him to snap out of it once he saw Illigrab's doubtful face hovering above his.
I said that her hands seemed to match, though again, that's hardly conclusive. It would be wrong to assume this young woman dabbles in sorcery just because she's a gazelle. We can't forget, however, that a known Sephi is accusing her of magically influencing Ader in some way. And it would seem that the boy is a little too, affected by her proximity to properly present his testimony.
I told you he looked desperate.
I will only ask this once, Umaseptut Jasif, daughter of Thar. What is your relationship with the accused?
Well, what do I say?
You're asking me?
No, Ader. All I'm asking you right now is to shut your snout and let the lady talk while you get your own ideas in order.
All right. Thinking with my mouth shut. Thinking for real hard. Hold up! Why are you leaving the excuses to me? You're the smart one here. You think of something.
You got a point.
Haven't you been paying attention? I was practically raised by these idiots. They'll know I'm lying.
You want to tell them the
got
truth
a point
then?
too. Ooh.
That is not an option.
Miss Jasif, if you please.
Then don't lie. Just make the truth prettier than it should be. That's what I do every time.
And how am I supposed to do that when I don't even know what the truth is?
This ain't no philosophical question. Just tell me, what are we supposed to be?
Oh, jeez.
Nothing!
That's a lie. Give me a truth, but better.
Well, we are... oh, what are we? 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 What are we?
Whoa!
So, what are we?
Ooh, no marks. Flashback.
I'm a gazelle. You claim to be a deer, but honestly, I'm not all that convinced you aren't actually the personification of a tuber.
Ha! Potato.
No, I mean, what are we, as in, what's going on here? You know, you and me and you, you know?
Ader began making gestures that would have looked far more ridiculous than obscene with normal hands, never mind his.
You're asking if I would be mad if you were to see someone else.
You're trying your darnest to avoid the question.
Excuse me. I didn't realize this was an interrogation. No, Ader. I don't care what you do with your free time, as long as you come over when I want you to. Will that be all?
Nah, I ain't buying that. Come on. You're really trying to tell me that you wouldn't get jealous if I walked up to a doe and hugged her and kissed her and asked her to marry me? Not even a little bit?
No. And to be honest, the possibility hadn't even crossed my mind.
Oh.
Right. Of course. I mean, I get it. Yeah. You ain't gotta worry, because I'm the toothpick to your 7-course meal.
Oof.
Is that some sort of attempt at an analogy?
Oh, no, ma'am! I'd never try that again without your permission!
Whoa! God damn! Well, I understood that.
I'm just saying. I'm like a used toothpick. Here for you and no one else. Because I'll gross everyone else out.
Oh, I see. Emotional chantage. Is that what this is about? What an unbecoming habit for a stag as handsome as yourself. The nerve you have, trying to hear me say how amusing and kind you are, not to mention brave and resilient. That's certainly not how I'd expect my favorite to behave.
So, I'm your favorite, huh? Hold up. You mean there are others?
Uh-oh.
Oh, don't be silly. There can only be one favorite.
That did not answer his question.
No, I refuse. No matter how you insist, I can't just choose one. You are all my favorites.
Whoa. Okay, we got this is memory. Kids, yep.
It doesn't work like that, Mom. You have to pick one.
Why? Can't I love all my children equally?
It's not love, it's law. Illigrip says that it's the parents' duty to choose one child to favor as the heir of their estates to prevent a division of power and infighting among their descendants.
That was cute.
I need to have a word with Mr. Buntalos about his idea of age-appropriate lessons.
The doe's coattails meandered behind her as she made her way through the pergola. Sep followed them closely.
He also said that I don't need to worry about any of that because I'm not a doe like you. Is that true, Mom?
The trail of ghostly silk came to a sudden halt. The doe turned around to lift the tiny gazelle between her arms.
You know what, Sep? You are my only daughter. So that technically makes you my favorite daughter, doesn't it?
Also makes you the least favorite daughter.
What does technically mean?
How did you mispronounce it if you just heard the word?
Kind of.
That means I can technically keep my room?
No, dear. You are destined for far greater things. You will have your very own palace when you're older. Much, much bigger than this one.
But I don't want to go. I want to stay here with you. I don't need a big room. It can be small. The smallest one.
What? So cute. We do little cheeks.
Holy horns! This is your room? For real? I didn't know Barhan fortune tellers lived in places this fancy. I mean, look at that! This place is bigger than my whole house! And I gotta share it, too.
A mere fortune teller could never afford it, of course. If gaze reading was the extent of my skills, I wouldn't be able to afford wasting time with indecisive poppers like you.
Ooh.
I ain't got a clue what you called me just now, but that's all right, because here, I'll let you in on a little secret, ma'am. You've been fooled through and through. This was all a test.
Oh, man.
A test, So you mean to tell me all that sobbing about stealing your first kiss was just a lie?
No friggin' chance, ma'am. I ain't letting a creep like you off the hook so easy now.
Ooh.
But since you got far bigger creeps than yourself hollering down your window, I decided to heroically risk my own body to make you company. Till I'm sure you're safe and sound.
And of course, my little bribe had nothing to do with this decision.
Yep. I mean, no, not at all. I was just trying to, see if you could really read minds. Figure out my true intentions while I tried to resist your delicious pastries.
My bad. How could I forget the legendary cunning of the roe deer?
Hey now! Don't think you could get cute with me just because you got me to come here after all. I'm still mad at you. Real mad.
Oh, honey, come on. You can't stay mad at your poor brother forever.
He is no brother of mine.
Uh-oh.
What would Thar say if she saw you two fighting like that?
She can't say anything anymore, can she?
Oh, okay. It's a balled up fist. I saw that and I was like, is that just a straight up hoof? No, that's a fist.
Mom? Mom?
Uh-oh. Whoa.
Mom!
Whoa!
You didn't think I would let you catch me with my guard down twice, did you?
Holy hell! That is a haunting fucking image. Ader bolted up, his mind in a daze and his face covered in sweat. He felt like a volcano had erupted from his heart, setting his whole skin ablaze from antlers to hooves. But that wasn't the most distressing part. Something was grabbing his shoulders, something far more powerful than himself, something bright enough to show through his shut eyelid. He had lived through this once before and came out scarred. But his body refused to learn. Once more, the temptation to look at something his mind wouldn't understand overwhelmed him. That's a hell of an outfit! My God! Sorry. He didn't find an angry fireball watching over his limp body this time, however, but a familiar pair of cold blue eyes looking down on him.
Sep! You were fine just now, but also I was there for a while too. But then there was this dough and a door, and then it got real scary and...
You need to find a healthier outlet for those voyeuristic tendencies of yours, Ader.
I didn't catch a word of that.
Aww. Sep shoved her face so close that her horns touched Ader's.
If you keep peeping through every crack you find, someone's going to end up poking your eye out, you creep.
Ooh. The strength of her grip intensified for a moment before finally letting go, putting an end to the unnatural flush Ader felt all over his body. Both his skin and his thoughts began cooling down little by little as she walked away.
You calling me a creep? You? I hate to break it to you like this, ma'am, but I'm precisely the one that needs a lesson on keeping his hands to himself the most in this.
Oh. Ader finally took notice of the world around him. An endless mass of fine sand extending in all directions, shining bright against the blue sky above. The dunes of Basexarat had been a nameless antagonist in the tales that grandiloquent traveling merchants would share as they stopped by Ader's village. But he had never thought he'd see the desert in person. This land wasn't completely barren, though. Columns of alabaster rose from the ground, forming magnificent colonnades just like those that decorated the Temple of Hirub back in Heirloom. And in the center of it all stood Sep, watching from a throne that sat in the nearest point between derision and amusement.
Where are we? No. When are we?
You are right here and right now. Don't change the topic.
Whoa, hold up! This ain't no memory, is it? I'm thinking. I can hear my thoughts.
Congratulations on your newfound powers of introspection.
Word of the day, whatever the fuck that word was. You weren't here when I said it before, Despa, but this timer up here is my phone. This is usually what I would use to look up the word of the day. But I could go back and I could pull up there, but I'm moving on. Fuck it. Let's go back. We can do it. Oh, there we go. We have the dev in the chat. Grandiloquent means exaggerated.
You were... Whoa. Congratulations on your newfound powers of introspection.
Thank you very much, Maxie. the was just following the patterns of the voice line. I've always been just really taken with the patterns of speech. I don't know why. Even before I knew I wanted to be a voice actor, I just always liked how people speak in all the different ways. Accents and speech patterns, flowing of whatever, and I'm diverting from the point. We continue now.
Powers of what?
Like that! That's just so really funny.
No, Ader, this isn't a memory. This is something far, far more personal than that. I guess you could say that you are standing inside my mind right now. Though, a more correct way to put it would be saying that you are trapped.
Uh-oh.
Say what? No way you could do that.
Yes way you can do that. 'Cause you're here.
Of course I can. I can do whatever I want inside my own mind. And as the ancient Bazakted adage prays, an open door is not an invitation. You showed up uninvited, and so I have decided to lock you up like the burglar of secrets you are.
Ooh, dang.
Nice try, but I got enough of these inspection powers to tell you're trying to use my tricks on me. I ain't so scared of you. I'm just gonna eat any half-baked magic-y radish stew you cook up, ma'am.
Man. Oh, man. Also, we just did below 5 hours. And if that's not enough for you, you can always extend it with $5 or more donation. Cash App, PayPal, Twitch donation, bits, super chat on YouTube. Whatever the hell, man. Got a move coming up later this year, and every little bit'll help.
See? Your advice is useless if I don't know the whole truth first.
You don't know what happened either?
I can only speculate as I try to piece together an explanation. My best guess so far is that our little bonding experiment worked much, much better than I anticipated it would.
Ader clutched his burns.
Bonding sure is a fancy way to call what you did to me.
Ooh, a little resentment in that.
The fact that you remember enough to be bitter proves that I did indeed manage to find a relatively harmless way to circumvent the curse. I've made a historical breakthrough, and you should be thanking me for my efforts.
The curse?
Oh yeah, thanks for the tattoos and all the nights I spent hollering down your window without an answer. What did you fix my mind for if you were just planning to act like you didn't know me? You like seeing me hurt like that?
Yes, making you grovel is definitely always a plus. But I'm not so cruel as to plan something like that in advance. It was more of a spontaneous decision, a change of heart, if you will. I realized that I quite enjoy tormenting cowards.
Jesus! I can see why these two kind of moved apart a little.
I ain't no coward, I was just scared. You can't blame me for running away. You set me on fire!
Did you spend a whole moon ablaze?
Ader looked up at the gazelle looming over him. He realized that he was trying to win a conversation on a topic he didn't even want to recall. The weight of his anger turned to hurt under the pressure of her stare.
Where are you going?
I'm gonna go find the exit and get so you don't gotta see my ugly mug ever again.
You do realize that the part about being locked up wasn't a lie, correct? This is my core, my retreat, the place where I go when it looks like the sky is about to fall on me. No one should be able to reach this deep within someone else's mind, and especially not you.
I found my way out of deeper pits, no worries. Only thing I care about is getting out of here before it's too late.
Late? Really? You think you're going to be late inside a thought? Oh, that's precious. Please explain to me how someone as clumsy as you managed to slip past my defenses, because I seriously can't understand it.
Wow.
All I'm hearing is blah, blah, blah. Ader's dumb, and I already knew that.
Ooh.
Time is not an objective reality in the same way a rock or your ignorance would be. An hour can go by in a moment when you're having fun, but that same hour can be a torturous eternity for someone in pain. Time lives inside your mind.
I recognize that line.
A good gaze reader knows how to look inwards as much as outwards, and use time in their favor. As long as I can keep my thoughts focused enough, time will remain effectively stopped for me. And for you, little stowaway. We could potentially have a whole eternity to spend together, provided I don't die of ennui first. Then again, I'm sure you'll figure out a way to keep me entertained. We have a lot to catch up on.
Oh, the time lives inside your mind part. That just sounded familiar. I'm not saying that there's I'm not saying there's any corollaries or homages or anything like that. It just sound. I watch a lot of time related stuff or read a lot of time related stuff. Maybe it just sounds vaguely familiar to something. I don't know. A cup of wine manifested into Sep's hand. She took a sip, grimaced, and poured the rest on the ground, where it vanished immediately. And then she tried to conjure another.
So, what'll happen to us outside? You know, in the real world?
We'll die one way or another, and no one will shut up about it. A Barhan witch and a one-eyed horn-eater. No, forbidden lovers die in each other's arms as their plot is revealed. Yes, that sounds great. It's very romantic. They'll write songs about us.
Sep looked up from her fourth attempt at remembering the taste of a cup of wine.
You look awfully somber for someone who is about to spend an eternity with the most beautiful girl on Dakna and have fame to outlive him for years to come. Isn't this like a dream come true for you, Sir Adersund?
How in the hell is this being told to someone else? You know what? Actually, that makes perfect sense if one of the people in the ancestral lineage to Lyn is either Sep or Ader or both. So never mind that question. That makes total sense.
No! And even if it was, it wouldn't be right like this. You're about to die for something you ain't done, and my first reaction was whining because you don't like me instead of trying to do something about it. You sure you want to spend an eternity with a buck like me?
Of course not. All I wanted was to keep you out of my thoughts for the rest of my life. But seeing as how you have made your way into my mind quite literally, I'm afraid I don't have much of a choice. Willful resignation is a skill of its own.
No, ma'am! No one's settling down for Aderson just because they don't think they deserve bitter. There's got to be a way to get out of here and make it out alive. I'll get back to the trial and show them I did what I did because I'm dumb as a bag of rocks and you ain't got nothing to do with it, and...
That's exactly how you would spell that. Yeah.
How stubborn can you get, Ader? Am I not explaining myself properly, or is it that you don't want to understand? I always knew you were a simpleton, but I refuse to believe you're this naive.
You got a point there, or are you just itching to insult me?
Ooh. I feel like most of my commentary has been ooh, ah, oh, or various sound effects. It's just good.
Elbar wouldn't listen to a nobody like you if it cost him his life. The trial was a farce.
A what?
Sep tilted her head away from Ader, fixing her gaze instead on the empty vastness ahead of them. The sand trembled and bubbled up as it began rising and taking the form of a Dizir and a Gel, apparently.
A trial? What do you mean, a trial?
You said it yourself. Peasants are a brainless lot. We both know that you have more than enough reasons to want that dear dead, but the mob... I'm afraid they will need a little convincing on who to root for when his head rolls.
And why should I care about the townsfolk's opinion? My guards have more spears than they have pitchforks.
Just a flick at her wrist.
Do you really want to give them reasons to make a martyr out of a street shrub? You should be basking in the glory of avenging your brother, but instead they're cheering for him. I get the impression no one seems to appreciate your efforts, Sir Askadath.
Ooh, butter him up.
They really don't, do they? After all I do for them, all the times I've tried to make it up to Burbeth for my mistakes.
Precisely. You need to show them your better side, so that Burbeth may wake up and finally realize what kind of man his brother truly is.
Your genius never ceases to amaze me, Jasif. I was too blinded by honor to realize that Burbeth's sympathy for the commoners lights my path to redemption. Yes, we shall hold a trial to show my liege how fair and compassionate I am. Munificent, too! I shall dispense a few coins among the crowd before the trial to remind the citizens of my... Askadath's generosity. Their loyalty shall not waver when it's time to cast the verdict. And then I'll present the body to my brother as a gift. Mwah! Perfect. Just perfect.
Ooh, didn't know about that. Grim didn't even begin to sorry! Grim didn't even begin to describe Ader's expression as the memory dissipated into dust.
I only encouraged your optimism because I found it amusing, Ader. But I'm telling you now, it's hopeless. The balance was tipped from the start.
So what do you want me to do then? Sit on my hands while he sharpens his sword? I won't be happy spending an eternity knowing you're about to get burnt to a crisp for trying to help me.
I wasn't trying to help you, damn it! I knew there was no way you could win. I didn't do this to be charitable. I just wanted to make sure that I could see you face to face one last time and know you mean nothing to me.
Ouch.
You don't owe me anything, Ader. I brought this upon myself.
Sep slumped back into a column that rose to cedar. She looked weary and small, tired from fighting a battle she would never share aloud.
If you don't want me to stand up for you, then at least I'll stand up for myself just this once. This could be the last chance I get to prove I got a head over my shoulders, Sep.
Do you now?
See, you're fine with this because everyone knows you got your head screwed on right. But if I don't speak now, I'm gonna die being Ader the dumbass. My neighbors will say, "Remember Ader?" And they'll go, "Darn right, ain't never seen a bigger dumbass in my life." And it's my fault, right? Because I let him. I thought if I didn't watch my tongue, I'd end up hanging myself with it. But that didn't make me smarter. That just meant everyone could put words in my mouth and make me dumber than I am. Y'all thought Shovel Hands was a soft-spoken boy, but no more. I'm gonna get loud. I'm gonna get louder than ever, so Lord Snotty Snout's gotta listen. Addison, son of God, father ain't never shutting up again, you hear me?
Oh boy. Well, when you feel like you ain't got nothing left to lose, might as well go all out.
You're really setting the bar high, aren't you? I've heard you talk even in dreams. Where else do you plan to... Hold that thought. Could you really be rambling as we speak?
Sep sat back slowly. Something had changed in her eyes.
I know that face. You got a plan, don't you? That's the Sip I know, smart as a whip and only half as mean. What do you need? Just say the word and I'll get right to it, my queen.
Uh-oh.
That's a great start. But you are going to need more than mere compliments if you want to convince Elbar that you deserve a second chance.
I'm getting mixed messages here, ma'am. You think I got a chance or not? Didn't you just say he wasn't going to listen to a word I said?
And he won't. You could warn him that his head were on fire, and he would refuse to listen to you on the basis of not liking the way you speak. He's more concerned with the envelope than the letter.
Oh, presentation, yeah.
If you manage to get past Elbar's brashness and appeal to his sensibilities, you'll find that he's hiding a heart under his delicate ego. The magnitude of his emotions is his biggest weakness, and I, of course, happen to know how to stir them better than anyone else.
Whoa there! Don't go getting ahead of yourself now. I don't want you magicking up nobody else's memory again.
As if I had to. There's nothing Elbar loves more in the world than a good tragedy, and you are nothing short of miserable. I'm sure that if you could stroke his ego a little and spin some sad tale, he would call off the trial and pardon you immediately.
Really? Okay.
Sob story's all you need? Call me Weeper Wailer Ader then. I've done far worse than cry a little, save my butt. I ain't even gonna break a sweat. But that still begs the question, ma'am. Where'd that leave you if it works?
Sep blinked, clearly taken aback by the sincerity of the question. Ader would have sworn that he spied the faintest blush forming over her cheeks if he hadn't known her better.
As I said, you don't need to worry about me. Elbar will call off the trial before he lets anyone soil my name, or his by association.
I'm clicking.
Is that right?
Okay.
He sure looks the type who don't need help soiling his anything.
Yeah. Okay, I'm getting a little, okay. Clicking was not doing anything, for a bit, so I'm gonna save. Whoa. Might be my mouse, might not be, I don't know, but I'm gonna save just in case. I've been streaming for almost 3 hours, so just in case. I don't like rebuilding save files, so.
Takes one to know one, I suppose.
Oh, shit. Both the gazelle and the deer shared a mean, knowing grin.
What do you say we call this even for now? Truce?
Truce. Only until I can get you out of my mind, of course.
Would you kindly show me the way out then?
Could I even? I have an idea of how to get you out of here, but it's kind of a drag, and it's going to take us both quite a lot of mental preparation. I'm getting exhausted just from thinking about it.
Good points from the dev. Also events with space. Showing my unwisedness. I don't know what IIRC means. I'm sorry. Just a test. But Renpy and OBS don't get along that well sometimes. Boop. Some crossed their legs in a very calculated fashion. Added couldn't do maths, however.
What are you willing to do in exchange for my help?
Oh me, oh my.
Oh, darn it. You got me right where you wanna, don't you? I've been playing hard to get, but I'm afraid a buck can only fight back for so long.
Oh my. This ain't gonna go where I think it is. I don't think this is gonna go where they're playing at.
Oh, what the hey? Come on up, you goof off. I'll carry you there.
The indignancy. Seth headed off in a seemingly random direction, not bothering to look at him twice.
Hey, Sep, I'm not that dumb. I was just messing with you. We could still...
Yeah, no.
Sep, wait up! Don't give me the cold shoulder now! I've missed you too! Sep!
Nah, you done fucked up now.
My plan to get you out of here involves a bit of an abstract petition. I need you to follow the trail left by a particularly disruptive feeling. One that has been keeping me up every night since you ran away.
Oh. Ader almost opened his mouth to intervene with his version of the story, but he managed to remind himself he wasn't standing on solid enough grounds to argue.
At first, I thought it was fear. I was afraid that you would summon the guards and tell everyone what happened. I was convinced that my time had come, and I prepared myself to embrace death. But days passed, and no one came knocking on my door.
You really thought I was planning to tell on you like that? I am scared as all get out. A prairie buck could deal with this gal being a mind-reading horn hottie. Not a gosh darn friggin' fireball! But that don't mean you stop being you. I'll never let nothing happen to you.
Aw, so sweet.
So I saw, now and then. And once my fear vanished, I decided to stop worrying about you and return to normality. I managed somehow. Everything was going better than ever for me, and yet the restlessness just kept growing.
Ooh, bread bowl full of stew sounds real good right now. Sorry that you couldn't finish it.
Ever since that night, I keep recalling parts of my life that I thought long forgotten. I can't take a single step without second-guessing myself. I fear I'm turning soft, weak. I don't know.
After what felt like hours walking, the journey came to an apparent end. A pristine marble wall blocked any further advance. It stood tall and proud, looking far more impregnable and solid from afar than any wall Ader had seen in the real world. It seemed endless and eternal. Upon closer examination, however, the glamour built from lies and self-importance disappeared. This imposing defense was actually full of breaches and crumbling apart.
I lack the words to describe the change you've stirred within me, Ader, but that hardly matters anymore. All I know is that you have managed to slip past my defenses, and that means it's only a matter of time until someone does it on purpose.
Ooh. That is really getting into the mind of someone who has their guard up a lot.
I need you to take advantage of my vulnerabilities to find the way back out, and then lead me to it, so I can close it. No one shall get so close to my heart again.
Wow. That That is a trauma response. Wow. That hurts to hear. 'Cause that's something that you do in a response to something, you know?
Let me get this straight. The only way out of your mind is making you a worse person, somehow?
I suppose that is one way to put it, yes. Good people don't exactly thrive in the upper crust. That's why I'm closer than ever to power. And you, well, the news suits you just fine.
Fuck.
I don't know, Your Majesty. I get the feeling you're being just the usual amount of ugly to this buck. You sure anything's changed at all?
Don't mistake cooperation for forgiveness, Ader. You deserve my help, not my kindness. I am still terribly mad at you.
Jeez. Was it even blatantly said that he did it on purpose? It might have been, and I just missed it, but I don't know.
Look, I know I messed up, and I messed up a bunch, but you ain't the only one with reasons to be angry. You ain't got a clue what it's like to hide a charred chest and a secret like that from all your friends for a moon. I'm just saying, ma'am, if you think you get to be madder than Ader, you're...
Ooh. Time decelerated to a near halt as the accidental pun left Ader's mind, escaped his mouth, and reached Sep's ears. Her lips began trembling, followed by her cheeks. A flush of red covered her nose, and for a second, it looked like she would lose their impromptu challenge.
As I was saying, your intrusion may yet prove to be a net positive on my life. Show me how to steal my heart, and I will gladly return the favor once we go back to the real world.
But why would you go and leave something so important in these shovel hands? You sure you want me seeing all those memories? I mean, you know yourself really well, right? Can't you just go in there and use them inspection powers to point me to the exit?
Introspection, Ader. And no, self-deception is much stronger than self-help. I'm self-aware enough to know that any attempt at self-analysis would only leave me crawling back into a cycle of self-loathing and make me lose control of both this place and myself.
Ooh. I guess when you're dealing with this amount of trauma and you don't have any way to deal with it, that would be the way you would look at it. Fuck. Whew. Again, it hurts to hear them talk like this, but we've got a brief picture of what they've been through. Not as much as I imagine we're about to hear if we're really about to go through all their memories. But for someone to have a perspective like this, I imagine they've been through enough to convince him of that. To run away from your life while living it, as I've experienced, and I've seen others experience, it can't have been one to make you believe that living it was something you'd want to revisit, because revisiting is something that makes you relive it involuntarily. And it's not pleasant to do so. Anyway, we continue.
You forgot any self in there?
Sep's glare made it quite obvious that this was not the time for quips.
I can surmise where my issues lay and point you in their direction once you know what you're looking for, Ader. That's the extent of what I can do without the guidance of another gaze reader, and you're the closest I've seen to one in a decade. Besides, I firmly believe that in the time we've spent together, you have grown to understand me better than anyone else. Not that there was much in the way of competition to begin with.
That's what happens when your self-defense mechanism is walls, and that's it. Just walls, man. Ader was, despite all evidence pointing to the contrary, a rather simple boy with simple tastes and simple goals. Psychological journeys to the center of the mind were not exactly his field of expertise.
So I just gotta take a walk in the slums of your thoughts to find a hole in a wall I can fit through, and then we'll go cry together in front of Elbar so you can get back to your life and I can get back to mine, and we can stay out of each other's hair forever like you wanted.
Woof.
That it?
His face.
Yes, but it won't be nearly as simple as you're making it sound. Defenses come in layers, each stronger than the last. I don't remember all the feelings I have locked away behind them, but you will. You will walk away carrying my pain with you.
Oofta.
You need to start treating your powers with the deference they deserve, Ader. A gaze reader can become an impotent witness to a person's worst nightmare, or worse yet, a participant in their darkest hour.
Very strong stuff. Also, I've never heard that word. I've heard impotent, not impotent. Different pronunciations again. Interesting to hear. I like hearing how things are said in different ways.
That's a mighty fine reason to be careful, no doubt. But it don't sound all that convincing when you tried to mess with my head the minute you saw me walking down the street.
That's also a good point.
This and that are two completely different things. I needed to see if you were the deer who helped me. It was important.
Yeah.
So abusing my powers all fine and good long as I can make up a convincing excuse. Gotcha, Teach.
Oh, fuck, that's funny.
That's not... Ugh, you can't truly be this obtuse.
Nah, he's a cute.
You're just saying words I can't understand, because you know I'm right.
Stop being a pest and make yourself useful for once, will you? Search around and see what you can find. I have other matters to attend to.
Let's see. Impotent is more used in the content of ED, but in Spanish it's commonly used as helpless. It is more used in the content of ED. In the content of ED. I'm not sure what in the content of ED means. I'm sorry, I'm a bit thick in the brain and in the thighs, but that is not important to this discussion. In the context. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Impotent in the context of erectile dysfunction. Yes, that is also... That is also a way to use that word. Just jump into the keyboard and the TV to watch. I'm sorry. I appreciate you being here for so long. This has been going for 3 fucking hours. I really truly appreciate the fact that you're watching this. I'm not taking it to as, you know, I just appreciate it. But
inside your own head?
Inside your own head, yeah.
No, inside yours, duh. Be gone already.
Oh, so just push you away.
All right, I'm going.
That's the way we came from. We came from that direction.
Hold up. Where am I supposed to go exactly? I can't just walk up to a guard and say, "Good evening, sir. Would you kindly point me to the nearest
That's... It's lovely to see... It's lovely seeing your game, for God's sake. This game is so lovingly crafted with the writing and the art and the voices and the programming and the animations, and it's just so thoughtfully and wonderfully put together. I so thoroughly enjoy every aspect of it, and it's been a pleasure seeing the evolution of it, and I consider it a privilege being able to play it and enjoy it, and it is a genuine compliment in many ways that you all care about how I would react or think about anything that is happening here, because I'm not adding anything to this. I'm just another person that has played it as many others have. Anyway, nearest mem. A guard manifested out of the sand, fully dressed and looking even meaner than the real ones.
Good evening, sir.
Ader didn't even get to formulate his question. A low rumble preceded an earthquake, turning the sands below his feet into a bubbling mass. Ader ran and jumped from roof to roof as a whole district began growing under his feet, a familiar one at that. Oh hey, we know this one. The dust finally settled, revealing a detailed recreation of Heartache District, or at the very least the part that Ader knew best, which could only mean one thing. Ooh, ooh. Our amateur mind traveler turned around, finding an otherworldly red mansion standing proudly against all the comparatively discreet houses around it. Ader found his way back to the Desert Rose, as usual. Contrary to what the uninitiated in Heirloom's culture may think, the Desert Rose was most certainly not a house of ill repute. Quite the opposite. It was the jewel of the crown of Heartache District. Maybe of the whole city. One could never be ashamed of being caught stepping in, for that would mean that they had the kind of resources to behold the multifarious dances, magic displays, and general extravagance their usual patrons partook in. Few yet would even dream of ever carrying enough coin in their pockets to afford a sojourn in this multifaceted cultural center. Needless to say, it was not the kind of place someone like Ader would ever be allowed to frequent, and by frequent, I mean look at it from any distance shorter than 60 steps. He wasn't even allowed to breathe in its proximities, lest he contaminated its air of nobility. Despite the strict anti-Ader policy, however, the guards that usually stood by the main gate, didn't seem to mind his presence at all. He looked rather complacent and not at all stabby.
Right. Of course. This is just one of Sep's memories. None of this is real. You ain't here at all. Well, I mean, I guess you're here. You're just not here. So, look, y'all mind if I come in through the front door just this once?
Oh boy. We're gonna find out if is he here or is he physically himself, but they see him as Sep. What are the rules? The guards remained impassive. After much deliberation, Ader finally mustered the courage to walk in, so I guess they just don't see him. Whoa, we will find out. The Desert Rose was a marvel from foundations to ceiling, but its main hall was particularly impressive. Tapestries on every column displayed dance steps, while elaborate mosaics drew the palace's namesake flower over and over in every wall. Men were playing ouds and flutes in the background. Sorry, making music that didn't make any sound. Fountains of wine, hookah pipes, and beautiful does filled the room, assuaging all the rich deer and heirloom into spreading enough money to fund a small nation, and who knows how much money they were making beyond the common room. The Desert Rose should have been a marvel to behold in every sense, and yet, despite all the bustle, the only home Sep had ever known seemed rather dull and lifeless.
You don't care a whole lot for this place, do you?
No answer. The cavernous silence filling the crowded room sent shivers down Ader's spine. He quickly decided to stop loitering around and head to the first floor instead. The familiarity and sobriety of the bedroom area was rather reassuring in comparison. It would have been positively awful to snoop around in such a place, so Ader carefully counted room after room until he was sure he'd found his destination. The heavy door opened to reveal a chamber far more impressive than any other alcove Ader's imagination could have conjured. A brief glance was enough to show that it was bigger than Gyoff's home, and times infinite more exquisite. Delicate carpets made up of intricate patterns covered the totality of the room ground. Of the ground, sorry. I went straight down for some reason. Of the ground. from the entrance to the luxurious bed in the center of the room, stopping only before the enclosed balcony. Dozens of cushions lay haphazardly against each other, displaying some sort of mating dance. They huddled in the middle of the chamber, on the corners against the wall, on the bed as well. So many cushions that I lacked fingers to count all of them. This was, in other words, Sep's room.
Alrighty then, what do you got in store for me? I hope you ain't forgotten we're still in public. Not that I think you're thinking about that, just throwing that out there.
Ooh, once more, no reply. The only sound other than Ader's voice was the one produced by the ghostly projection of Sep using an inked pine needle to fill the pages of a worn-out book. Ader took a few steps around this image of Sep, enjoying his newfound mobility as he studied her fractions. She was doing her math homework. Studied her factions. Now excited may be a bit too much to describe her, and impatient would be too harsh. She looked... Ooh, the music looks really quiet. Has the audio been good, or well balanced? Looks like the music is at best hitting 40, like negative 40. Ugh. Music hasn't really been audible. Ah, shit. That's gonna suck because I can't really futz with it too much in post. How's it now? Of course, now the music is one instrument. Can hear it a bit. Alright, let's go up a little more. Let's make it about 50-50. Well, that's a little more than 50-50, but let's go 50-50. Subtle enough. All right, I appreciate that. Sorry about that. I'm gonna try my best to equalize it in the edit, but I'm not. You know from experience how I have been at sound editing in the past. I have learned a thing or two in the past 2-3 years since we worked together on my second ever voice demo, but hopefully enough to well, I still get way too close to the fucking microphone. Let's back up a little bit. Now, excited may be a bit too much to describe her, and impatient would be too harsh. She looked extremely disappointed.
Oh, what's that silly little frown for, dear? Were you expecting the dessert cart instead?
No, our servants have the decency to knock before they come in.
Oh, she's so upset. Also, is she wearing pants? No, it's just a very short skirt. Okay, that's fine. I'm so on guard while playing visual novels. I'm like, this... There hasn't been any issues with... This is the reason why I feel safe playing this game on stream, is there haven't been any issues of stray nudity just popping up out of nowhere. So I don't feel like I have to be worried here. But I got a little concerned when I saw a little bit of fluff. The room became a blur for a brief moment as the door opened to reveal the silhouette of a doe. The jewelry she wore manifested itself sooner than her face. Wow! Miss Rochelle's entry unlocked. Ader jumped back behind the bed instinctively as he saw the older woman walking in. It only crossed words with her twice in his life. meant that had been enough to engrave Miss Rochelle's name in his memory. Fruit bats are on vacation. Lettuce. We're thinking about salads now. Hey! I imagine once we get to know Miss Rochelle more and more expressions may be added, but still, very nice with the paper. Let's look here. Age, 22, honey, just like the last 20 times. Very nice. Swamp deer. Birthplace, who the fuck knows? What could I say about Rochelle? Or rather, what could I say about the owner of the Desert Rose that wouldn't have me writing all day, trying to make sense of this woman? Ral is, overall, a very pleasant doe to talk to. If you haven't done anything to get on a bad side in the last 10 days, it's easy to tell she comes from greener pastures, one where what has to be done, when it has to be done, not a minute earlier. Where one does what has to be done when it has to be done and not a minute earlier. And it's not laziness, no. She's just waiting for the perfect moment to smile and come in and do a thing and be gone. And you won't be able to argue. For your sake, you'd better not even try, because you just won't win against her. Whoever Rochelle was becoming Rochelle is a mystery, and whoever she was before becoming Miss Rochelle is long gone. Interesting. A woman with a face that seems to be perpetually locked in a smile. But it wasn't just a shallow smile, no. Her heart remained still like a glass of water. Set turned her face back to the mirror, watching the scene, determined to look completely unfazed as she discreetly switched the book for a comb. Okay.
Is it too much to ask for a little privacy in my room at least?
Ooh.
Privacy? Oh, Deceive. Everything that happens within these walls is private. Privacy is my business, after all. But it's especially my business when the only barhan dancer in this house decides to disappear right before her first show of the day.
Uh-oh.
I'm more than made up for it doing that stupid fortune teller sideshow you prepared for me. What else do you want?
What was it indeed? Let's see. Privacy, business, first showing in the morning.
The mouth is so funny.
Oh, there you go. That's what I wanted to tell you. You missed your new introduction.
Uh-oh.
A fiery princess born among dunes and ruins. The very last descendant of a long and mighty dynasty. Legends say that she was sired by the sun itself under the guise of a gazelle. Daka, 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 here come the drums, building up the reveal.
I don't want to interrupt, but the music is definitely way too loud now. Damn it. Some songs are just louder than others. God damn it.
We know not her true name, only her legacy. And so we call her by the name she would have been given in times of yore. Everything goes quiet. You step into the flames, and I shout, Jasif, Princess of Fire and Sand! Woo! Ovation! Everybody loves you.
No. Oh no. You didn't just say princess.
I did just say princess. Oh no.
Me knowing how to master. I'm no better, man. But oh hey, Ooga Beluga, patron extraordinaire.
What? How? No, I can't be a princess. Really? Why don't you go ahead and tell them to call me Sep while you're at it?
Dear, I would never. I know how important your stage name is to you, and you know I adore your taste. Jasif is such a great little nickname. So mysterious and exotic and...
Miss Rochelle's got great facial expressions, my god.
Profitable.
Powerful. Too much, perhaps. I'm afraid the title of Queen sounded a bit too inaccessible. Men don't like having their power contested, dear. It's bad for business.
Fuck.
Ah, yes. The ever-thriving business of horn eating.
Well, someone's feeling sarcastic tonight. Are you really sure you're not expecting anyone else, dear? You radiate an aura of longing and solitude and...
That wench told you, didn't she?
I was going to say that you keep your eyes on the window like a grieving widow, but I appreciate your theory too. Care to elaborate on which wench should tell me what?
Why? What would keep me from lying to you if I did? You should go and ask that herd of snitches instead. Someone's bound to tell on me.
I agree with you, Awooga Beluga. Great voice acting indeed.
Oh, I would, believe me. But your sisters are all very busy at the moment. I know this may come as a surprise to you, but some of us have to do something called work.
Not again, please.
You know when the other girls put on their fancy clothes and go spend some private time with all the well-off deer that come home? That's called working, dear. They get paid for that.
Amazing.
I know! And to think you do the same for free.
The dictionary lacked words to describe the color Sep's face turned.
So what are you going to do if I bring someone over again? Ground me?
Ground me, she says. Ah, deceive. I do miss the times when I could scare you with that, but you're not a little girl anymore, are you? Look at you. You've grown so fast. And so much more than Thor and I could have expected. No wonder you have the whole city on your tail.
Sep instinctively hid her derriere behind her hands, embarrassed. Ader did his best not to follow the motion.
Don't think I don't understand where you're coming from, dear. You're young, you're wild. And I'm not saying that you can't have a little fun, but this is the Desert Rose, not just Seif's charity for handsome, needy souls. I need some profit to keep this whole place running, but you seem determined to remain a living net loss. You know I have my hands tied, don't you? Your mother would curse me from beyond if I let you work here. Not to mention what your brothers would do.
I'm sorry. Do I have more than one brother now?
Well, don't forget that your one and only brother has ears everywhere. If he hears that someone dared put a finger on you, the guards will find a streak of bodies hanged by the hooves in the sewers. And I will be right there to say, I told you.
Ader gulped as he imagined the scene. He had met overprotective fathers and brothers in his many failed attempts at courting those in his town, but most of the time they just laughed at his horn size and let him be.
Well, it's about time I prepare the next show. Do what you want with your life, but don't forget that you need to start pulling your own weight. If you still can.
Oof. Miss Rochelle finished her cheeky remark with a slap to Sep's cheek. No, not the face one. The one that would have the one that would have the least well, fuck. The one that would have at least left her with some righteous fury and a semblance of dignity. Thus the bass drum noise. The door closed behind Miss Rochelle, but her presence remained long after she left. How long exactly was the amount of time it took Sep to stick her tongue out at the door?
Yeah, that'll show her.
Sep picked up a book once more as she made her way to the bed, unknowingly accompanied by Ader's restless thoughts.
Good thing you're late.
Ader started, thinking she was talking directly to him again. The initial scare passed when he realized that it had been nothing but a stray thought, and so he decided to investigate the source of her woes. A deep dark blue hue covered what little sky could be seen beyond the lattice covering the balcony, and was only getting more and more intense as the lamp tender snuffed out the furrows one by one.
Oh! I get it. So this is what you wanted to show me, huh? Oh, Sep, I never would have taken you for the sign type.
What? Ader took a seat by her side, watching her reaction change eagerly as a pebble flew right into the window. Now, distraught may be a bit too much to describe her, and apprehensive would be too harsh. She was just being silly. Seth put the book down once more, straightening her silk robe as she walked nonchalantly toward the window. Pebbles kept flying into the balcony and walls. She was far more interested in messing with her clothes. Her visitor's insistence amused her ever so slightly. She wouldn't usually let that show.
Oh, come on, Sip. Don't keep a buck waiting while you're here contemplating.
Oh, Ader. Ader, you fool! Her nightcloth was a bit too tidy for her taste. Perhaps if the collar hung looser.
You look darn perfect as always, ma'am. Open the...
Oh, boy.
Open the godforsaken window this instant!
Ah, jeez.
Say what?
Ader's neck twirled over itself with the ugliest crack as his attention switched from Sep to the window. What does that command do? I'm uptime? I'm sorry, I am a Twitch novice when it comes to commands. What was that intended? What was that intended to do? And I will try to answer the question or the... No Nightbot. I'm sorry. I don't know. What was it supposed to do? I'm sorry.
I know you're in there, damn it! Why are you keeping me waiting?
You're the one who's late, you imbecile. I should just let you scream down there until the guards come looking for you.
Heh. Sep looked up, seemingly exchanging glances with Ader for a moment.
But I'm feeling pretty generous tonight.
Says how long someone's been streaming. I have been streaming for 3 hours, 18 minutes, and 20 seconds. Ooh, wow. We're up on the balcony now. And, well, we don't usually get to see the full sprites. I have to deal with full sprites when it comes to the, like, the thumbnails. And, like, back in the day, the sprites were a lot smaller, so they were a lot easier to deal with. But now the sprites are a lot bigger, which is good because that means they're higher quality. Not specifically just this game. I'm talking, like, all games, all visual novels. So I have to, like, shrink them down and, like, nest them all into one thing because all the the sprites are, like, a bunch of different, pieces I have to, like, glue all together in Premiere. And it's been interesting on that technical aspect to see the evolution of the medium, because they always just be flat pictures, all small, or just the exact aspect ratio of the game. Now they're big and multi-portioned different things, and it's been really cool to see the evolution from that specific aspect of the sprite work. Sep unlocked the window with a knowing smile and the confidence of a dancer that has played this song successfully 1,000 times. Ader followed, aghast. The silhouette manifested against the lattice, commanding an absolute silence in the street below. Not even the burly fallow deer expecting her by the pergola could escape the overwhelming pressure of her apparition. This quietude wasn't meant to last, however.
What a strange vision. I see a sun in the night. No. Foolish me. It must be the one they call Jasif, blessing me with her light.
Is he wearing a mask in a very foolish attempt to pretend that it's not him? I mean, Clark Kent got away with glasses. Oh, man. Sep barely managed to keep herself from smirking at the sight of the ridiculous mask sitting on top of her nightly visitor's enormous snout. In his mind, this was surely the first time this conversation had taken place, but Sep had memorized all the steps at this point. She had rehearsed her show, sold the tickets, and won the crowd a dozen times over.
I am the one they call Joseph indeed. And you? What words should I use for a masked madman screaming in the middle of the night?
Madman will suffice, for I have indeed lost my wits and my mind. I saw you dancing among flames today, and with every move I felt a forbidden passion, setting my heart ablaze. I fear your lovely image has seared into my eyes for all eternity. I have therefore come to announce myself as your most fervent servant and admirer. My sword shall greet the throat of any man that attempts to claim your affections for himself. Princess Joseph.
Oh boy. Elbar's new fit of courtly poetry became a distant echo as Sep took both her hands to her face.
I'm going to choke that woman in her sleep.
He got downgraded to princess. The thought disappeared as soon as it arrived, unheard by anyone except Ader, who mentally patted Sep's shoulder.
So may I have a lock of red hair to remember our affair.
You're slipping into verse, Elbar. Keep it simple.
You can have my whole tail if it'll make you shut up.
Oh shit. I mean, he's after some tail, but I don't think he meant that literally. Oh! Oh, this is why it's a core memory. Sep's words slipped from her mouth before she could catch them. The world froze for a moment as her suitor stood agape. With a single misstep, she found herself nearly falling to the ground and alone in uncharted territory. The music went on, even though she had lost her tempo.
But babe, I wrote this myself! I even had one of my guards follow you to find out which balcony led to your room. Also, my words could reach you. I wanted to pay you a nightly visit. Isn't that romantic?
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Dozens of disembodied paragraphs scuttled through Ader's skull, unstopped by Sep as Sep mentally went over all the nightly romance books in her library in a panic, desperately hoping to find the right cue to jump back into their little dance. We have hydration cue in the chat from Despa. Everyone take a drink of water, goddammit! Take a drink of water! Thank you for the reminder. Good water. And we're about a minute, as you can see from the timer up in the corner, we're about a minute and a half away from dipping below 4 hours. If you want to extend the timer at all, there's only 5 minutes, $5 or more. 5 minutes increments will get $5 increments. Fuck, I am not a natural salesperson. I don't like doing it. For every $5, you'll add 15 minutes to the chat. Forgot the boombox playing ABBA. For every $5 donated, it'll add 15 minutes to the stream. That $5 can be in the form of a Twitch sub, or bits, or super chat in the YouTube chat, or PayPal, or Cash App. Those means are in the description, or Ko-fi. That's another option. Whatever way you wish to donate, all those ways are equal in my eye. And I'm doing this because we're moving back to Kansas in the coming, dramatic music cutting away when I said Kansas. I don't blame you. As a trans person, moving from Illinois to Kansas is a bit like trading a cruise for a bed in a cancer ward, but that's where not all the people I love and care for live, but a lot of the people I love and care for are. and it's vastly cheaper to live there. And so for that and more reasons, we are moving back there, and that is going to be happening later this year. We're already in the second half of the year, so it's in the coming months. That is where we're going. So we need to save up money for that move. Also, we have like boxes on my throne wish list. So if you want to just buy boxes for us, we're gonna need those. So all of that is on there, if you so wish. And enough of that. If he's going for romance, do it right. You know, boombox sold over. Yeah. We shall continue now. Also accepts carrier pigeons with $20. If they make it, absolutely. Leave a note so I know who did it. Because that would be cool. And also a little creepy because then you'd have to know my address and have trained a carrier pigeon to get here. So that'd be a little disconcerting. But I'd admire the creativity. Moving on!
Ha! You dare speak of romance after exposing your intention to trespass? Sneaking under my window only to make your way into my bed is awfully inapt of one that claims to serve me. You may as well just be a common thief.
I don't know if he's gonna go for that. Let's see.
But how can I be a thief when you have stolen my heart? Do not doubt my word, Jasif. I am no lowly horn-eater. My desires are lacking in lust. It is love I have come to give you.
Okay. They are definitely off a beat here, but they're trying.
Is that so? Then leave. Leave at once, and do not come back until you bring proof that you do not wish to steal my affection.
A quest? For your favor! Yes, I shall go and prove my...
Yeah, good night.
The masked deer smirked as he held onto his sword, running off to conquer hearts, or whatever it is the captain of the guard does in his spare time. Sepp couldn't have cared any less if he had tried at that precise moment.
Well, butter my backside and call me a biscuit, Sepp. You weren't kidding when you said you got him wrapped around your little finger. I'm almost glad to see I wasn't the only one you played with tales of knights and princesses.
That laugh lasted a little. You got uncomfortable at the end. You're like, oh, poor guy.
Almost.
Yep, see, there it is. Oh, poor man. Seb was about to lock the window when her eyes caught a glimpse of what looked like a pile of hay attempting to walk away.
That's what I get for talking.
Yeah, boy.
First you eavesdrop on my past, and now you spy on my present. Why, Ader, perhaps you should be the one reading my fortune.
What? What?
Hey now! That's a load of radish stew. I wasn't listening in. No, ma'am. My pa taught me better than that. I was just taking a stroll around the district and,
No.
Looking for a place to spend your rivets? And here I thought you were the type to take matters into his own hands.
Oh shit! Ader's in the back looking like he's ready to square up. Sepp's words took a moment to sink in. Past Ader pointed at the gazelle and puffed his cheeks up, failing to grasp the proper use of language to reply to her accusation.
Better stop that if you don't want me to show you what I can do with these hands.
Wait,
hold up. Not like that. I mean it in the bad way. Like I'm gonna whoop your ass if you don't.
Oh boy.
Can I get a moment to think this through?
Ader would remember the sheer third-person pain of this out-of-body experience and replay it in his nightmares for the rest of his lifetime and part of the next. Sepp was rather gracious about it in retrospective.
I get the distant feeling you are mad at me.
Mad? I ain't mad. I'm hungry and bruised and dizzy and my head hurts and I got lost a couple of times and I'm starving, but I ain't mad, all right? So listen up and listen well, because I got something to tell you.
I'm listening. Sheesh.
You got me pegged all wrong, you hear?
Oh my.
I ain't in the business of eating horns. Never been and never will be. And I don't care how pretty you think you are. Even if I liked you, you can't just go around stealing kisses like it was no big deal. That ain't right, ma'am.
Oh, but I haven't stolen anything. I fully intend to pay for that kiss, handsome.
Oh boy.
What the hell's that supposed to mean? You seen a price tag on my face? Buy 2 kisses to get Ader's interest-free installment plan?
That huh. That doesn't sound like an Ader joke.
Now you're just being melodramatic.
I don't know what that word means. I don't even know why I'm telling you any of this. I just wanted to prove to myself I was smart enough to stay put all night without thinking of calling you once. But then I heard that dumbass hollering down your window, and I got so worried that...
So worried that you hid behind a corner and waited until he left? That's helpful.
Darn right I hid! You see the size of that sword on his belt? You look just fine up there, but I would have lost my neck if I butted in.
Sep's eyebrows rose slowly as she let her head fall on her hand.
Did you break your backbone when you fell from the bridge?
Excuse you, ma'am. I'm double backbone, triple backboned even. But I'm telling you, I could have died for nothing, and you don't even flinch. You really just don't...
Triple backbone. Pretty sure that would lead to some pretty severe spinal problems.
You know what? This ain't worth it. I'm going home.
But wait! You can't just leave like that. I still have to pay you back.
Ader halted mid-step. He threw his shoulders back and forth as the silence grew thicker in the street.
I may not be all that smart, ma'am, but I've learned. Oh, I'd say I've learned a lesson or two on how to keep my head on my shoulders since I came to this city. And I can tell right away, you ain't the type to return favors.
Ooh.
I don't know what you see for a Sep or plain old Zelda ever want from me, but you're gonna have to find yourself another buck to laugh at tonight.
Damn.
Is that so? Fine then. If you see the one-eyed chub I was waiting for on the way back home, wish him luck figuring out how to read gazes all on his own.
Kinda got you there.
You ain't got nothing to worry about, ma'am. He'll just have to do without magic as usual.
I hope he can do without food, too, because I'm going to throw away the desserts I ordered for him.
Ooh, that's a low blow.
That's a... No. Yeah? For real? No, it's a bluff. You're bluffing.
You're bluffing.
Am I?
Both Aders watched intently as Sep unlocked the window and extended an arm slowly through it. She opened her whole hand to save for 2 fingers, letting a tiny square pastry dangle outside the... Oh boy. Hey, Josiah Spies. Hey, we got some reactions, hearts, and stuff. I guess that's the latest import from TikTok? Well, thank you. I was wondering what the hell that heart was doing in the corner there of the chat. Well, thank you. Let's sound this out here. Mashrabia. Sorry if I got that wrong. No, it isn't. You just really love your videos. Aw, thank you. It's very kind of you to say. But it was not any pastry. Oh no. Ader nearly drowned his saliva as he stared at the beautiful puff pastry, filled with fig marmalade, covered with a generous layer of nuts, slathered in honey, and topped with a beautiful plump date cut to resemble a flower, with an almond in the center. Well, holy hell! That's probably worth more than Ader's total lifelong earnings. With the kind of pastry kingdoms fell and were built for. It was a honey dental cavity waiting to happen.
Catch.
Well, you got him pegged, so catch is appropriate. The pastry seemed to float briefly in the air as Sepp let go of it. Ader hurled himself toward the divine gift that was being offered to him and cushioned its fall, thanking the gods for his colossal pastry-catching hands. He didn't so much eat his bribe as inhale it, believing himself unworthy of presenting such a treat upon his taste buds. The discovery of this new order in the scale of flavor could have been classified as a religious experience for a boy that had been feeding exclusively on tiny stale potatoes for a year, and mostly oats before that.
I think I'm falling in love, man.
Oh. You poor fuck!
Just don't fall on your face again on the way up.
There was surely more banter to be appreciated as the newly bought buck dashed almost vertically up a column. It was, after all, the beginning of a relationship based upon pastries, quick wits, and uninhibiting wine. But Ader couldn't hear a word through his wailing.
Sepp, can you hear me? Oh, please, Sepp, just one. Just let me eat one of those, I beg you. What kind of messed up torture is this?
That's fucking funny. You poor bastard.
What in the name of the Hadza are you doing?
Oh, reality check. Reality, quote-unquote, check? The smugly complacent image of past Sepp had been replaced by a smugly annoyed present Sepp.
Feeling sorry for myself? I thought it's what you were trying to...
For the last time, I wasn't trying anything. I already told you what to do. You just need to use your powers to sort through my emotions and find the relevant memories. Did you intend to sit here and watch the whole season go by until you stumbled upon something important?
What? No, not at all. Come on, Sepp. I ain't that dumb. That's just what it looks like from the outside. Yep. But, I'm open to ideas if you got them.
Yeah. A volcano about to erupt would have looked far more benevolent than Sepp at the moment.
Please tell me what to do, ma'am. This is too weird for me.
I'd say I can't believe this, but then again, it's my fault for putting so much trust in a poor excuse for an apprentice such as yourself.
That's nice. Very nice.
Say what? Think you got that backwards, Missy? You were a poor excuse for a teacher. Every time I asked you to let me read you, you just looked away, said some weird riddle, and told me to think about it later when we were done with...
Oh boy.
Everything else.
Ooh, he blushing. He blushing now.
A good teacher makes sure to only share as much information as their student can handle, and a good student is supposed to strive to learn more than they're taught. You should have done your homework and practiced on other people.
And how was I supposed to do that? I spent moons trying to read my friends' gazes, but it was like I was all out of fire, you know? It was darker than before when I tried to look inside them. I couldn't see nothing at all. Even my boss looked colder than ever. But after you showed up, I stopped feeling like that. When I felt your warmth and I saw you smiling and talking to me, I don't know, something changed inside me. I felt like you'd lit my oil lamp again.
Don't think I didn't notice.
Oh boy.
All right, that's it. If you're gonna be a smartass and twist on my words to make me sound like I'm Randy as a trout, you can go find the way out of your head all on your own.
Oh, of course. It's me misunderstanding you.
Hey, keep that sarcasm where I can see it.
And where would that be?
Don't make me turn this brain around. Ader opened and closed his mouth wordlessly a few times before turning around and marching away from the desert rose. Wandering aimlessly around the desert in an angry haste seemed like a good idea until it was obvious it was not. quick glance back revealed a rather amused Sepp waiting expectantly for Ader's unavoidable concession.
So where were we before you did the thing where you try to embarrass me so I'll stop talking about a thing you don't want to talk about? Something, we're gonna wind up dead if you don't teach me right?
Fine, I'll be lenient and take my share of the blame. I tried to teach you to read gazes in the same way Mom taught me how to do so when I was a fawn. But it's evident that I was already leagues ahead of you back then.
Yeah, I'm a dumbass and a thick skull and I'm lanky and this is the closest my family's ever gotten to reading. See, I ain't arguing or anything. Can we move on with the lesson now?
Jeez. Sepp stopped walking for all reply. What? Ader mimicked her, secretly congratulating himself for winning the argument somehow. Ignoring her traveling companion's silent rejoicing, Sepp stared at the ground until a cushion sprouted from it, fully formed and fluffy. Ader awaited his turn eagerly, but she didn't extend the favor to him, lest resting his butt on anything other than sand would weaken his resolve.
Tell me, Ader, do you know why us gaze readers have survived so long? Why no one knows our names when our power is so unbelievably useful?
No, man, more riddles? I don't know, man. I figure either you're good at keeping secrets or you end up getting torched every other week like the merchant.
Close, but not quite. You are correct in one assumption, however. If a Barhun fortune teller was to say exactly what they heard inside someone else's mind, they'd be thrown into the pyre without any further questions. It's nothing quite as simple as that, no. There's a bigger reason why we, of all Sephi, have escaped pursuit. Even with our powers being so versatile and obvious, we are not infallible, nor irreplaceable. We weren't born to announce great prophecies or change fates.
There was a brief pause. The gazelle harumphed solemnly, trying to signal that silence was out of the question.
All right, Teach. What do we do with the stuff we find out if we can't say it, or change it, or do nothing about it?
Sounding a little Doctor Who-ish.
Our job consists of weaving histories, Ader. We take the broken bits and pieces that make up a past and tie them together to form a present. We learn and advise, for understanding the past is the closest anyone can get to predicting the future. These are our fortunes.
So we're alive because we're a bunch of scammers making up tall tales. Got it. Mind if we skip to the important bits now?
Ugh! How can you be so bad at this? You're supposed to expand your mind, understand the heft and malleability of your abilities in shaping someone else's fortune, and realize how liberating the lack of your own preset destiny is.
You still speaking Cyrnar?
Sepp made a noise that Ader couldn't possibly describe, but that managed to transmit without delay the feeling of getting cussed out in another language.
Look, man, I don't mean no offense, but we're just wasting time or whatever it is you waste here. I just gotta know how to use my eye magic thing to spot your weaknesses. Nothing else.
You can't. That's not what this power does. All you can do is follow a current of emotion through the Hatsa, watching the many memories it ties together until you reach its logical conclusion. There's a shared source for all of them.
Okay, so how do I do that?
I don't know, but it's not that hard, damn it. Think of the emotion you want to capture and then follow it. Spin the threads, sail the current, pull the carrots out, or whatever it is that you farmers do. Just picture what you want.
I think the meta forces just don't cut it for me. Maybe it's because I'm dense, but I've always been the kind of buck that learns better watching someone else do things first. Riddle me this. What do you imagine when you're trying to find your way through this stuff?
Sepp looked completely taken aback at the question. Her eyes shifted nervously from place to place until she realized that there was literally nothing else to look at in the desert but the boy in front of her.
It's a diary, okay? I know what you're going to say. Talking to myself is weird. Well, screw that. I've spent most of my life alone. Besides, I've been writing since I was a child. Do you know how hard it is to give up that kind of... You don't have a clue what a diary is, do you?
Ader shook his head awkwardly. He felt almost bad seeing how pointlessly flustered she had gotten. After a few moments of contemplation, Sep turned her face down, set toward her lap. She opened her hands with her palms turned up, watching them intently as dust began to gather in the shape of a rather unassuming, worn-out book. It was the same one he'd seen in her room.
A diary is like a friend in a book. It's a place where you write down all of your memories. So when I'm feeling nostalgic, be it in the real world or here, I just open my diary, think of what kind of memory I want to see, look for an entry, and...
Sounds easy, that should do.
Ader snatched the book from Sep's hands, casually turning it and flipping the pages as he tried to figure out how to use the book. Oh boy! No! That's not how— No!
Hey! Return my diary to me at once! It's private!
Come on, Sep. You know me. Literacy's the name of a soup where I come from. I just want to take a quick look at this diary thing and see if I can find anything to...
There's nothing for you in there! Give it back! I said, give it back!
Oh boy. Sep tugged at the book with a strength that she couldn't have possibly had in the real world. Oh geez, look at her fucking eyes. Ader instinctively pulled back, afraid that either the book or Sep would get hurt if he let go. They both grappled with the book, pushing it back and forth until it finally slipped away from Ader's clumsy hands, floating momentously open over the two. Ader dashed toward the book, throwing himself to the ground to catch it. Sep didn't wait for the fall, using Ader's hands as a trampoline to jump up and grab the book before it plummeted.
Don't you dare touch my things ever again.
She clutched the book again. She clutched the book against her chest, far angrier and more embarrassed yet than she meant to let on. Ader was blowing on the surprisingly painful step marks. She laughed when he noticed something falling from the sky. Little piece of paper. Landed carefully on Ader's hands of all places, as if inviting him to look at it.
Sep, wait, you forgot
The ground before Ader began trembling as a small dust storm gathered around the page. The walls began raising from the ground as a new room emerged, forcing them both to move back towards each other.
What page was that? What did you...
Honey, please, let me in.
Oh, here we go.
Go away! No!
Oh, Sep, I'm so sorry I scared you. I'm not mad, see? You didn't make me mad. I just got a tad upset because I was trying to have an important conversation with Dad while you kept tugging at my sleeve and I lost my temper. I didn't mean to yell at you like that. I'm sorry, dear. I really am. It's not your fault this is happening.
The gazelle fawn stepped away from the door, letting the doe walk in at last.
That's okay. We all make mistakes, as long as you understand.
Very mature of you to say. Sep took Zar's hand and patted it softly, like an old woman would.
Where did you learn that?
Tree Dad says it. He talks funny.
Illigrab is not your dad, sweetheart.
You're not my mom, too. But that's okay. I like you more than my old mom. She never said sorry to me. I'll make you a present for being a good mom.
The tiny gazelle turned away from Zar and began scampering around the room, looking for the perfect cushion to plop down on. She produced a piece of charcoal from the sleeves of her dress and a crumpled piece of paper and began doodling on it. At least, that's what Zar thought at first. She soon realized that the lines Sep was drawing on the paper were far more elaborate than mere scribbles.
Did Illigrab teach you how to write, too?
No, Big Bro teach me. He says I have to do his homework to pay for the room or he'll kick me out. But he doesn't know that I like it. Shh.
Jeez. Zara didn't have time to react to this revelation as the piece of sooty paper was shoved straight into her snout.
For you, it says I like Mom a lot. So you don't forget and get angry again.
Wow. Zara stared at the piece of paper, flummoxed. Then at Sepp, who was looking back at her expectantly in turn. And she gave Sepp the strongest hug she'd ever give anyone. It was perhaps the first hug the fawn had ever known. Zara let go of her all of a sudden, prompting a quizzical look from her child.
I have just the perfect gift for you. Wait right here.
The image of a happy mother dashing out of the room dissolved into heavy clouds of dust. Zara, wife of... What? Hold up! Zara, wife of Eguy. Eguy is fucking Gyoff's dad. And Gyoff's dad was a fucking murderer, or at least claimed to be. That's... What? Dang. Anyway, age and eternal beauty now forever. Now forever. Jesus. Oh, look at them playing. Zara had a past at one point, that's for sure. But somehow, every time she told it, the story grew a little bit more far-fetched. Sometimes she was a maid that eloped with the heir of the castle where she worked, only to be ditched on the road when Daddy's gold ran out. Others, she swore that she was a pirate that sought peace after a life of bloodshed, investing a fortune in good deeds. Sometimes she managed to be both. The only truth shared among all of those who knew her was that she was patient, kind, and wise. She devoted her life to rescuing girls off the streets and giving them a place to live and learn a safer trade in the Desert Rose, while somehow managing to run a profit in spite of her family's gaudy lifestyle. She was the kind of person that doesn't live long in a city like Heirloom. All that's left of her now are memories. Damn. Damn, man. Wow. Everything's getting a little more pieced together. So, Gyoff lived at the Desert Rose. Huh. Interesting. Anyway, we continue. The gazelle that remained after the sand dissipated looked entirely too meek and gaunt to be the Sepp Ader knew.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
Ader bent down, picked up the piece of paper, and handed it back to Sepp. He pushed the whole diary into his hands instead.
Keep that stupid thing. It's obvious that you can make my diary work just as well as I can.
No way, I can't even read it. How am I supposed to... Huh? Wait, I love Mom?
Oh, you can read now. Literacy is just a mindset, don't you know? I'm just fucking with you.
Are these words? What's going on? Hold up. Don't tell me I'm a natural word reader.
Of course not. Text stops making any sense inside people's minds for some reason. The writing here doesn't make any sense either. It just says what I know it should say. It wouldn't be too far-fetched to assume that once you've seen the memory attached to the entry, you know, too.
Makes sense to me.
Whoa! Oh, you're right! This ain't the only page with words. Let me see. I can read the ones I saw before, and... Hey! I think I know this one-eyed chub you're talking about here.
Fantastic. Have fun stripping me of the last readout of privacy I had left in my life.
Jesus.
Hey, Sep, look at me. I won't do nothing like that, okay? I promise I'll only read what I need to find a way out and give it back as soon as I'm done.
There's no need. It's not the real one.
The flick of her wrist, the book burst into innocuous flames within Ader's hands. The smoke and the ashes all vanished into the air within seconds. Oh!
Absolutely attack a ghost.
If it was wearing a blanket.
To protect you, he would attack a ghost.
No, yeah.
It's okay. You give me a hug.
Yeah, Despa knows of just Brie and Spoofy. Yep. Yeah, that was. She was wearing a blanket and going like, "Woo!" like a ghost. But one of Spoof's favorite things to play with is just a blanket. We call it a blanket monster, and he just goes nuts for it. I don't know why. And so since she was just standing there waving her arms with a blanket, he was just like jumping on her and fucking going nuts. So that was a funny little interlude there. Anyway, we continue. Sep looked at Ader's hand, focused, and made a new one appear exactly where the previous one was.
Nothing is real here.
Except the memories, the trauma. Whoa. Sep vanished without another word, and soon the rest of the world followed after. The diary remained unaffected by the darkness that extended in all directions, however, as if inviting Ader to get lost in its contents. Something told him that the moment he turned a page, there would be no turning back. Ooh. That's a choice. We gotta save here. It even says gotta save. Yep. We did save. We got a choice. So, we've got a choice. What shall we choose? 1 or 2? Continue or... Yeah, 1 or 2. 1 being the top choice, 2 being the bottom. What do you want? Let me know. For those who have been frequently commenting or those who have been watching without commenting, feel free to voice your opinions. I want to know. Awooga Beluga seems to be choosing for number 2 by saying we got to save our queen. Awooga Beluga voices for number 2. Anything from Despa? Despa seems to be a little bit delayed, so we will wait. Wait a moment. I did save in case it goes poorly. I have no idea if Maxie is still here. They haven't commented in a while. Because I haven't spoken to them. Ooh! Another choice for number 2! We have a dab. Or elbow cough. Yeah, that's what that is. Maxie observes! 3 chaos burn everything. Is there a secret choice number 3? Oh, I tried to click below number 2. All right, so with the 2 most frequent commenters, we shall go with choice number 2. Got a save, we did, and choose. Whoa! What? It sent me to the save. You sneaky motherfucker! It sent me to the save screen! Ah! Oh, that build-up. That's all that was. And I saved out of reflex anyway! Ooh. Way to make it so that we have to... That was just advice. That was advice from the dev! Oh, ho, ho. Very nice. Well then, let us go. A sophists. Oh! Oh! What? Oh, this is a note from the dev, who is actually watching right now. A sophists, me, are working tirelessly every day to ensure that the diary works like a charm. The off chance you find any bugs, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. And if you found any, you did not. But if you super did, please contact my support email through Steam before review bombing. That is very good. Whoa! Whoa! Oh, man! They're about to take a deep dive into the darkest corners of Sep's mind, where she doesn't dare step. You have to venture forward, trusting your instincts and her occasional advice to advance through the maze. It's impossible to tell what you may witness from here on. As an added precaution, however, you have a show content warnings button at your disposal. It will display screen listing any relevant content warnings for the memory once you click on it, so you can know what to expect, should you prefer it. Well, I'm streaming, so we absolutely should have that on, so that everyone will be aware, because I never know who is watching or what they have been through. Oh my. Well, this... Holy shit! This is just like a whole separate game within a game now. Wow. And we got Ader in the corner, blushing. I think if you found a bug/glitch you didn't is an intended feature. Bethesda Fubs. Welcome to why there weren't any choices until now. Nice. So I guess those are the ones that we've done before. Sort by unread. Oh, yep. Those are definitely the ones that we haven't done yet. Oh, what? All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, I guess we shall go ahead. Dear Diary, if anyone other than me is reading this, please burst into flames and kill them. Well. So this is a puzzle. Revisit the memories you've seen to find new paths. Oh! Aha! Sep's thoughts. Revisit the memories you've seen to find new paths. Ah, so we do need to read these. Good. All right, well, let's go. What? Okay. Dear Diary, I have brought a new deer into my room today, and you will not believe who it is. The one-eyed chub! I found him at last. Obviously, I'm not trying to do a Sep impression. I'm just sort of reading it. That would be a disaster if I tried that. If he's anything but chubby anymore. He actually looks kind of janky, deformed. Mismatched would be a polite way to put it, I think. As a tip, you may want to go back to numerical for a chronological experience. Good. Yes. Let's. Oh shit! No. Oh God. Oh, how do I go back to the? Oh, it's this one. Oh, it's always that one. Yes. So by number. Number. Oh, it's already sorted by number. Okay. Thank you. Tip from the developer. As a tip, you may want to go numerical for the chronological experience. Yes! Holy hell! Dear diary, Mom says you are mine now, and Seaside, you are a friend in a. And she said, "You're a friend in a book, and I can tell you things when she is busy, and I can't tell her you are like Yoff and Talid, but not dumb." Talid. Okay. Yeah, that's fun. Revisit the memories you've seen to find new paths. Okay, so that let's try this one to see if there's.
Honey,
that means actually
please, let me in.
Watching the memory as opposed to just reading the memory.
Go away! No!
Oh, Sep, I'm so sorry I scared you. I'm not mad, see? You didn't make me mad. I just got a tad upset because I was trying to have an important conversation with Dad while you kept tugging at my sleeve, and I lost my temper. I didn't mean to yell at you like that.
Oh, yes. Ah! What? Hold up. Oh, okay, that was actually the menu I wanted. Oh. We're on chapter 3. Whoa, that's a long list. Okay, so we got fantasy racism, fantasy homophobia, comedy violence, police violence threat, failed execution by hanging on screen. Yeah, I should have read this at the beginning. I'm sorry. Continued death-related imagery, news, implied depression, death of a parent, long past murder, use of alcohol, food consumption, implied alcoholism, implied suicidal ideation, and body shaming. All good to know. Options. All right, so no, we do not want to skip unseen text. So I'm going to just skip seen text. See if there's any. Oh, that's new. I want to be like her. See, that's different. That's different.
Hey, Sip, so, I've been thinking real hard about that thing I said about being responsible and whatnot, so I think I'm ready to take this step.
Ooh.
Ma'am, will you be my wife?
Wow. Did not think we were going to see this. But Sip nearly spit her whole drink in on Ader's face. Usually it's in Ader's face.
What? What? Are you seriously asking me to marry you?
I don't think about it. In Ader's face does sound weird now that I'm thinking about it.
Look, I know it's sudden and it's weird and my parents will never look at me the same, but it's the right thing to do. And I don't want my fawns growing up without a father.
Fawns? Whatever gave you the idea that I'm expecting?
Oh no.
You know, or maybe you don't know. Please tell me someone told you about this. Hold up, maybe gazelles just don't make fawns like we do. See, when a deer and a doe love each other very much.
Jesus Christ! Oh man!
Hey, Sip, quit acting like a fawn. This is important.
Oh man!
Come on, does it look like I'm telling a joke here?
Imagine Raoul's face? Raoul's face. The thread of thought Ader was following dissipated into something untraversable. This current wouldn't take him any further. That was odd. Alright. Well, let's go with air. Wait! So, I'm at a bit of a quandary at this point because we promised not to read all of it. We were supposed to just see what we could to piece it all together. But then Sepp was like, it doesn't matter because it ain't the real thing anyway. So I'm like, should we complete this thing? Because it obviously have a bunch of work put into it, and it'd be nice to have all the stuff. And I am also the person that took an entire episode to read the encyclopedia. So I feel like we should go ahead and read the whole thing. Because I feel like there wouldn't be a transgression involved. But there might be. I don't know. Do y'all feel like it would be a risk? Because inherently there is a risk of being transgressive reading someone's diary. And when Sepp said it didn't matter if we did read it, there is the whole, I don't know if they really meant it because they're very upset. So I want to be considerate, you know? But the gamer part of my brain is like, oh, look at all these things to complete, and I really love this game, so I want to see all the stuff that was done. You know, it's like, stop opening up things. You know what I mean? What do y'all think? Before I can continue, because the next numerical chronological thing is an unopened thing, you know. So I want to be careful. I want to be considerate. And I also really like that Ader's confused in the corner. That's me in the corner. Sorry. That was a musical reference. Two steps ahead. Just trying to be considerate, bad. You can kind of see where my mouse is. Oh, I can't even click on the question mark one. That's interesting. Weird. Can I click on any of the question mark ones? I didn't click on that. I'm trying to click on the freaking scroller. Maybe easier to navigate this with the mouse. Haven't tested it. Oh yeah, I've been using the mouse. But I appreciate you letting me know. Alright, I guess I'll just continue with what's available. I guess we'll see. Yeah. Dear Diary, Mom told me today that she's a... Wait, did the pointer disappear? No, the pointer's still there. This is just a streamer thing. My mouse is invisible to the viewer. But I can see the pointer. Sorry, I apologize for the... If there was any brief concern, I apologize for that. Anyway, dear Diary, Mom told me today that she's a doe and I'm a gazelle, but we're family, and I said I know, but she said the rest don't know, so they're dumb, and I agree. Technically. That is so cute. See the memory!
No, I refuse. No matter how you insist, I can't just choose one. You are all my favorites.
Shaboom! Ooh, don't ever want to leave. The day started with a promising invitation. and the massive nuisance that attending it would suppose for Sap. Sorry. This was it. Her first foray into the family business, heeding the whims of some dear other than Miss Rochelle, being paraded around town like a prize, feeling everyone stare on her and her patron. Wait, she enjoyed that much. It was the questionable poetry, what was killing her.
Ah, Joseph! How have I longed to talk to you face to face like this. There's no greater distance than time, milady, when your company I lack. For if you were to travel beside me...
Hey, this fucking guy.
1,000 leagues would seem a yard. Fancy that. You look fantastic for being nearly 200 years old. If it's true you write your own words, Sir Askadath.
Ha! Discredited by a throwaway quote spoken in haste. Had I known I was in the presence of a fellow thespian connoisseur, I'd have found something more discreet to recite than a traveling troupe classic, like well-welled words.
Well-welled words. Very, very fun.
Don't worry. I wouldn't know what's cliched and what's not. I'm not allowed to attend any performance outside the Desert Rose. Miss Rochelle insists that public theaters are not fit for royalty, and that I should be content with reading books instead.
That is absolute utter nonsense! Theater is an art! Had I been born under different circumstances, I would be touring the kingdom with my company! Not as a mere mummer, mind you, but as the most goddamn renowned actor in all of Akathor!
So melodramatic.
Alas, my endless list of nobiliary obligations takes far too much time from my schedule as it is, but not enough to ever skip a play, big or small. I shall let that stewardess of yours know that she's an uncultured beast, if you do not do so first.
Yeah, that always goes well. Get involved in other people's shit. That's, like, a lot of what people do in this game.
Please don't. As much as I'd enjoy seeing you insult her, that'd be far too reckless of me. I shouldn't risk losing the only home I've known over a few laughs.
What do you mean, Joseph? Is the Desert Rose not your property? The last bastion, the remains of your kingdom?
It's a long story. One filled with murder, treachery, and usurpations.
Mm-hmm.
Go on.
Go on. It was filled with drama.
I should indeed be the owner of the Desert Rose by family right, but Mom, Mother, never named a legitimate successor. She probably never intended her business to outlive her, but she didn't intend to leave us as soon as she did either.
Oof.
When she died, everything turned to chaos. Some fled, thinking that we would tear each other's throats over the deed of ownership. Some left, trying to clear her murderer's name.
That's
I
Yoth.
stayed, too young and too scared to know what would become of me.
Damn.
Someone had to take the reins of my house eventually. Miss Rochelle, my mother's oldest apprentice. She promised that she would only manage the Desert Rose while I was too young to do so myself. But now I realize that a gazelle will never be old enough in a doe's eyes. My chance to rule and my chance to escape both disappeared a decade ago, and so I came to a tragic conclusion. I'd rather see my mother's legacy stolen than destroyed, and I'm afraid that I was part of the deal as well.
Jeez. That's a lot to unload on a guy. But also, that's just a lot in general. Fuck.
Your words feel as swords sunk deep into my heart, and yet their painful steel shines with the promise of change in your luck. I see now the meeting you was far more than coincidence, Joseph. It was fate!
Yeah, they all need a therapist. Very true. This guy was not the guy to bare your soul at like that. Also, his little purple medallion thing that's holding his cape on is above his fingertips right now. Maybe he's like twiddling them. I don't know. It's interesting. Anyway.
Yes! What else could it be? We are both exiles kept away from our legacy. Our reputations torn asunder by mistakes we made in our childhoods. You are not allowed to leave your palace, whereas I am not allowed to return to mine. But this shall not stand. If your evil stepmother has taken over your kingdom, I will find a way to restore it. And if your rightful mandate cannot be returned, I will found a new kingdom for you to rule.
Elbar turned toward the tower that led to the royal pathway. Sepp instinctively took a step back.
Come now, don't lag behind! There is much to be discussed, my princess.
Oh my. Ooh. Ooh. Interesting choice. I can work with this, or I can't reclaim what I want. Well,
come
again.
now, don't lag behind!
Oh.
Come now, don't lag behind!
Oh, okay. I tried to click save, but it like went right to the choice. I was like, why did it do that? Oh my god, we can't save. But no, it didn't do that. So, okay. Here's a choice. I can work with this, or I can't reclaim what I want. Considering the whole point of what we're doing here... By the way, what y'all want me to do, please let me know your choices in the chat. I'm just going to ponder what I would choose while y'all get your choices out. Considering what we're here to do, I feel like pondering the depths of her emotions would come out more clearly if we go with the second one. We can work with... We can fix it. Ooh, that seems to be 2 votes for number 1. I guess we're split on this. All right, well, we'll go with the first one for y'all. See what happens. Vox Populi. See what happens with that. I did save, so we can go back if whatever. But the current became more and more complex as I had to travel down this path. A mix of mysterious emotions and torrential thoughts that would make little sense to him without further context. Does it say the same with that? Whoa! What the hell?
Mom, help!
Okay. Okay, the first choice didn't seem to do anything. The second one did. Sorry, guys. The fawn jumped out of her bed, ignoring the sheet she was dragging behind her and the danger she posed on the carpets and vases that decorated her bedroom. It's okay, Despa. You vote however you want, bro. Or whatever. Sub valiantly ventured into the dark corridors where a child's nightmares always lured near. But she didn't fear them, no. All she needed to do was reach her mother's door. She'd be safe there. Oh my! We remember there was a vision of her reaching her mother's door. There was nothing on the other side of the door, but an empty bed looking over a dusty moonlit chamber. The little girl observed the room from the threshold, afraid of stepping in, until a mirror told her that she wasn't a little girl anymore. That's Lynn. That's not Sepp, that's Lynn. Or maybe that's just Kid. Is that Kid Sepp? Let's... Maybe I'm just mistaken. That just looks a lot like... I don't know. Anyway, I don't want to wake up. Third of thought followed into something and... Okay. Alright, so I'll... Ooh. Okay, so let's save that one. And I'm gonna... Ooh. I'll continue with this because it did something, but I'm going to also keep the other one so that we have the option to go back for y'all's vote. That unlocked something. The long silence wasn't there before. And a promising new ally and fawns. There's stuff getting unlocked. You really need to... Oh, don't be afraid. You really need to follow these ones just based on instinct. Don't be afraid. I'm afraid. I'm very afraid. Oh, well, I have an expression for afraid, but it's incomplete. When I don't talk, I'm scared. Or I'm mad. I'm very afraid, and if I don't talk, I'm going to be mad. I'm sorry. Fear not. Be not afraid. Oh, jeez. We did air, so there's that one. Let's go with don't open that door. Ooh. Oh, I'm worried about this one. Dear diary, your guy came back last night. He smelled really bad. Goff says that he's here to return me to my real parents because everybody hates me. I hit him. He hit me back. We hit each other a lot, and I got so angry that I grabbed his head and pulled at his hair. And I felt really strange inside. Like my eyes were really sore. I don't know what I did, but Goff was crying. He wouldn't let me see, but it must have hurt him a lot. Mom came when she heard, but the guy was with her, and he got really mad. He screamed at me and at Mom, asking who I was and calling Mom names. I don't know what's happening. They left me all alone up here. I can still hear them screaming in Mom's room. I'm scared. I'm confused. Is there one called Be Not Afraid? Okay, I just want to be careful, guy. I want to make sure you weren't fucking giving me a clue. All right. See this memory.
Mom?
Oh, here it is. Oh, man. Once more, Ader felt his mind being desperately dragged away from this memory. As much as he tried to see what lay beyond that door, the smell of blood and smoke clung to his skin as everything went dark. Yep. The thread of thought, Ader was, yep. Shit! Damn. Buddy, I imagine we're gonna have to go back on some of these. Alone. Ooh, this entry contains several pages. Oh, I haven't been looking. Have some of these had several pages? Next update, I'll draw Ader running into a wall to make it clearer. Oh, that's fun. Alone. Why is everyone screaming at me? I can't choose. I should have left. I should have left. I should have left. I hope Goff gets stabbed in his sleep. I hope he dies as he crawls back. I give up. The nightmares won't stop. I hate deer. Wow. And I hate deer. Wow. Fuck. Well, here we go.
Oh, honey, come on. You can't stay mad at your poor brother forever.
He is no brother of mine.
What would Thar say if she saw you two fighting like that?
She can't say anything anymore, can she?
Damn. Leave me alone or I never wanted any of this. Well,
She
again.
can't say anything anymore.
Okay. I'm sorry. Jesus. Leave me alone or I never wanted any of this. That one seems to just shut everything down or I never wanted any of this. Again, the reference to this nebulous this was what opened things up last time. And I don't want to keep having to slow things down. She can't say anything more, can she? Match. Woof. I'm going to go with the bottom one. But I did save, so if we have to go back. Whoa! A memory, recorded from a low angle, or rather, that of a child looking up from her hiding spot behind a statue. Oh, jeez. She stared intently as the usual giant tree man helped a most unusual red man off his back.
Welcome to the Desert Rose, oh wise merchant. I hope the road has treated you well. I've been looking forward to meeting you personally. Illigrab has told me many stories about you.
Oh, well, this isn't gonna go well.
I always knew Illigrab was a Yaltsin, but to think he would mingle with actual strumpets.
Jesus.
Red, come on. I'm not asking for so much. 10 minutes. 10 minutes acting like a civilized person in front of Thorne.
You can stick your civilization where the sun doesn't shine! I was happy in the steppes, far away from all these senseless plots of yours. When will you get it in your head that I am retired?
Ooh. Oh! Oh shit. Glowing eyes. Oh. What Sepp had mistaken for a furry statue of sorts moved all of a sudden. It swept Sepp right off her feet with a soft kick and grabbed her by her shirt before she touched the ground. What? The living statue proudly lifted its catch of the day up in the air for all to see. The world is coming all together, god damn! What is happening?
Oh, there's a little slippery star. What did we say about sneaking around like that, Sepp?
No, I wasn't sneaking around. I was eavesdropping. Unhand me! Unhand me, I said! Mom! Help!
I don't like how blank Aina's looking.
No, if you wanted to meet our guests, you should have come and done so properly. Mr. Red has come a long way to see you. What sort of impression are you going to leave on him if you don't behave?
You misunderstand the purpose of my visit, woman. I haven't come here to see her. I have come here to be seen.
What pair of sisters could be ghosts, one of which could inhabit Aina, and the other one would have a grudge, and one be violent, and oh my god, theories are fucking with my head! Following an unspoken order, the... Well, way to just fucking say it! Alright. Oh boy. Following an unspoken order, the golem carried Sepp a few steps closer to the merchant's face so she could take a good look at him. A moment of expectation ensued. All the attendants stood in solemn quietude as the young gazelle stared at her senior.
What are you? Is your name really Red? Is it 'cause you're red? You look really old. Where are your eyes? And your horns? What happened to your teeth? Your breath stinks.
Are you done yet?
Yeah.
What's any of it to you, you mannerless scamp?
Said mannerless scamp, startled so... God, Aina's freaking me the fuck out. Sorry. Said mannerless scamp startled so badly that she managed to slip away from the living statue's grasp. This is disheartening. She immediately ran to hide behind her mother, nothing short of terrified.
Shh, it's all right, it's all right. I apologize, Mr. Red. She can be a little overwhelming when she gets excited.
Kids these days. In my day, we called that spoil. And the cure was a good smack on the head with a long side of a cane. Isn't that right, Ader?
God, Jesus.
Ader?
Whoa. Okay, center stage. Her nose twitched slightly, as if bothered by a certain smell. The faintest trace of emotion began forming on her mane as her snout wrinkled and her eyebrows rose. The look Aina had on her face when her eyes found Sepp again was awfully casual. It wasn't all that different from the expression any mortal would wear upon remembering that they had forgotten to hang out their laundry for the last several centuries. The merchant's cane flew right into Aina's chest before whatever thought had passed through her mind could take form, putting a sudden stop to both her approach and her expression.
Commiserations for abducting the right child. We're done here.
What? You're leaving so soon? I was hoping we could discuss...
There is nothing left to discuss! Not until we have settled down, at least. Illigrab! Is my old abode still free?
You mean the Temple of Ereb? It was expropriated centuries ago. I mean, sure, you could buy it again, but it's a miracle it hasn't fallen apart yet. No one has tended to it since my grandfather wilted away.
Perfect! I hate getting used to new houses. Come on, Aina. We have a lot of stuff to carry back home.
Aina stared at Sepp a little longer before reluctantly following the merchant's footsteps.
Is he always like... that?
Oh no, not at all. He usually swears a little more.
What the fuck? Wow, I'm sorry, like, Aina's my favorite character, so, like, that just threw me for a fucking loop a little bit. I know that wasn't the point of the scene, but, like, who's to say what the fuck the point of a scene is, but anyway, we got another choice.
Oh no,
Hey, hold on, Illigrab. Okay, we gotta... Okay, Despa's already put in a vote for stop being mean to mom. Anything from you, Awooga Beluga? So fun to say your name. I need to take a drink of water. All right, that's 2 votes for number 2. I would probably vote for number 1 because the shutdown ones tend to be no's, but let's go with number 2 for now. Let's see what happens.
We have more than enough money to keep another child. That's not the problem at hand, is it?
Ooh.
No. The problem is that you've lost your damn mind! Where are her parents, Thar? Someone must be looking for her!
Someone must be looking for all the other girls I've brought home too. But you don't understand. She's different.
What?
We'll have to put bells on you if you keep sneaking around like that, little pumpkin.
Jesus, Illigrab. You take a step back, please.
Tree Dad! How did you do that?
It's a secret feet shuffling technique I was taught by an old friend. You ungulates are so used to clopping your hooves that a shifty walk goes completely over your heads.
What's an angulate?
How about I tell you over some tea and pastries?
They were trying to get Aina? I mean, that was Czar. Czar likes to take in young girls that are on the street, and obviously seeing the merchant for being a piece of shit. Huh. Czar and a guy turned to look at the tree, smiling nicely toward them. They both cast their eyes down and hurried away from the courtyard. Were they fighting about me?
Mom? Mom?
Uh-oh. Once more, Ader felt his mind being dragged away from this memory, and we can't get in there. Question marks. Still can't get in there! Oh. That would be interesting if the reason why they were fighting in the first place was not... if it was over Aina. But that's far from conclusive at this point. Oh, we're going backwards now. We got different. Dear Diary, Mom was angry again. I think it's my fault. Did I do something wrong? Tree Dad says I didn't, but I don't know. Ungulate, grab. All right, let's see the memory.
We have more than enough money to keep another child. That's not the problem at hand, is it?
Ooh.
No.
Someone must be looking for all the other girls I've brought home too. But you don't understand. She's different. She...
We'll have to put Bella...
Were they fighting about
Mom?
me?
Mom?
Oh boy. Ah. Question marks? Okay, so we're not able to see that one yet. Damn. Alright, fun tip until I figure out one day how to make it more visible. You can skip to the end of the memory up there. Okay. I mean, I saw a skip memory up there. But I did see the skip memory, the button. I was trying to see what there was. I'm sorry. Ooh, we got a lot of stuff. Dear Diary, today I met another gazelle called Red. And, only if you've seen it before, so, no worries. Ah, yes. Called Red and a beast called Aina, and they're mean. Mom says they're important and they'll help me, but I said no, because Aina's a beast. But Mom says Aina's a golem. I'm pretty sure it's a beast, and it wants to eat me. I haven't seen Goffs and Taylid's dad in a long time. They're sad, but I'm glad because he's mean too. But they can't know that. The Red Man's daughter. When Eligrab and Red visit, Mom locks the door and they won't let me hear what they're talking about. And they talk in Basaktet, so I can't understand. They let me play with Aina while I wait, and I don't think she wants to eat me now. Mom tells me to be careful, but it's like playing with a very big doll. I ask her many things, but she doesn't reply. But I can hear her snore when I tell her she's rude, so I know she listens to me. I have staring contests with her every time she visits. It makes my eyes hurt, but I'm going to get better at it until I win. I think Taylor is afraid of Aina. He looks scared when I'm playing with her. I've told him that she doesn't want to eat us, but he runs away every time she looks at him. Ryle told me he's in love, and he told me to keep it a secret. I told Mom. Sorry. Husband. Today I asked Eligrab if the merchant is his husband, because he's always screaming at him, and he gave me a hug. Oh, that's sad. A voice. I was trying to make Aina blink today when I heard a voice. I looked around, but we were alone, so I asked her if she said something, and she looked at me, but she looked really scared. That was the beginning of your powers. I told Mom, and she said I must have imagined it. Gyoff heard it, and he made fun of me and said I'm going crazy. I'm not crazy. He's crazy. Taylor likes Aina too, and he wants her to live with us. Mom's gonna buy her so I can have a friend here. Hirub. Either Grab or the merchant come home a lot, but sometimes we visit the temple too. There's a really pretty statue of Hirub, and we pray there. The merchant makes fun of my way of saying words in Basaktat. I hear Aina laughing too sometimes. Mom says that Hirub made me, but I don't know if that's true. She doesn't let me read her thoughts, but I can still remember the face of my old father when I close my eyes. Maybe that wasn't my father at all. They could have found me just like Mom did. I think the statue looks like a girl. I like her horns. And we got to go all the way back to page 1 to see the memory. Boom. Skip memory. All right, so we saw Stop Being Mean to Mom. What? Oh, brother. All right. So this following memory contains fantasy racism and discussion of racism as drama. Be forewarned, y'all. A lonely child wandered the dark and narrow alleys of Heirloom for the first time in her life. The rainy season had left a misty fog that covered her escape, a welcome assistance, as her hooves kept slipping on the wet mud, leaving a clear trail to follow. Then again, who would ever look for her? She was alone. That's why she had left, searching for something, someone, anyone who would understand. At last, she found 2 gazelles gathered under a balcony, warming their hands with a half-extinguished fire hidden under some brakes. Sep took a deep breath, then a step.
Tasakurmat!
Oh. Good luck.
Excuse me?
Oh, did I pronounce it wrong? I'm so sorry. I haven't practiced my Basaktit in years. Hirub guards you. May we share the fire as siblings?
You are welcome to sit down, if that is what you're asking.
Sep nodded, flustered, and they made a space for herself on the ground between them. The 2 gazelles exchanged uncomfortable glances.
So, what brings you here, little one? Did you get lost on your way back from an errand?
No, I just felt like doing this. I wanted to see what the city was like at night.
Ah, so this is your first time outside after curfew. No wonder you're so nervous. Worry not, you have come to the right people. Listen, the key to making it home in one piece is keeping your feet nimble and your fire low. Avoid the moonlight as much as you can. Deer can see better than us in the dark.
Come on, that's just hearsay.
Capitat it is. Guards always see you before you see them. And if one finds you, you have to play dumb. And I mean really, really dumb. They are paid in Setipus and would rather send you off on your way than waste time walking to the dungeon and back. By the way, if you fancy a drink before going back home, there are a few friendly taverns just around the corner. No one will say a thing if they see a gazelle walking in.
Not like you'd need him. You look like a doe in that.
What do you mean? My horns are right here. See?
Don't mind him. He's just jealous because his masters are a cheap lot. Those are some really good hand-me-downs, though. What house do you work for?
I don't work for anyone. Well, I mean, I kind of work in the Desert Rose, but not really. Val doesn't pay me yet because she says I'm still training and I have a lot to learn and...
Oh boy. The older gazelles looked at each other, horrified.
We have to do something, right? This is like 10 different kinds of illegal.
Oh boy.
Wait, we shouldn't just jump to conclusions. Hey, kid, can you tell us what you're training for exactly?
Oh boy.
I'm supposed to be training to become a dancer, but actually, what I'm really training for is
Oh, this is very uncomfortable.
becoming the next Jacif. I will restore or honor to what it once was.
Okay, there we go.
The next. Oh, my son! You should have said so sooner! To think that the Jacif would spend our precious time scampering through dark alleys and huddling around a doused fire with us mere servants.
Don't encourage her, you iskap!
You are the only iskap here! Bow your head and apologize, Nuff! Don't you feel ashamed for teaching our son how to sneak like a street shrub on our first night outside, instead of showing her the proper path for a monarch?
Oh boy.
The proper path? You mean I shouldn't be here?
Oh man.
Of course not! See that footbridge above us, my son? It's called the Royal Pathway, and it's a road reserved only for those of noble birth. And tell me, Jacif, who could be worthier of walking the skies than the daughter of the sun herself?
Oh, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. That's a kid.
Wait, kid! Don't listen to him. He's just.
Yeah, how come no one ever told me about this? What am I doing wasting my time on the ground when I could be watching the city from up there?
That's fucked up. That's fucked up.
Right? Come with me then. I'll show you to the entrance.
Wow, man, Illigrab is just like Deus Ex, don't fuck up.
You two seriously have nothing better to do tonight than to make fun of a kid?
There you go.
You know, I usually turn a blind eye on petty things such as barhand escapades after curfew, but incitement is a far more serious crime. Guards!
Sir Puntalos, please! It was him and him alone. I was trying to stop him, I swear!
Oh. Oh, man.
You can play the blame game all you want in the dungeon. Take them both.
That's fucked. She seriously was trying to fucking... Oh. Damn. Oh, man.
What are you doing, Illigrab? Let them go! They're my friends!
No, they're not. I heard the whole thing, Sep. They were just laughing at you.
That's fucked. He's lying. We know he's lying because if he had actually heard the whole thing, then he wouldn't have sent both of them. That's fucked. Oh, fuck.
Wait, were you following me? How did you know I ran away from home? Who told you?
That's not the matter at hand here. You are not allowed to go into the royal pathway under any circumstances ever again! Have I made myself clear?
She never went on the royal pathway. Are you saying ever again? What?
No! It's not fair, damn it! Mom always said that I would grow up to become the next Jacif! You called me Jacif too when you left! Well, it's there in the title! The royal pathway! I deserve to be up there! Mom wouldn't want it that.
Look, Sep. Thar was a lovely woman. I wouldn't hesitate to call her one of the best people I ever met. But she was a doe.
Here it comes. Well, here it is, really.
Her kindness tinted her views so much that it obfuscated reality. This world looks nothing like she thought it did. At least not for you and I.
But it's not fair! Don't you get it? They should be listening to me. I am Jacif! If the world doesn't look like it should, I have to make it change! I'm not doing it for me! I'm doing it for them! Why can't anyone understand that?
Illigrab patted her head as softly as he could.
There is someone who could.
Woof.
There is...
Hold on, Illigrab. Gotta go back. Save again. Another choice. Who on earth? What we got? the shutdown of don't treat me like a child, or I can't trust anyone, which is also a bit of a shutdown, but it's got the question marks. Saying the second would be in character for her, but the first one, don't treat me like a child. Damn. I can get a drink real quick. This is intense. My creaky ass chair. God damn. She rebellious, so won. All right, we're going with the first one. We'll see what happens. To be fair, you're choosing all the sad, intense answers. Oh, God. I recognize that thing.
Mom, help!
All right, since we've seen that before, let's see what this happens. Nope. That's the,
Mom!
I don't want to wake up. Yep. All right, so we've seen how this... Oh, hey! What? What? Hey! CA artist! Hello, greetings from Germany! Nice! Welcome, welcome. I'd have had a longer tremor than usual as the memory disappeared. A piece of the wall fell, followed by another, and a dozen more. Did I screw this up? Is it over? Oh. It just opens if you see X amount of them at the moment. That's just how it works. Don't worry. Okay. Hey, Poppinwit. Morning, Viv. It's 6:14 p.m. for me, but good morning to you. Nice to see you. A thin breach formed in her defenses, casting a single sunray into the darkness. It wasn't nearly big enough for his hands or his head, but that was without a doubt the way out of her heart she had promised. 1:14 a.m. time for her from CEST. Ooh, your time zone called CEST. Mine is just CST. Interesting parallels there. Very cool that, indeed. Central European summertime. Oh! Central European summertime. So does your time change, like... So, like... Even though Spain should be the same time zone as UK. Do you change your time in other seasons? Or is Central European summertime all year round, even in winter? Is that just a weird linguistic thing? I don't know. CET and CEST. Central European time and Central European summertime. So, yeah, we just getting into summer. Yeah, we are here. Interesting. I've never heard of this. I like learning about it. Wish I could have at a more formidable age. We continue on. He hadn't taken 2 steps toward it when he halted in place, paralyzed by a thought. Ader knew that if he walked out of here, Sepp wouldn't let him inside again, ever. But was he truly ready to leave? Did he really know enough to face her? It's 1:16 in Germany. Very cool. It's wonderful to imagine these different times and different places. And it's also really cool that this is being seen so various different places. That is nuts. I'm just sitting here in a spare room in my house, and it's being seen all over the freaking world. It's crazy to me. It's worldwide. If I wasn't playing such a quality game, it would not be. This would not be the case. There you go. I turned into a compliment for you. Spain is same time as Germany, not UK. 7:16 for you. Wow. And if it's the morning time for you, then you're almost completely the opposite of me. Because it's 6:17 p.m. for me. Crazy that. Wow. This is it is cool. Time zones are cool to me. And so are the people that reside within them. Thank you all for being here. It truly is heartwarming indeed. It'll make me happy face on the screen. I bounce a little bit. Oh man. Let me go back to neutral now. That is a giant smile on that face. Look at how big the fucking smile is. Oh my god. All right. Okay, so stay and leave. So this was the quandary I had before. About whether or not do we watch them all, or do we get them all, or whatever. And I don't remember if is there a penalty for reading the entire diary? Just crappy time travelers being from the future for a couple hours. Yeah, it's still pretty cool. Because in general, you gonna be real with me? You gonna be real with me? You should play it. You should play it as in read the diary or continue the game. I should play it. I know I might sound like I'm being pedantic, and it probably is because I probably am. Read the diary. I'm sorry. They're like 2 hours ahead. There's like 2 hours ahead. Okay. Let's read the diary. Let's stay. Perhaps he feared giving Sep an incomplete answer. Perhaps he just wanted to take advantage of her trust. Be it as it may, I turned away from the breach and opened the diary once more. All right. There's like 2 hours ahead. Well, we have about 2 hours left on the stream unless anyone wants to extend the stream with a donation. $5 or more. $5 increment will give us 15 increments added to the stream. It could happen in Super Chats, Twitch subs, bits, PayPal, Cash App, Ko-fi. All those are in the description down below. Those alternate ones. And that will be all those wonderful equal in my eye. Influencing the chat, but to put the mechanic, people feel less guilty than on stream. I'm like, no, play it. It's too good to miss. I am so happy to have you here, and it is a privilege to have you influencing the chat. I would much rather you be here and communicating, and I am so excited that you are here influencing my chat. So thank you. I'm going to open my door. Because I only have one window unit AC, and it's in the living room, and I am in a room that is, not accessible to that window unit, so it gets very warm in here very fast. Anyway, at least he would know where to go if he finally wished to leave. All right. Have we seen Alone? Yes, we've seen that one. Like me. Never mind, I hate gazelles too. They're all brainless and I hate them. Ilgrab had to come get me and I got scolded because none of those bastards understand who they are talking to. Ilgrab is right. I have to go see the merchant. He'll make me strong. He'll help me make everything right. This may be the last time we speak, diary. I am leaving too. Oh my. I hope that's like a departure from the place, the rose. Okay, we didn't get a warning of the big ass, so fantasy racism and discussion of racism as trauma. Those are the warnings for everyone in here. Be forewarned as we continue for this memory. Skip! I know we have the skip memory button, but I just want to be aware of the goings on. We did see these. Oh my, hold on. Okay, yes, we cannot do that one. Mom! Don't want to wake up. Okay, so we did that one already. That was like me, correct? Yes. So we go for the long silence, no? Ow, I just hit the microphone. Dear diary, I know it has been a while, and I'm not trying to avoid you. I have very little to tell. I spent most of the day dancing bastardized versions of the songs Mom used to teach me. When I'm not dancing, I'm arguing with Ral about the way she tries to change the songs even further. I've been trying to find someone to practice Pasaktet with, but to no avail. None of the few people who know it are willing to teach a child a language so powerful. Oh, you had a haircut today. And family is like, who the fuck is this? Guess I don't look right with short hair. Oh! Hey, we're looking with a $5 donation. Thank you. Let's pause the timer. Hey, there's Bailey. Bailey. Animated stickers. Oh, it's so cute. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we stopped the timer at 2 hours and 17 minutes and 44 seconds. Let's add 15 minutes to that on the time calculator. And that is, boop, 2 hours, 32 minutes, and whoop, 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 44 seconds. Hey, 44 seconds. Kaboom! We have continued. And, of course, we need to update the... Update the thing. Update the thing. There we go. Wonderful, wonderful. The chat up on the screen. Ah, right. One of your boss's reaction will be she's only seen you with long hair. I wish you the best. Can't even imagine yourself with short hair anymore. Same. Oh, I need my freaking expressions go nuts. Oh, hey! Last time you didn't pay the right amount, so you really, this time is correct. Pause the timer again. Thank you. There it is, it's paused. SGD. Oh yeah, Singapore. I remember, and that's you. So you really this time it's correct that it can. I appreciate that. Thank you. That converts over to 5. I'll trust you. Thank you very much, Poppin' Wit. That's so nice. And we'll add another 15. We stopped it at 3:31. Whoa. Yeah. 3:31:18. Why was it at 3:31:18? It was 2 2:30. What the fuck happened? It should have been 2:32. Yeah. All right, so I did the timer wrong, but we're doing it now. So 2. So it was 2:31 40. What the fuck was it? Oh shit. All right. Looking on the live stream. What was it? Two 2:32:44. Okay, let's full screen that. It was 3. Anyway, the 3 was wrong. 3:31. No, it was blocked by the damn alert box. $32. Let's see. I'm looking at it to see what we were at. I'm going to round up to a full minute if I can't see. $40. Okay, it was 40. Okay, it was 40 something. So I'll round up to 50. Okay, so burp. So in the time calculator, we'll go with 2:31:50 or 2:32:50. Bam. And add 15 minutes to that. There we go. 2:47:50. There we go. Think that fixes it. Let's see any corroborations in the chats. It was at 31 plus 5. Okay, alrighty. It was at 31. I went to 32. I don't think we'll object to. I can handle the extra minute. The third, we'll add an extra minute for all the hoopla of trying to figure it out. But thank you for pitching in on the math again. So, bam. 247.49, and let's add it to the total on the donation. Boom. Oh, I need to stop using the number pad when I'm typing in the fucking stuff, because it's also the hotkeys for my expressions. Oh goodness. Yeah. Okay. Need to get that off. I can just bring it over here and then bring it back, and then it's a little off center now. Oh, that's annoying. All right. Cool. Thank you very much. We're up to $40. We've raised $40. Thank you very much. Anyone else feels like it? There are many ways. Super chats, Twitch donations, and bits or subs. The PayPal. Yes, progress indeed. Any little bit helps. Truly, truly it does. Because, I mean, we're going to be driving like 300 fucking miles. That's a lot of gas, especially considering we're going to be doing it with a moving truck in addition to our car. Gonna have to buy moving stuff. And we got a whole house to pack up this time, not just an apartment. And so, yeah, every little bit fucking helps. Truly, truly it does. And so, yeah, it's the Twitch subs, the bits, super chats, PayPal, Ko-fi, Cash App, all of it truly helps. It really, really fucking does. So thank you very much. And without further fucking ado, let us continue with the long silence. Where the hell is my mouse? Alright, there it is. I know it has been a while. I'm not trying to avoid you. I just have very little to tell. I spend most of my day dancing I've read that part! I've been trying to find someone to practice Pasaktet with, but to no avail. None of the few people I know who know it are willing to teach a child the language so powerful. I had read that part too. Next page! An empty room. Dear diary, I had a nightmare today. I dreamt that a beast came for me and ate me. How did I react? I called for Mom. I'm dying of shame just from telling you about it. Thank the gods no one heard me. Speaking of the divine, tomorrow's the big day. I'll become an adult in the eyes of the gods, or some such pointless tripe by swearing my loyalty to Akazar. As if. But those are the rules that have been set for me, are they not? I decided years ago that I would walk to Hirub's statue on my right of age. I would look at it in its empty eyes and swear that I will find the power to do the things I need to do, to be the person I need to be. I have made it this far with my sanity intact. If that is not proof of my strength and my determination, I am not sure of what could ever be. Beasts. Took me all of said strength and determination to not choke Raoul tonight after I saw the traditional Bahan dress she bought to celebrate my debut in society. It was not a dress, it was more like a quarter of a dress. She had the gall to spit on my history and then claim Mom had made it for me years ago. Does she think I'm an idiot? The mere insinuation that Mom would ever make me wear anything quite so tasteless is revolting. Maybe that's what's giving me the nightmares. Or perhaps it's just my mind subtly telling me that I'd rather get eaten than go through this. A crowded room 1. Dear diary, I've tried to fill this page over and over, but ink alone can't convey the feelings that move my hand right now. My rite of passage came, and with it Raoul's obvious ploy to introduce me to what she refers to as the family business. I can't believe for 1 second Mom had anything to do with parading and does around for deer to drool over. But arguing with that terrible woman is a pointless waste of time if ever I saw one. At first I was crawling out of my skin. With those clothes on and all the fire burning around me, I felt exposed and awful and trapped. You don't even have anything to be ashamed of up there, Raoul said, giving me a goddamn slap on the butt. Truly consider taking a torch to her dress and running. But then a thought struck me. Had I not practiced this dance 1,000 times? Was I not blood of the mightiest people who ever danced with fire? I could quietly die of shame in a corner, unheard and ignored like any other gazelle these beasts had ever met. Or I could burn for all to see. Make them remember what they had just witnessed for the rest of eternity. They would not dare forget what they saw. And I was right. When the dance finished and I took the last steps to the center of the stage, they asked about me. They wanted to know my name, my story, my age, everything. In an bout of inspiration, I proudly announced, I am Jasif, and you need not know more. The deer went quiet, and then they all stood up and began whistling and clapping like they had lost their minds. That was power, diary. My mouse has vanished again. There we go. Crowded room 3. The fire and the gazes and all the fine words I have been taught had nothing on the sway I had over the most powerful men in Heirloom as I danced. They were sweating as they watched, swearing over and over that they were not horn eaters as they looked for a way to approach me in private and ask when my next show would be. I finally realized how foolish I was, spending my nights hidden among books in my room, hoping that someone would come and rescue me. I am not a little candle blowing in the wind. I am fire itself, hungry for everything. It is time to escape my confinements and see the wonders the city had been saving for me. Goodbye, diary. I have a date tonight. All right, let's see the memory. Oh, fuck! It's this goddamn memory again. Well, don't want to wake up, and it didn't fucking go there. Okay. Well, I see a lot of threads going to that particular fucking direction. Well. Yeah. One-eyed chub. Hey. Yeah, it's skipping the... Well, you can't skip through this. Here we go. Dear Diary, how are you? Am I supposed to say that? It's been a whole eternity since the last time I wrote an entry, and I do not suppose this is bound to happen again anytime soon. Referring to a book in second person is quite the awkward thing to do, especially for the famously obscure Jacif, the eternal novelty of the Desert Rose. Yes, as you can see, this is hardly the most pretentious thing I have done as of late. Gods, did I really used to do this every day as a child? Anyway, you may be wondering why I'm writing now, of all times. I'd be wondering at least. I had to endure a rather tumultuous night, and I cannot sleep as much as I try. I really feel I need to get this off my chest and tell someone what happened. And I fear you remain the closest thing I have to a confidant. It's getting more pathetic by the second, so I may as well just lean into it and explain from the beginning. I have a crush, diary. I think I do. And I think it's mutual, because every time I visit the Temple of Herub, I find the same white-haired creature watching intently from afar. The presence sends shivers down my spine. The good kind of shivers. Their long white hair is so graceful and ethereal, but their body is so chiseled too. They look like they could snap an iron beam with their own hands. Oh, but what I really love is the way that they stare at me. So intense, so hungry, and I may have stayed a tad too long in the temple looking for my absent watcher. It was far too late to risk walking home when the temple lies so close to the slums, and I knew I would not hear the end of it if I disappeared 2 nights in a row, so I decided instead to take a completely different type of risk. I snuck into the royal pathway. I was crossing the stretch that goes right over the slander when who do I see but the mysterious albino running after Goff, no less. I need to talk to them more than ever now, I thought. We have so much in common. So there I was enjoying the show when I heard a patrol coming my way. I tried to leave quietly as usual, knowing they aren't ever precisely in a hurry, when a ridiculously eager new recruit managed to sneak up on me. In a second, I was cornered against a railing, no chance to escape. I knew his partner well enough. Awful old man. He gave me a choice that was truly not one. Humiliate myself to prove my identity or get dragged to a dungeon. In retrospective, that would have been the smart choice. I could have just walked in and told Ailegrab what happened. But pride would not have me relying on old friends, so I tried to buy my way out as I would normally do, except I miscalculated. I said too much, and the guard must have noticed some serious gaps in his memory. He lunged forward, grabbed my neck, and as I convinced myself I was gonna die, I almost felt... Is it silly to feel that a single sentence would tarnish you, diary? If I write these words down, they would always be there for me to see and remember. That'd not help, would it? I have no control over my thoughts, but I have control over these words, at least, so I choose not to say them to you. It doesn't matter either way. For that moment didn't last. "Get your mitts off her!" shouts this random, one-eyed, chubby road deer in the thickest accent I've ever heard in my life. And he screams and screams at them to leave me alone. And not content with that, he climbs half the height of the bridge and falls on his head. It was as adorable as it was sad. But it seemed to have made enough of an impression to prompt the new guard to do the obvious right thing and take that creep to the dungeon instead of me. So, I'm writing today because I want to remember that. This anonymous act of heroism? No, that may be too great a name. Idiocy? Selflessness? Selflessness begets selflessness. That should be a proverb. Does that sound like a proverb to you, diary? I promised the boy that I would make it up to him personally, but I had better steer clear of the slums for a while. I will find him, though, eventually. I trust my bad luck just fine. I am still awake, as a thought keeps encroaching over all the others. I just remembered how hot and bothered that idiot got when the guard accused him of being a horde eater. That is what prompted him to climb the bridge, not what happened before. Did he notice my horns at all? All right, see the memory. Whoa! Okay, see, this is what happens when I didn't have a chance to take the skip button off.
Whoa, wait, hold up. Who am I supposed to look for? I didn't even catch your...
Oh, chubby Ader. All right.
Whoa, wait.
Wait, hold on. All right. There's a... Wait, I'm not supposed to save on the choice. Oh, I didn't save on the choice. Okay, so save... What the... All right. I don't know what the fuck I just did, but... I just double saved for no reason. All right. Whoa. Damn it. Closing the door again. What the fuck is happening right now? Sorry, that was weird. Now my ankle brace is stuck to my sock. I'm having a hell of a time over here. Did he mean that, or all guards are bastards? Agab? Was that a shout out to ACAB? Is Agab? Well, let's just, Any votes? I'm just going to steamroll through this. Let's see what this says. Oh, hey.
I'm so dead. I'm so dead. It's all right. I lived a good life, and I can say bye with a smile. Tell my friends I love them, and burn me with my purse before my boss figures out where all the missing rivets go.
Oh boy.
For the last time, Ader, the wine was not poisoned.
Oh my. Oh my. Ader couldn't believe her. Then again, he could barely believe anything at this point. He'd eaten figs and dates and honey pastries by the dozen, sitting on cushions that felt like clouds. He'd drunk wine so sweet that he could barely believe it was liquor. So easy to drink it was that by the time they'd finished the first pitcher, they were already drinking from each other. Ah! Sorry, I got a mouth thing. I'm sorry. They were drinking from each other's mouths instead. And Ader was laying on his host's bed with a disheveled gazelle in one hand and a tiny ornate cup in another.
Now, don't take me wrong. Now, I'm just saying, a gazelle inviting a poor buck to a fancy palace, feeding him food this good and getting him all drunk? I've heard this kind of story before, ma'am, and it always ends with Barhan curses and deer turned to stone.
Okay, I just was, all right.
Like I could make it any harder.
Whoa! Ma'am!
Ma'am!
I was talking about your skull. What were you thinking?
Good Max.
I'm thinking that maybe it really is as thick as y'all say, because as much as I try, and I tried, believe me, I just can't shake the feeling this is just too good to be true. You sure you ain't about to curse me or something?
So what if I am, What if it turns out I'm a Sephi and I put a spell on you? Isn't it a little too late to run?
You know what? I think I just let you do whatever you want to me at this point. Just don't leave any mark.
Well, we know the mark happens, but welcome to the fun part of the diary versus the depressing part. Oh my.
Ader, please. That's beyond inappropriate. Whatever happened to the shy boy I took home today?
You served him wine, ma'am. He drank it, and now that he's drunk it, he's drunk. And that really makes him feel like telling you how pretty your horns look, and how cute your fluffy little tail is, and how much he loves your hip-shaking, earthquaking, heart-melting butt.
We've heard him use that phrase before. Holy crap.
So that's just the wine talking,
Not a chance, ma'am. Aderson, son of Gerfath, says what he thinks all day, every day. Wine just makes him say it a little louder.
Really? I'm not so sure about that. I have a feeling that you'll start looking for excuses the moment alcohol stops being one. And I'm going to take the brunt of the blame, as usual.
Aw.
Hey now! I may look like a crook and smell like a crook and talk like a crook, but there ain't nothing farther from the truth, ma'am. I'm a knight at heart, and I say I'm in everything that I did today.
Oh my.
A night, you say? Never mind, you are drunk.
Ader took both his hands to his mouth, effectively hiding his whole face instead.
You didn't hear any of that.
Oh.
Oh, I most certainly did. How could I forget I was dining with Sir Ader? No, Lord Ader, perhaps. Milor Aderson of the High Field.
Oh, man.
It's Aderson of the Upper Field, and you're the last person in the world that gets to make fun of me for wanting to be something I ain't, Sep.
Hey, yo! Harsh and the mellow.
At least I have the decency to call myself Jasif before and after 2 cups of wine. And so should you, before you slip and tell someone.
Don't you worry your pretty striped face. Your secret's safe with me. I won't tell nobody you're a sep if you promise you won't tell them I'm a horn eater.
I refuse to make any such promises unless you can prove your aptitude for keeping the secrets you've stolen.
Damn, the mellow is harshened.
Huh? What's that? You think I'm gonna go and spill the beans the moment you turn around? Alrighty then. I dare you to come at me with any kooky spooky mind-reading magic stuff you got. My lips are sealed, ma'am. I won't breathe a word.
Is that so? Then brace yourself, Ader. I'm about to show you a millinery memory-altering technique.
Whoa! A waterfall of wine fell on Ader's face. Just going back to... I got like more save files from this alone. Well, we're gonna continue on. It's not that stupid. No, we're not gonna go with stupid. Let's keep on with the fun. You don't know knights. It's not often that Ader gets to take a look at his back, much less while he's sweeping the entrance to the temple. It would seem, however, that this memory started with someone staring intently from a distance. Two people, actually.
Nice rack you have there, broom boy!
That's fucking mean.
Oh, shucks! You really think so?
Ooh.
Oh yes, it's quite impressive. For dough!
Okay, you piece of shit.
Say what? You want to get down here and say that to my face?
Keep your head and walk away.
Huh? Sep, what you doing here?
Saving your neck, obviously. What do you think you're doing? Elbar won't lower himself to your level, but don't doubt for a second that he will send his guards after you if you provoke him.
I'm the one provoking him? Didn't you just hear what he said?
Oh, please. Can't you see? He's only insulting your looks because he doesn't have anything more meaningful to say about you. He thinks you're so weak that you will crumble hearing a shallow insult. Prove him wrong. Don't give him the satisfaction of seeing you flustered.
You know what? That's a for real good call. Yeah. This one of them mind-reading lessons of yours?
Good, that's a good lesson in general, but yeah.
No, that's just how life is. If you don't want to have your cute little horns thrown in the dungeon, you do well to keep your feelings in check around those that hold more power than you. And just so you know, I like them short anyway.
For real? I mean, yeah, of course. How come I hadn't thought about this earlier? I bet he's the one feeling threatened by my horn size. You know what they say? The shorter the sticks, the longer the...
Wow.
Hex.
Does he have a death wish? If only you knew. We're gonna keep up with the positivity.
Hex.
Hex. We save again, and we go with positivity. This Chad. Wine candlelights and the distant music traveling from the main hall to the upper floor, set up like no other for a romantic evening, coupled by a slightly inebriated monarch and a captain of the guard leaning against one another.
I will have you know, Sir Askadath, that you are exceedingly handsome.
Egad, a compliment from my princess. So refreshing and so rare. I feel like the sweetest fruit on a tree has fallen straight into my hands. What have I done to deserve such unusual kindness?
You're easily manipulatable.
Well, I was thinking that you spent so many nights in my room, and yet your hands haven't wandered even once.
But of course, I am a knight before I am a man. Love is the prize and the contest, and I know that only defeat awaits if I act too hastily.
Yeah, see, there it is, where his fingertip is below the purple bead thing again.
I feel that it's been quite long and proper now, however, and I'm afraid my heart is not quite as strong as a trained chevalier's.
I warn you, Jacif, I am known far and wide for my passion. My vigor knows no match in all of Acathor.
How curious. I have heard similar things about myself. Shall we try and see who's truly the best between us?
Do you truly dare? Very well, my dear. We shall burn together in the fiery pits of love. The ground will tremble with the potency of our embrace.
Yuck.
But not today.
What? Abar steepled his fingers.
I have a previous engagement. Next time, however, I will bring you the loveliest flowers and the fanciest incense, and we will have a night that will surpass your wildest maiden dreams. Until then!
Methinks there's something else going on with this person. Abar scrambled to his feet and hurled himself out of the room without any further explanation, nearly taking the door with him. One may think that perhaps this was an offense, that leaving your lover in the heat of the moment would be off-putting, to say the least, but no. Zep remained very much unfazed. She was speaking to herself, in fact.
Knock, knock. Was that Sir Askadath running through the corridor just now?
I was just testing out a theory.
Theory? Oh dear, you're a dancer, not a scholar. Leave experiments to them and focus on doing your job instead of driving the clientele. Jasif, where do you think you're going?
I need to have my research peer-reviewed.
Oh, Elba. The thread of thought Ader was following disappeared. Oh, damn it. Okay. That was a long one. Hey, hey, hey. Ow, my head. I wonder if all those other ones take you to somewhere else.
Honey, please, let me in.
Load. When did this one start? All right, this one, yes.
Whoa, what?
Let's go with that one. Oh, this does take you somewhere else. Well, we shouldn't. Stop it. Hold up. Hold up. We shouldn't do that because then it'll undo everything we did. Gonna stay here literally all night.
Hex. I will have you know.
So what's the one we just did? It was One-Eyed Chub, which is a euphemism for a penis. Just go ahead without being afraid of making mistakes. I'm not afraid of making mistakes.
Just who do you think you are?
I don't want to miss content. I know I've missed stuff already. I'm just curious. I'm not afraid, you see. Oh, hey! We've seen this stuff before. Okay. So we've seen this one. We see, yes. And then we saw this one. And then, yeah, okay. Mommy! Mommy! I saw the mommy! Yeah.
Hey, Sip, so,
Yep, and that didn't go anywhere else either. Okay, okay. It wasn't the long silence. It was One-Eyed Chub. Oh, yes, memory.
Just who do you think you are?
Yeah, why do I, yes, do the fucking skip memory. Did he mean that? Skip memory.
I'm so...
Is this gonna work? Yup. So did we just happen to choose all the right ones? Skip memory. Does he have a death wish? Yeah, we did just choose all the right ones. So there's... Yeah, you got it. And skip memory. There are no right ones. I meant ones that don't end in, like, dead ends. Am I testing your patience? I'm not intending to. I apologize. We'll just move on. Out of something. They're not dead ends. They're just ones that haven't been revealed yet. That's the point. You haven't been reading the message. I apologize. I did not. The surface. I'm sorry. I have failed you. Out of something. Dear diary, I have brought a new deer into my room today, and you will not believe who it is. The one-eyed chub. I found him at last, though he is anything but shy. I remember reading this. Oh, wait, yes. We started reading this, and then we went back to the numerical sorting. So we read the first paragraph, and then we move on now. His name is Ader something. And as expected, he is an idiot. I made my intentions crystal clear from the moment I saw him, and yet, despite his obvious desperation and his many slips of the tongue, literal and figurative, I think there's something wrong with his jaw. I could imagine what it would be like if I was the dev of a game and saw someone playing a game that I worked countless hours on. And I saw someone playing it the way I was playing and just be like, fucking get on with it! Jesus! I'm so sorry. That's why I don't typically watch people who play visual novels. I'm just play these things. I don't watch other visual novel creators unless I really like that creator. Anyway, yes, something's wrong with his jaw. He insisted on playing dumb and refused all my advances. I soon grew tired of dancing around the issue, and knowing the curse can only do so much, I decided to read his gaze to see if I had the right deer after all. And you know what? It turned out he is a gaze reader. Of all the deer I saw, this dumbass can read gazes without any proper training. Mom would have absolutely lost it. My mouse was gone. There we go. Ader dumbass. God, he gets so much shit. Dear Doe. Now, the actual thing is the diary is very much made to be confusing and mysterious, but the way it's made does not lend itself to streaming due to how charge it's meant to be. Charge. Due to how charge it's meant to be? I don't know. It's like charge ahead. You're just supposed to. Okay. I understand. So, just fucking keep. I understand that. Just don't stop. Keep fucking plowing. Understand. Don't linger. I get you now. Dear diary, I invited him over, dying to see what other surprises this elongated bag of serendipity hid. Yes, that is, yes, and hid, sorry. He's a gaze reader, great wingman tells you in the game. Nice. And I decided to seal the deal with a kiss and a little touch of persuasion, lest he got cold feet. But none of that worked either. I cannot tell if my voice affected him at all, but he got mad at me. I could not care less if my powers are useless on him, but does he not realize that I am worth 1,000 times more than any miserable doe he could ever hope to lay one of his massive fingers on? God, you need one. Well, I mean, this game would be a great wingman if you were trying to convince me. Massive fingers. Nonetheless, I need reasons to keep him close for the time being. I still have a favor to return, do I not? Because did I mention his hands? Heron be blessed, his hands! Next page. Psst. PSS. I just thought that was psst, like you were whispering out of shovel hands. My dinner together when I couldn't read his mind because Master Deer arrived and I had to hide you for a while, and then we got a nice kind of drunk too tomorrow. Nice. Use of alcohol. Be warned, citizens. That is legitimately a thing that you should warn people about, lest they're sensitive to the issue. But it's just, out of all the warnings that were there, just that is the one that, especially, I'm gonna shut up now. Focus on your breathing. Well, there was no voicing for that line. I'm just realizing. Focus on your breathing, in and out. Good, don't stop. Keep your eyes on me. Like that, relax.
Now tell me, Ader, what am I thinking?
You thinking this sounds 10 kinds of wrong?
Ugh, no! That's what you are thinking, damn it!
Oh, sorry.
Why isn't this working now? You read my gaze without even trying just a few hours ago. Doing it on purpose shouldn't pose a challenge after all the tips I have given you. What's your problem?
You think
Now tell me, Ader, what? Focus on your breathing.
Yeah, there we go. Now that's not on skip.
Good.
It works. I'm sorry.
No.
You thinking this?
Ugh, no.
God, you know Renpy like the
you
back
are
of your
thinking,
hand.
Damn it!
Good
Why
lord.
isn't this working now? You read my gaze.
The sound of a pebble crashing against the balcony drained all the color from Sep's face. Elmer had finished his quest.
Look, ma'am, this was a lovely night. The pastries were out of this world. You're a for real nice gal, but it don't look like I'm cut out for this whole wacky, magic-y, mind-reading stuff. So I think I'm gonna go and get for you. Try to yank my head hornless.
That wouldn't have been normally the problem. Sep did what she could, after all, and if a papa like him didn't want to accept her generosity, that was his problem. However, she faced a small logistics problem. There was only one discreet way to enter or exit Sep's room. The window, of course! The same window which was being attacked with pebbles at that very moment. It's been 2 years programming the sections, so I just wonder... You just know every bug to the millimeter by now. Yeah. Your work ethic is astounding. By now. Needless to say, she couldn't let him go.
Wait! There's something I need to tell you before you leave. Honestly, I've been meaning to ask about it since we first met, but I didn't quite know how to word the subject nicely. Say, Ader, do you have some kind of aversion to baths?
Ooh. Let's see how badly this goes over.
Say what? Of course I take baths. I ain't no smelly buck. It's just that I've been running all day and I work at a forge and you've been making me real nervous with this eye magic stuff and...
Ah, I see. Well, don't mind me then. I'm sure that ashen sweat is a popular perfume among slum dwellers.
Jesus!
I get it. Sheesh. They gonna make me self-conscious about it.
So you agree that you need to wash yourself, right? Perfect. Our bath is right under these stairs. It should be empty right now, so why don't you head there and hide for a while?
And hide for a while? Nice.
Hold up right there. Did you just say hide?
You say hide.
From the rest of the world. It's like a metaphor for relaxing and... Ugh! Will you just go and stop stinking up my room already?
There's like... There were 5 pebbles.
Yes, ma'am.
Ader sobbed a little as he sneaked out of the room. Snuck out of the room? Whatever. Oh, Jesus. Deep breath was all the preparation Sep could gather before the window burst open.
Hello again, babe.
Babe! I'm here, babe! I am so sorry. I need a drink of water. I've been recording for 6 hours. I've been streaming. I have been recording as well for the video versions.
What do you think you're doing up there, you loon?
I have solved your riddle. I come bearing gifts for you, and therefore I become the opposite of a thief. And so, with that misunderstanding cleared, in I go!
Wow! An acrobat as well as a general nuisance. Twinge of fear shook Sep as the masked deer she had grown to find absolutely predictable barged into her room. It quickly passed, however. The Desert Rose was her kingdom, her home, the only place in all of Akazor where she could ever be truly safe. If any guards appeared, it would be because Miss Rochelle called them on her behalf. If anyone so much as looked at her wrong, they would be quickly disposed of, as long as Miss Rochelle approved of it. Oh my, Despa, Jesus. Oh, there was no need for that. The intruder somehow looked even sillier yet up close. Horns aside, he wasn't much taller than the gazelle, making him look squat in spite of the otherwise mighty and wealthy appearance. Sep smiled to herself. Perhaps she had been looking at the situation wrong.
I must admit that I am rather impressed by your guile, my masked madman. Had I known you would return to me so quickly, I would have prepared my room for the occasion.
At least you could have opened a window in my absence. It smells like a volcano in here. Damn, I thought the Princess of Sand and Fire was your stage name, not your living conditions.
Jesus, that's gonna set the fucking mood.
Oh, yes. That's just the smell of ash. Forge ash. Its purifying properties are astounding, but it's a bit of an acquired taste.
Well, whatever it is extremely vexing. We will have to do something about that next time. For now, however, I didn't know what kind of present you would appreciate most, Your Majesty. So I took the liberty of bringing those that I do enjoy.
Wow, selfish bastard. First you say that, we gotta do something about that next time. Tell her how she fucking sets her room up, and then your gift for her is stuff you like. I mean, there are gift sessions where it's like, you share of yourself, and that's like the theme of gift giving in those particular things. But it's like, I didn't even try to think, you know, it's like, I don't know what you would like, so I just decided to give you stuff I want. Like, that's not a romantic gesture in your first impression. Elbow removed the fabric covering his hand, only to reveal a silver plate full of pastries and a wine pitcher. Oh! No, I mean, that might work, but, like, stuff that she's got all around her.
We shall partake on a most lovely dinner to celebrate our first encounter.
That's actually a fantastic idea. And yet I worry this marvelous evening may still lack the right appetizer. Perhaps a few verses would open my appetite.
Oh, deceive, how astute of you! Feigning disinterest and serenades deceive the feeble suitor from the truly devoted. You have pretended enough. Heed so the words of your poet.
Oi!
Brighter than all the stars in the sky, warmer yet than the desert is dry.
He's like... Like, Goff is unbearable, and then they bring in this motherfucker. Even Sep's like, ugh, why?
My. I thought I had been hearing voices for a while now.
Sep closed her eyes with a small victorious smile as the door to her room burst open. What? Oh, yeah! Tickets to your favorite football team, when a game's console, bottle of cars, a case of beer. That's expensive. Like, it's not like I'm not validating the fucking the whole point. Like, that's a lot of money to spend on a non-thought out gift. Exactly, that would be the thought process. Like, if you don't like them, I'll use them. Like, that's so much money to spend on a gift that's clearly for yourself. Anyway, door
Who's
burst
there?
open.
This is not what it looks like. I can explain. I am...
Sir Elbar of Askadath. Now there's a man who doesn't need an introduction. We are most honored by your presence.
Wow. All right, so hold up. We got some piece of shit in the chat. You just need to take care of that real quick. Give me a second. That's annoying. Can we get, like, Despa, can we get, some... Okay, so the chat will... Fortunately, the chat just disappears after a bit. Yeah. This is one of the reasons why the chat just disappears after a bit. Ah. Yeah, it's unfortunately comes with the territory. I'm sorry that I'm sorry that y'all are having to see it at all. Anyway. Fucking... whatever. And in the video version, I'll just cut this part, and if any of it spliced or yeah, that would be actually pretty good, Despa. I wouldn't mind that. I've never had a mod for a stream chat, so that'd be pretty nice. Anyway, but yeah, if it overlaps with the voice acting, I'll just blur it or something. There you are, Despa. Add as moderator. There you go. Despa59 is now a managing moderator. Well, good thing you're there. And the only way to get this to sort of go away is to just sort of move along. So we just move along. Thank you, Despa, for hopping on as a moderator. And because of that, we're just going to continue.
How did you find me? What magic have you employed to see through my disguise, old crone?
That's hilariously relevant right now.
Oh, please. Any business owner would do well to recognize the captain of the guard in any state of clothing. But that's not the matter at hand, is it? Of course not. We're here to talk about Princess Deceive.
Hey, Ooga Beluga, yeah. Some little unpleasantness going on in the chat right now by some people who have so little to do in their life that they feel the need to, I don't know, prove it. Seb had questions, complaints, and just about enough criteria left to not say a word when Miss Rochelle was talking in her behalf.
You have exquisite taste. Jasif is such a little gem, so sadly overlooked by a dear like us just for those Barhan horns of hers. But oh joy! Having you here means that her talents have finally been recognized by a worthy patron. Because you do intend to patronize her, correct?
Thank you for your moderation expertise, Despa. You're my first mod, by the way. First ever mod. And I think you have definitely proven your qualities for it.
Why, yes, of course! I would never dream of wasting the time and talent of an artist like her without compensation.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, this is such a magnificent moment. Please, come this way. We'll make the necessary arrangements over some tea.
Damn. Disregarding the difference in status, Miss Rochelle quickly pushed and dragged Elbar out of Sep's room.
Whatever happened to a streak of bodies in the sewers?
Dear. Oh, dear. Taylor could never get his hands on this one.
Miss Rochelle slammed the door shut, sucking all the noise out of the room, and for a second, finally, a moment of peace. For Sep, at least. Taylor, the mere mention of Edelum's most infamous moneylender's name sent invisible shivers down Ader's spine. But the realization that he was in fact her so-called brother paralyzed his every thought. Perhaps he hoped it was another Taylid, because if it was the same Taylid, he would inevitably hear about the trial and anything revealed in it about Ader and Sep, and then someone would find a rotten hunk of yellow venison hanging from his hooves. Ader briefly considered his options before realizing that he was about to die either way. May as well have some fun in his last moments. Sep seemed to agree, as she quietly took a cup from her drawer and began pouring wine into it. After a few moments, the door opened once more. Quietly this time. Sep didn't need to look to know a completely soaked Ader just entered the scene.
Oh, boy! Soap! You know how long it's been since I last saw some good darn soap? I smell so fruity that I'm making myself hungry here. And look, my clothes are super clean now, too. It sure was hard getting all the grunge out of them, but I think I managed.
Jeez. So much shit she's had to put up with.
Tell me you didn't wash your rags in there.
Okay.
Just don't tell her. Just don't tell her. Sep hid her face within her hands, seeking to cease to exist for a brief moment.
I just went and messed everything up again, didn't I? See? I gotta get the hay out of this place before I end up setting your room on fire or something.
No, it's all good. I just need a good excuse and a refill. You want one too?
An excuse?
A cup, you moron.
Damn. Ader began sniffing the cups Sep pushed toward him.
Oh, darn. Check this thing out. Looks like tar juice. You drinking poison or something?
It's northern mulled wine. Pretty much the same thing, if you ask me.
Ha!
Wine? Whoa! That's the real stuff, huh? Way out of my budget. Sure hope this ain't no scam now, because there ain't no way in Doc Nah I can afford this. Unless you're really taking rivets this time.
Oh, please, that joke is getting old. Just relax and make yourself at home. You're my guest tonight, which means that anything in this room is yours for the taking.
That's gonna go over his head.
Anything?
A single insinuating eyebrow should have told Ader all he needed to know. But he was much too preoccupied with the pastries laying on the silver plate.
Yes, anything at all.
Oh.
Well, guess a little sip won't hurt.
That's the spirit. Years of alcohol implied alcoholism. Oh. Knock, knock went the locked door, but it was completely ignored by the gazelle resting at the other side. The knocking continued at an eager tempo, specifically designated to annoy Sep into giving up, but she was far too cozy to mind.
Knock, 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 Deceive. Open the door. It's me.
There is no deceive before the sun rises.
Should I call you Homo Septut then?
Low blow.
I'd rather you didn't call me at all.
Ha! Good comeback.
Oh, come on, dear. Don't be such a bore. Today's a special occasion. I've cleared out my schedule just for you so you can tell me all about your new patron.
Give me a moment.
I like how Sepp looks with the glasses. Sepp rolled toward the edge of a bed with a sheet that wouldn't have been out of place in a snail race. With a... Yeah, sorry. I feel like I said that wrong. Let me try it again. Sepp rolled out... Fuck! Sepp rolled toward the edge of a bed with a speed that wouldn't have been out of place in a snail race. She managed to gather enough momentum to just barely defeat gravity and get up. Getting dressed was important, of course. And if she was to survive a lecture so early in the morning, she needed to have a hearty glass of juice. Fermented grape juice, to be precise. That's wine! Oh! As she poured her favorite tonic, an oversized pair of arms surrounded her waist, pulling her into a warm embrace.
Good morning, sleepyhead.
Good. What?
Oh, shit! So I gotta rub my eyes for a second. I've been doing this pretty much since I got up. Oh. Welcome to being the 51st people I have a mod badge from. I don't have a power problem, I swear. Hey, well, that just proves that either you're good at convincing people you deserve it, or you actually deserve it. And I see you have redeemed hydrate, so we shall drink water. I have now drank water, and so should all of you! Drink water, god damn it! God damn it! There, now you're a mod on Twitch as well. So am I still just the 51st person? Or am I 51st and 52nd? Am I... Fuck. Come on. You're the president person. Grover Cleveland. Am I Grover Cleveland? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Does firewater count? Jesus. Anyway, we continue. The illusion of comfort was broken all too soon. I like this expression on her face.
What do you think you're doing?
Giving you a nice good morning hug?
Here! I mean here! What are you doing in my room so late? Or so early? Or why are you naked?
What? Oh, he's still got pants on. Okay.
Do I have to explain that part? Oh, look, I would have get a lot sooner, but you looked at me all teary-eyed when I was leaving, and then you asked me to stay, and you looked so sweet when you pulled on my hand. I just couldn't say no to that face, and...
Aw, that's so sweet.
Shut up! I did what?
Oh.
What's taking you so long, Joseph?
Who's that talking over there? Is that your ma?
Woo! That. They were president 2 times. Yeah, they are the only president to have served 2 non-consecutive terms. And that's not changing any fucking time soon. God damn it.
No! That is none of your business, Raoul!
Don't start with that ugly business talk again. I thought you'd be in a talkative mood today of all days. Don't think I didn't see all that wine.
Oh boy.
Yes! Did you hear that? I was drunk. I was tired. I drank more than I thought I did, and that's why I asked you to stay. That's it. Don't get any weird ideas.
so protected, so many walls.
Me? Nah. I wouldn't get my hopes up or anything.
Aw.
Good! Now get out of here before she...
Hold up! Let me put something on first!
Oh dear, you should have mentioned you were already celebrating. That's okay. Don't rush on my account. We'll talk later.
But when did she take off her glasses?
Yes!
When did that happen?
Who's that talk? What?
Here! What are you...
Giving you a...
Here! I mean here! What are you doing in my room so late? Or so early? Or... why are you naked?
Oh, I would definitely take Obama coming back, but ever since the second Roosevelt, there's only 2 terms allowed for a president, and he got 2 terms. Not that fucking Republicans let him do what he wanted with them, but we got 2 terms of Obama, and I would break the I would gladly let them break the rule for him. But anyway, yeah, no, actually, no, Obama, come here. We want you. Hey, man, I don't know if the prime minister has to be born in Britain like the president has to be born in America. So, but hey, you the UK. I don't know. The prime minister situation has been pretty fucked for a while. And I apologize if I fucked up with the UK as opposed to Britain.
Here!
Thing.
I mean here! Here!
Do I have...
Sorry, my skip, my rolly scroll button on my mouse is fucked. Both Ader and Sep remain frozen for a few more seconds as they heard her walk away.
Well, she seems nice.
Get out!
I don't believe so, but they have to go through schooling. Obama's pretty well educated. Pretty fucking well educated. Anyway, Ader jumped out the window, half naked, somewhat more naked than he was when he arrived, at least. It was only then that Sep noticed a shaggy piece of blue and white fabric lying on her bed.
Hey! Come back here this instant! You...
Whew, I just left and she's missing me already.
Jesus Christ. Ooh, a current has opened up somewhere! Oh! Elbows promise. That's so cool! That's so cool! That is cool! Okay.
Whew, I
like that. I like that. I like that. Okay. So, we just continue. What does it say? So, does that mean the other one is that... Ooh! That one also does something.
Sep, you see, darling queen, I don't want to hurry your grace, but I think that's the sun coming up your window. You sure you don't want to go grab some scissors?
Oh! With the rope? But what? Why would he? How would he? What would he? But we're just right after the... How would you... Like a college course before you can be elected, which by how UK the text probably adding 2 and 2 together. Oh, like they have to take a class in being the prime minister?
Will you just shut up for a minute and let me concentrate? I'm almost done figuring out the knot.
Right. That's great and all, but I don't think my boss is gonna take I was kind of tied up for an excuse. Really, though, saw my arm off if you got it. Just don't let me get to work late.
Jacif! Guess who?
Oh, for the love of... Ral! Isn't there anyone else waiting for you to ruin their morning?
As a matter of fact, there is. So open up, sweetheart. I'm a very busy doe. And so is your patron.
Don't think you can come and demand my time whenever you feel like it. I'm busy as well. Far too busy to open up right now.
That's okay, love. I brought my keys this time.
Fuck! Sorry, that was too close. Fuck! That's better, I think. I don't know, I didn't have to hear it. Sepp looked at Ader. Ader looked at the ropes. The ropes looked up at Sepp. The sound of a key struggling against the lock sent them both into a frenzy strong enough to make Ader break free all on his own. Well, way to go, man! Then, it was time to panic. Sepp turned the room on its head, wondering if there was a wardrobe tall enough to fit a deer that was more deer than any other deer, and she had no such luck. She had, however, an abundance of oversized cushions. The door finally opened up, revealing a doe with an apparently pleased expression, which threatened to break into ire at any moment. Miss Rochelle looked left and right, clearly hoping to find something, or someone. But what you never be suspicious of, when all Sepp was doing was sit on a pile of cushions with a cup of wine.
Dear, oh dear, would you look at that? Drinking so early in the morning. You look more and more like your father every day.
Oof. Sepp took a long sip of her drink, trying to drown the dangerously uninhibited words that were forming in her throat. Look, you got the fist. Also, if you didn't see before, Ader's just down there. She left a cup on the ground and sat up slightly.
Where's Elbar? Didn't you say he was with you?
Ooh. I didn't even notice Damn. I didn't even notice something needing to be banned. Good modding, Despa.
Oh, he was! He came by yesterday while you were out. We spent a lovely evening talking about you and his doubts about my legitimacy. Someone got into his head that I have usurped the throne, and that I'm not doing enough to protect you, apparently.
Protect what? My moral integrity? This isn't precisely a convent.
You're many, many things, dear, but subtle is not one of them. I know you've struck a deal of some sort with him.
But you're here because you don't know what.
I'll find out soon enough. You're 20 years too young to play me, Jasif. Now, would you be so kind to tell me what kept you from opening the door this time?
I was just trying to spite you.
You did great then. And the one who's going to pay is that naked buck you're hiding behind the...
I ain't naked, ma'am.
Ooh!
I'm wearing a cape.
Ader! Ader! Oh, well, great. Good catching that, Despa. Thank you. Miss Rochelle stared at a now revealed Ader for a solid minute. Then she moved her eyes towards Sepp, who silently prayed for any benevolent god to end her life.
Can't say I've ever understood your taste in men, Jasif, but this one definitely bears the palm. Where did you find him? In a circus? Did the wandering horn eaters come to town?
Hey! I ain't... No.
Ader didn't finish that sentence, for all the evidence pointed to the contrary.
That's okay, sweetie. Better deer have fallen victim to Jasif's charms. Better looking at the very least.
Fuck you. The doe walked towards Ader with a huge smile on her face. Ader walked back slowly. Smiles like those had never been good news in his life.
Oh dear, what's that face for? Did she tell you something bad about me too?
No, ma'am. Never seen her do anything but sing your praises.
Sing your praises, he says. How charming. Let me guess. You're one of those naive country fawns that get corrupted by the glamour of the city and then never dare go back home. Just think what your parents would say if they saw you here.
For a moment, Miss Rochelle's eyelids drooped a little. For a moment, her words sounded a little too honest.
Well, dear, if that's the case, you're far too good to die because of someone like her. That's why I'll be nice and give you a chance to turn your life back around. You have 5 seconds to run before I call the guards. 1.
Will you be all right?
Sep pointed at the window, her face covered with one hand.
2.
On the count of 3, Ader disappeared.
Well, he seemed like a nice enough sort. I bet you would have broken his heart one way or another.
Piece of shit. Piece of actual shit. Hey, Wooga Beluga's back. Yay! Yay!
Wait a second, I don't get it. Why was Ader tied?
Oh, no. He fell and got all tangled up while they were knitting.
Oh, Ader. That kind of stuff happens to me a lot too, you know?
I certainly hope not. Something about not wanting to be left alone. Ooh, we got 2 of them open up. Okay, the first one was about Elbar and left alone. And I believe they're going to be up on the corner there, but I still wrote it down. I'm going to push him off a cliff, or you're going to jump off a cliff. Ooh. Quietude. Just complete, utter silence. Heavy, very heavy. About as thick as a sheet, covering the entirety of Sep's room. Silence from the girl meticulously moving a flattened bead of glass over every squiggly line of letters in a book. Silence from the boy sitting by her side on the bed, hands intertwined over his caved-in stomach as he stared at the ceiling. The little drumming, his occasional whistling, vanished in the all-encompassing silence.
I'm sorry. I thought you'd like that.
Oh no. Is this when they had some analyzing?
I didn't.
Sep licked her thumb before turning the page. Felt like the slowest page turn in history.
Did I make you mad?
Good catch.
Not at all. I appreciate your initiative.
And his gaze traveled to the other end of the room, repelled by the tone of her words. He barely dared look at her ears.
You look mad.
I have been known to look mad on occasion.
Jesus Christ! Having 2 people that could read minds together in a single room, avoiding each other's gaze, was foreboding, to say the least.
Well, as long as you ain't mad.
Oh, man! The sound of the book being sternly closed echoed all over the room.
I thought you'd be smart enough to figure out how I feel, if only barely.
Oh, man.
So you are mad!
Of course I'm mad! How could I not be? You've been taking too many liberties lately, but this is the last straw. How dare you go behind my back like that after all I've done for you? Oh, the nerve you have!
Bad communication. Oh, boy.
On my nerves is where you're getting. I already apologized. What else do you want me to do?
You call that an apology? You haven't even started to grovel.
Woo! Royalty. Jeez.
Say what? You really think I'm gonna bow my head and kiss your hooves? I done begged plenty in my life, but even I got some pride, ma'am. Anderson, son of Gerfather of the upper field, is a whole lot of things, but he ain't no ass kisser.
Ooh, what is, I'm anticipating this next line.
And what exactly is Aderson of the upper field if not an ass kisser taking advantage of my generosity? I have little use for anything else.
I didn't think that's where that line was gonna go. I was like, good job, Despo. You banned all the bots. Thank you. Ader extended a finger, posed to reply, but he immediately curled it back again as he pressed his lips together, realizing his own urgent lack of a worthwhile retort.
You know what? Fine. Guess I can't keep my true identity a secret forever.
What? The seriousness of his expression managed to throw Sepp off ever so slightly.
You want to know who I am? Well, listen up and listen well. I'm a knight-to-be. Royal blood runs in my veins because I was abandoned in a farm in the middle of nowhere by my real parents.
Oh boy. Ader, what are you doing?
Only after coming of age did I find out I was, in fact, a hero destined to save all of Akazor, nay, all of Duck-Nah from ruin.
Nay, all
Sorry. This is an interesting strategy in the middle of an argument.
And get the girl while at it.
Ader struck a pose as you finished talking. He huffed through his nose and then discreetly turned his head to see Sepp's reaction. Oh my, even this game is not averse to the crotch bulge. Why'd I say even this game? I guess it's because we haven't had, like, we've had sexual themes, but we haven't had overt, like, sexual, gratification. And so, like, yeah, let's just continue.
You're lucky I have a soft spot for your lies, Ader. I'm going to give you extra credit for having such a knightly name. Now, tell me a better one.
Oof.
Say what? Ma'am, coming up with stories like these ain't nothing to sneeze at. I'll just tell you another tomorrow.
Aw.
Bold of you to assume you will have a tomorrow with me.
I just really enjoy how many people just fail to see that this is that type of relationship. Like, next question is like, did they sleep together? And you're like, people don't get that? How did he? All right, I'm getting vicarious, like, aneurysm causing frustration for you. Like just because you don't have a scene where like they pumped each, like what the subtlety is a lost art in these games, and I've read a lot of not subtle scenes, so I guess given the company you share. Sepp opened the window and folded her arms, looking rather serious.
I've been a gracious host so far, but my time is precious and short, and you have far overextended your stay beyond what's acceptable. If you're not going to do what I say, then I don't have anything else to say to you. You have taken me for granted long enough, Ader.
Ooh, shit.
Well, nothing to do about it then. Darn my luck. Guess you won't get to hear about all my mighty made-up master plans to become a knight and get you to fall for me. Curses. They were so funny, too. Like that one time I disguised myself as 10 stags trying to fight me and ended up getting knocked out by my boss. Or that time I hid inside a barrel and convinced a guard I was a talking barrel of ale. And don't even get me started on the neck thing.
This is an interesting strategy. Zep hesitated for a moment as she watched him climb down.
Fine. Let's make this a game then. Come back tomorrow with another story of yours. If you manage to make me laugh at least once, I will let you stay by my side one more day. If you don't, I will make you pay the extent of my services in full.
Damn! Just pear and blood. That's all you got. Great line from an anime prince was, if you trace back my family, you'll find a commoner. So that is why I put distance between me and my people, because one day each and every one of them could be a future noble or royal. Interesting.
Was that Code Geass?
I've never seen Code Geass. I don't know why I said that.
Can I pay in rivets this time?
With the rivets! Oh, Jesus. Slam the window shut. Oh! Something about dangerous situations. I'm gonna write it. Dang situations. Too soft to him. Raul doesn't need to know. Oh, we went with Raul.
Sure you're all right?
Dang! We're on a freaking roll here.
I told you! The wine went to my head. Nothing else. I'm fine now.
For real? I don't mind spending another night making you company if you need it. Just ditch the ropes this time.
Oh, damn.
Don't even joke about that. I can't imagine what Rel would do to you if she found you here.
Well, that'd be the case if she found Ader. But if she found Sir Ader Cinda the Upper Field, loyal servant of Yasif.
There's gonna be something in the room.
Welcome to the Desert Rose, my lord.
Yeah. Yeah, you got too comfortable.
Go.
Stay.
A boy, a boy. Miss Rochelle advanced toward the two sobering idiots, trudging right through the mess of a room Seth perpetually lived in. And it was now firmly pinned against the lattice, covering the balcony that he had always used as an entrance.
You know, on second thought, I can almost see the appeal in that pitiful sunken face of yours. You look so obedient and innocent, like you wouldn't hurt a fly. Oh dear, I bet you didn't even realize you were intruding on a private commercial transaction.
I look forward to this person getting their comeuppance.
You could bet your farm on it, ma'am. I'd have to know what any of those words means first.
Good, because you wouldn't like what we do with intruders around here.
I'm sure I wouldn't, ma'am. Raul?
It's Rochelle for you. Miss Rochelle.
Miss Rochelle! The Miss Rochelle! Of course! Seb always tells me how much she loves it.
Sep!
Knows how Sep reacted in the back when he said that.
Stop talking, please.
Well, I'll be Sep. Now that's a name I didn't expect to hear again. Sep. How cute. Oh no, sorry. I shouldn't laugh. This is far more serious than I thought. I'm afraid that just kicking you out of a window won't cut it anymore. Say, Sep, who should I tell first? Elbar or Taylid? Oh, I saw that face you made just now. You've met Taylid, haven't you, Ader? You've heard the things he does to the people he doesn't like, right? It's settled then.
What a cunt! Jesus!
Wait! Please! Anything but that! Don't tell Taylid, Raul! I beg you! This isn't Ader's fault. It's mine. I keep asking him to come back. I just manipulated him into thinking that I needed him, just like the rest. But he won't come by ever again. I swear by Hirub.
Oh, honey, what a selfless declaration. I'm moved by your love. I truly am. But your tears and your words aren't valuable enough to buy my silence. Hurry up. The negotiations are about to close.
You know, with one big, like, Donkey Kong slap, you could squish her head. That's fucked. But still, like,
I'll tell you everything I know about Elbar. All the plans I've made with him. I'll do anything you ask of me. But please, let Ader go unharmed.
Now that's more like it. Ooh, I can just tell you've been keeping something really juicy to yourself. Oh, you're still here?
I ain't leaving till my queen tells me to.
Wow.
Oh, how adorable. You found yourself a Hayseed Knight.
They said the thing.
Too bad it's useless. I'm the highest authority here, love, not her. That's why I can do this and she can't. Guards!
Ooh. I'm sorry. Oh, he found an end. Damn. Oh, he crying. He crying. Damn. We got something always tied us together. Trusting others never came to me. I just wanted to be left alone. Those aren't even the ones that we got told. Oh, no. Well, one of them is left alone. So let's write those down too. Trusting others. Tied us. Okay. Just being careful. Overly cautious. Wow. Yeah, this is a lot of circling back and trying to make sure that I don't repeat myself. So let's see. Left alone. Well, one is alone. My mom's playing Disney Dreamlight Valley. Damn it. None of them is called Left Alone. There's just one called Alone, so I guess we'll go with that one. Bing.
Oh, honey, come on. You can't...
Skip. Aha. A current has opened up somewhere. Something about wanting to be left alone. Leave me alone! Sup stared at the window with such intensity it seemed that she wanted to set it on fire. So let's cross that one. Oh, you didn't do the obligatory cat in a box. Aw. It was dark out. Darker than ever. Even a long dawn-soon night. She had been waiting for someone. Someone who wasn't allowed to visit. A brief gust of wind pushed the window in a closed balcony against its frame, letting her down once more. Ader was supposed to arrive 2 hours prior. Holy fuck! I'm sorry, that scared me. For real. Fucking 4th of July celebrations around here started a month ago. In June! And now it will continue for the rest of July. And it's not even dark out, so why the fuck people are firing off fireworks is fucking infuriating. But anyway. Long Dong Silver. Long Dong Silver. Sorry. He had never once been late in the whole season. Not even Miss Rochelle's threats could have made him stay away. Sep was sure of it.
What if something's happened to him?
Sep's gaze was drawn to the window once more. She had seen Ader slip through it dozens of times now, but she had never tried any such feat herself. Even though she lived on the first floor, the ground below looked like an abyss for someone afraid of falling. And yet, what other options did she have? Walking out of the door and pretending that last night's conversation never happened? Mustering courage from depths of her heart she had kept locked away for years, Sep headed to the balcony and glared at the woodwork covering it. Oh, it's 3 a.m. You're going to call it a night. Thanks for streaming. Catch the VOD tomorrow if that's a thing. Oh, yeah. The VOD will be available tomorrow, and incrementally I'll be uploading edited videos as time passes. Thank you very much for being here, Max. I hope you sleep well, and it's always a pleasure to have you around. I wish we could talk more if that suits your fancy. And, yeah. It's always a pleasure. Thank you very much. Whoa! She shoved the window open and took a deep breath, using all of her willpower to stick one tentative leg out the balcony. Oh, likewise, a fun stream night. That's not so sweet of you to say.
I must strongly discourage you from resting your hooves on the frame, my son. The lattice may not be able to withstand your weight, and I am standing underneath.
Oh my. The scare almost made Sep tip forward and fall towards the street. She quickly recoiled and ended up on the balcony instead.
Who's there?
My name is Hadjab Ahmet, descendant of Hadjab, the great cartographer, steward of the Askadath household and heirloom. It is an honor to be at your service, Jasif.
Oh, this is fucking, what's this fucks? God, what is this? Elbar. There we go. It's Elbar's servant. Look at him. He's kind of shifty looking type here. Sarcastic beyond his years. Nice. Baron, Hearth of Asgadaz. Hadjabamet, descendant of Hadjab, the great cartographer, would have been part of the upper crust of Gazelle society centuries back. Nary a day goes by when he doesn't think about this, even though he is acutely aware that he enjoys a very prosperous life for a not-so-young Barhan lad as the steward of Askadaz's household in the capital, commanding a small horde of Barhan and Akane's servants, keeping the palace in tip-top condition. Barmet would say he is gifted with a sardonic wit and a sharp tongue if you ask him. If you ask anyone working for him, they'd probably tell you he's a smartass instead. He finds advanced sarcasm a fine outlet for his many and abundant resentments against his social position, the household he keeps, and a certain deranged gazelle with who claims to be the Jasif of all Barhan kind. The flippancy of his voice wasn't lost on Sep.
Did Sir Askadath send you?
Affirmative, my son. I have been charged with the peculiar task of protecting your room, as Sir Askadath was led to believe that the Jasif would feel safer with a fellow Barhan civilian watching over her window than any of his trained deer guard.
Well, you are doing fantastic. Congratulations on your promotion. Go ahead and watch my window all you want. I have places to go.
I'm afraid I cannot let you do that, my son. The orders were, paraphrasing, make sure no one comes in, and I believe it strongly implied I should make sure that you remain inside your room while I carry out the task.
Oy.
Are you open to discussing semantics?
Negative, my son. Sir Askadath discourages the pursuit of intellectual matters for the duration of my shift.
How about a little break then? You could come up here and relax a little if you'd like. Share some wine, perhaps?
Negative, my son. I am not allowed to consume alcohol for the duration of my shift.
Tea, then?
Only if it's hemlock, my son.
Him? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were a eunuch.
I am under no obligation to prove the size of my virility just to entertain your provocations, my son.
Are you always like this?
Affirmative, my...
Ugh.
Sip slammed the window shut. She would have to walk out the front door with a high head and quiet steps.
Where do you think you're going, honey?
Oy, fucking vey!
I'm going to take a stroll.
Oh, no. I'm afraid that long walks under the moonlight are no longer part of the menu for you. You're far too precious to be wandering around like a ghost now, future Jasif of Askadath. That's why I decided to put you in a casual encounters diet so you can fit in the wedding dress.
Jasif of Askadath? Then Sep and Elbar!
Focus, Lynn.
I'm not going to see anyone. I just need to leave for 5 minutes.
Then I'm sure you can bring the escort Sir Askadath has dispensed for your security. I hear he's a great conversationalist.
Oy, fucking crime in Italy, these people have all conspired to... Gee, but brr.
You knew about... Wait. You told Elbar, didn't you? You filthy liar. You promised you wouldn't tell on us.
I said I wouldn't tell Talid. I wouldn't want to see that wretched little fawn drawn and quartered because of your strange taste in men. But I wouldn't dare extend the same treatment to Elbar. He is your patron, our patron, and your fiancé. Oh, don't make that face, sweetheart. I only told him that some miserable buck tried to sneak into your room a couple of nights ago. Nothing else. He'll be fine. And so will you. You can find yourself a new friend as soon as you finish paying your dowry.
Of all the miserable things that you've done, this is...
Haven't I made myself clear? You are grounded, Sep. Go to your room.
Jesus, fuck. Sep's mouth opened and closed as Miss Rochelle turned around, but no sound came out. The door was closed and locked from the outside. But even if it hadn't, Sep had no will to fight back. A dozen cushes heard her scream of frustration and impotence as she realized that for the first time, after all these years, she didn't even own a key to her own room. The scream continued as she finally understood that she would soon be forced out of the only place she ever known as home, both her only haven and the origin of all her fears. Her voice broke into sobs as she realized the effect her absence would have. Well, we got fear and... I still don't really know what that emotion is, but let's go with... But did I say fear? That's anger. Nope. Oh, man. A tall bridge rose from the sands, filled with guards to the brim. This memory started on a poignant note, or rather a pointy one.
One more step and I'll skewer you like a... Wait, boy, don't...
Wait, boy, The guards became a mere distant blur as Ader jumped the railings and plunged down to the street below, carrying a gazelle with him. One awning broken, two awnings broken, fabric and rope whipped against them as they fell at full speed. Sep closed her eyes, incapable of watching the scene anymore. A million thoughts rushed through her head as they fell, and they all were about how this was not the time nor the way she wanted to go.
No!
She landed on him, and she's wearing his cape. Look at that. Fall came to a sudden, cushy end. For her, at least.
Are we not dead?
Ader could only bend his neck to cheek, as for the rest of his body was being crushed by hers.
We ain't? Oh, three! We're alive!
We should be dead!
But we ain't! Woo!
Reinvigorated by the news, Ader grabbed Sepp once more and jumped to his feet. Forgetting her weight altogether, they spun round and round, the world turning into a blur as they laughed and pranced like idiots. Yeah. Hey, I'm just glad to see you commenting. A dozen spins later, they fell back on the ground, exhausted and far too dizzy to take another step. They found a brief respite in each other's arms, gasping for air after their manic celebration left them breathless. You know, the guards can just come down from that fucking thing. By the way, we're left with, we have just under an hour left in the subathon, so if you want to extend it, just let me know. Sip tried counting to 10, focusing on her hooves and taking deep breaths, but nothing was getting rid of that exhilarating sensation. It was like all her baggage had flown away as they fell, and now she felt so very alive.
Oh, gods. Why do I want to do that again?
What was that thing you said the other day? You sure hit your head hard?
Just what are you made of, Ader? I'd swear that normal deer aren't supposed to ram straight through walls, or read gazes, or survive falls like this.
Who cares? All you gotta know is that Ader could do anything and more. You hear that, guards? You should have kept an eye on the one-eyed buck. Ha ha ha!
And here I thought you had lost your backbone.
Don't know about my backbone, but I nearly broke my tailbone because of you again. Give me back my cape, you thief.
Take it off me then.
Ooh. Seb stretched her arms out and then laid back on the pavement. Bed eyes was a vastly insufficient term for the look she gave him, and as he tentatively moved a hand towards the fabric covering her shirt.
What's wrong, Ader? Can't you untie a little knot?
I mean, with hands like that, not really.
Hey now! Don't go laughing at me because I'm so mad at you right now. Like, whoa, so mad. Can't stop thinking about all the things you've done to me.
Really? You don't sound very mad to me.
Oh, yeah? Yeah? You don't know just how mad you made me, Missy. I'm so mad, so mad. I could just, so help me, I could just.
Uh-huh. Ader pressed his face against Sep's, getting so close that their noses touched.
So mad you could just leave me hanging.
So mad I could just go and do something for real dumb right now.
I mean, can it be dumber than jumping off a 5-story tall bridge?
5 stories! God damn!
That depends on where you stand on asking the gazelle way out of your league to let you kiss her again after swearing you ain't a horn-eater like 100,000 times and getting kicked out of her room in the morning, ma'am.
Oh, her position on the debate was grabbing his face softly and drawing him closer. There was nothing fancy about the kiss. It was, in fact, objectively bad, and even worse to watch from outside. At his previous experience in romance, or rather his lack of, had been underscored the previous night, but it was made all the more obvious for the lack of wine to mitigate their quality standards.
This may be the smartest thing you've done in the time I've known you.
Cut me some slack here. You've only known me for like 2 days.
A year and 2 days.
See, now I'm gonna kiss you again just so you can't make fun of me.
He was wrong. She could make fun of him for that kiss, and many of the kisses afterwards, for they were honestly worse for his involvement. After all, history has never known any such thing as a deer born good at kissing. But that could be fixed easily. Let's go with I'll keep this one.
I'm so
Hey,
dead.
we've seen this one.
So dead. It's all right. I lived a good life. Now I can say bye with a smile. Tell my friends I love them,
Ader.
and burn me with my
Ader.
purse before my boss figures
Ader.
out where all the missing rivets go.
Ader. Okay. Well, we've done that one, so let's see if that one goes anywhere. Damn! Well,
I'm so...
let's do this one and see if... So we've done that one. Let's see if this one goes anywhere. This one goes anywhere. It
You
does.
sure you're all right?
Ooh, we've seen this one too. Oh, and it goes, I'm sorry. Damn. All right, we're back here. Trusting others never came easy to me. Ah, shit. I hate to do this, but I really need to use restroom, so I need to be right back. I'm so sorry. I hate to use any time of our last hour together for this, but I will be right back. All right, I'm back. I'm back. I am back. Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it? Come on. I want to turn off the be right back thing. Yeah, I'm back. I am back. Where the fuck is it? God damn. All right, there we go. Boom. Sorry, I was having trouble finding the fucking thing. Thank you. Thank you, Awooga Beluga and Despa. And any other person who may be watching and not commenting. Let us continue. Oh, God. What is this? Oh. I was looking at my my thing here. There's a little light on my webcam. Like that. There's a little light below it, and I was like, what is that? And no, that's what that is. Can I get a little closer? A little closer. There we go. That looks a little better. All right. Something always tied us together. Let's see. Well, tangled up or trusting others. Well, we haven't read a lot of these, so let's go with whining. Let's get all of these out of the way here. Dear Diary, once I managed to get the huge goddamn mess Elba situation under control, the evening with Ader went surprisingly well. He's amusing even when he's not nervous, provides great, if hard to follow, conversation, and it is truly a delight seeing someone eat so eagerly. I had never dined with someone so hungry. Believe me, he was starved. I could almost swear he had never eaten once in his life. So I made sure to feed him properly. Perhaps one day I shall recount the night I taught Sir Adersind of the Highfield table manners. Oh, I guess I should explain. Ader the deluded. It would seem this poor slum dweller was far more ambitious than I gave him credit for. He has some truly tall and deluded dreams about becoming a knight that I would just love to hear more of, though I don't believe I am quite idle enough to follow up on the adventures of some prairie bum. Am I? You are. See the memory. Skip the memory.
I'm so dead.
We already know.
So.
We know this. Oh, hey! Oh, damn it. Oh, I thought for a second that would be. But we don't know. We don't know. The morning after. Never mind, I literally had to kick the thick-scored boy out the window. I forgot his weird scarf thing. I have to say, it is pretty fancy looking for what it is. Perhaps I could keep it to myself as payment for the many headaches he has managed to give me in just one night. Use of alcohol implied alcoholism. Yes, we know this one. Finders Keepers, what is Raoul so happy about? I think we did Finders Keepers, or Raoul.
Sep, you see, darling queen, I don't want to hurry your grace, but I think that's the sun coming up.
We did do that one. Okay. Oh, okay. No, Finders Keepers. Oh, and we've done this one too. Oh, we haven't done He'll Serve Me Well, though.
Hey, Sep, so, I've been thinking real hard about that thing I said about being responsible and whatnot, so
We've done that one. Imagine Raoul's face. Damn. All right. Fine. All right, a thrill and escape. We just got to find where all the loose threads winding back will get us. And I just want to read all the diary pages as well. Dear Diary, I can hardly believe I still have the ability to write after the events that transpired last night. I jumped off a bridge, and yes, I mean that in the most literal, least self-harming way possible. The specifics elude me now that the rush has begun to wear off, but I recall 3 decisive factors. I had a scarf, some wine in my head, and an excess of bad intentions. When my attempts to dismiss him proved fruitless, I thought that I would remind him of his cowardice yesterday to embarrass him into going away, but instead, I had a rather droll idea. I decided to test his courage by goading him into chasing me, running into the royal pathway with his scarf in tow. What's this? Dumb stuff on Facebook. Some random high heel repair video where they replaced the snapped off heel with a block of wood they just glue on after spending 10 minutes carving the wood block down and painting it. Is my question. Why just glue the heel back on if you could glue a piece of... painted and shaped wood on someone's shoe. Yeah. It's that's the kind of response you're supposed to have. It's a long process that you're supposed to watch to increase view time or watch time, because that's the metric that online video has decided is worthwhile and will decide how much money the content creator gets. And then at the end, once they've had you watch this entire thing, they'll do something stupid, because the whole time you're thinking they're not really gonna, and then they do it. And that rant that you just did there usually will be done in the comment section of that Facebook video. And that increases the engagement on that video, thus making the algorithm send it to more people, thus increasing the more people who will see it. And then the cycle continues. That's why you get people who do purposely stupid shit or purposefully engaging shit in the vein of infuriating content, because they will string you along for however long until some endpoint down the line, and then you will be pissed off or incredulous as to what they've done. Then you comment on it, and the algorithm will send it to more people because they think that people are engaging with it. They must enjoy this thing. And then they are also incredulous or whatever. Exactly. Step 1, be stupid. Step 2, profit. Yep. And these people are either actually stupid and then they're getting positive reinforcement by getting paid, or they're cynical actors who are just sacrificing their ability to get yelled at for money, and either way they're getting paid, so they're cynical and willing to just look over it. So yeah, that's where you get douchebag culture online. People willing to be absolute pieces of shit because they know it's as a spectacle. They're willing to have people look at it and be like, oh my God, I can't believe. And then you're doing this. And then they'll watch the whole train wreck for a full 10 minutes on YouTube, because that's the benchmark for getting 5-minute crafts. Oh my fucking God. How many times have they crammed ramen noodles into some shit? But yeah, you watch 10 minutes of something on YouTube because that's the benchmark for getting the fucking watch time algorithm scratched. And then you comment on it being incredulous, and then you get people who actually enjoy it, who have been converted to douchebag culture, or they just enjoy seeing the world burn. Or, well, let's microwave a fork. Anyone else remember, is it a good idea to microwave this from back in the early YouTube days? But anyway, and then it just feeds into itself. That's all it is. It's all just a cynical ploy to get money from all of this shit. Most people that do stupid or infuriating shit online are doing it on purpose and aren't actually idiots. It's when you get people who are actually idiots that replicate the non-idiots who are doing it cynically with the intent to profit, that you get people doing actually dangerous shit. Like the people who were mimicking prank videos, but doing it with actual criminal shit. Like people who replicated prank videos, but they were going into people's houses illegally, or they're pretending to kidnap people to scare their friends, but they were actually kidnapping people because there wasn't a setup and it was going too fucking far. That shit. That's where you get the problem of moral responsibility for insidious culture. And then you get into the debate of how responsible is the creation of content to those who take it the wrong way. And then you get into the idea of censorship in terms of the responsibility, or people, is it the responsibility of those who monitor the impressionable versus the impressionable being held responsible regardless of whether they are impressionable? And there's a whole fucking idea over whether art should ever be censored, or whether the platform that platforms the art is that it's a big fucking mess, is essentially what I'm saying. It's a big fucking mess, but it's a complicated issue. What is this? Facebook did save your sister getting another hospital trip and being sedated because she shoved something up her nose. What? Did save your sister getting another hospital trip and being sedated because she stuffed something up her nose. I don't know how those things have anything to do with each other, but I feel like I have vastly diverted from what we're doing, so I'm just gonna read the visual novel. I'm gonna do that now. Holy shit. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. God fucking damn. The fall. It had a much greater effect than I anticipated. He was soon pursuing me through the bridge without a trace of hesitation, screaming like the stupid idiot he is. Needless to say, half a dozen guards followed suit. We ran together for as long as my legs could bear it, and once I couldn't run anymore, he lifted me in his arms and led us to a dead end. No, I do not know why I expected anything else. The guards surrounded us, drew their spears, and began walking closer and closer like a wall of spikes. I thought this was surely our end, and I would have to haggle for my life once more. But just that Facebook, spies on everything and hears us, and then shows us videos about stuff you've talked about. That shit should be illegal. Oh, yeah. The other fall. Ask me as you may, I cannot even begin to fathom what exactly went through Ader's mind as he watched the guards approach us. Nothing, most likely. Facing the prospect of letting himself or me perhaps get caught, Ader threw all sense to the wind and jumped off the railing, 5 stories down into a nearby awning. And yet, I'm still writing. We survived. We kissed. We laughed, we celebrated, and I have to confess that I had not felt anything quite as exhilarating in never before. Ader seems to have quite a talent for clinging to his life while showing a worrying disregard for it at the same time, and I want to be there to watch all the foolish things he does. Does that sound like I want to see him again? My, what a distressing thought. P.S. Those hands. God. See memory. Now, we've seen this memory, so skip. And I believe we've seen what both of these do. Whoa! What the fuck? Look at what her outfit does when we skip. Do they...
I'm so dead.
They're both their outfits change to what their outfit is in the next scene, but before the sprite moves. So I was like, whoa, just stripping down on the bridge, huh?
Hey, Sip, so,
And we've seen, we've seen all of this. We've seen, I believe, except for this, we don't know where OL bar goes. But at least we read it. Ooh, what's this? Sorry, I had a Discord notification, so I wanted to see what it was. Flap those wings. All right. a promising new ally. Dear Diary, there truly is no rest for the wicked. No rest for the wicked. What is that? What's the tune? No rest. Fuck, I can't get that tune in my head. Usually there's a problem with the opposite, but... Truly there is no rest for the wicked. Your brain fried if it would just expect random bullshit, though. It's really a stretch from your normal commentary. Ain't no rest for the wicked. Stuff don't grow on trees, I'm sorry. Today was your first time accompanying Sir Azkadaz as a hired escort. Though Azrael made sure to remark over and over, we were simply meant to get acquainted with each other at this point. In her words, move your lips, not your hips. I briefly considered dressing Albard down to his antlers behind a gazebo just to spite her, but I soon found he was, true to his word, extremely uninterested in my proximity.
How much longer do you have?
It says 30 minutes.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, what's up?
You want a grimace shake?
You're going to... Okay, hold on, y'all. Give me a second. ba 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 Baran, ba 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 Baran, take my hand. Blah, but my fucking neighbors are doing fireworks too. But they've been doing it since like June 1st, and it pisses me off. Goddamn. Yeah, it was that song, Death, but it was that song. Yeah, I'm back! I'm back, goddammit! Going angry. I'm back! I'm back, goddammit! I'm back! Man! We're gonna read this motherfucking book! Alright, let's do it. Where the fuck were we? Yes, uninterested in my proximity. I was sincerely surprised. I never would have taken such a massive and boisterous stag for the aloof type. Am I really expected to put some effort into seducing him? Let's move to Ireland. Fireworks are illegal unless silent ones. There's a lot of reasons I would like to move to Ireland. I did not consciously try to slip into an Irish accent, and then like half of my mouth was trying to do one, and then the other half was like, stop what you're doing! You're gonna embarrass yourself! Perish the thought! I am positive that he will fall from a natural charm sooner or later. I am not lacking in lovers to confer with if he so wishes to keep me waiting. Evil stepmother. So, as Ral would have it, I spent a long evening listening to my new patron talk and then talk some more, and for Sir Askedath seems to forget that a conversation is composed of two people, not a succession of monologues. I feel attacked. I have worked very hard to be better at communication. There we go. Still a little off-center, but I try. Once he managed to shut his snout for a whole minute, however, I found out that he was just as keen on listening to my woes as he was to talking about his. My woes about Ral, specifically. He's made his own ideas about her in his mind, and who am I to refute them? Aww. That's very sweet. Oh, thank you. Oh? Yes? Hello? Aww.
I stole your shoes.
You stole my shoes. I do. If he wants to rescue me and build a kingdom, let him. Noble deer certainly are something else. They belong in their own tier of stupidity. Regardless, it is reassuring to know that he and I will get along much, much better than expected. I can safely say that I am a little excited to see how long it takes him to crack under pressure. Ha! Tegliot? If you want to pronounce the Irish. Tegliot. That's always fun to learn new things. Thank you. Next! P.S. He tried to give me a tip for my company. A tip? Who does he take me for? A barmaid moonlighting as a harlot? I am not thankless enough to refuse his gifts, of course. I simply pointed out that a queen has no need for money. So I'd much rather partake in presents that cannot be acquired with it. So he promised he would bring some more wine. Is this what they call incitement? Incitement? Ooh, incitement. That is a callback. incitement. That was what they were, those two gazelles were charged with when Sep was but a wee child. See the memory. Yes, we have seen this memory. I can work with this. I can't reclaim what I want. I believe we did that one, so let's do this. Oh, use of alcohol implied alcoholism.
Sep, you see.
We've seen that. Can't reclaim what I want. Oh, God! Are we able to see this one yet? Oh, don't want to wake up. Damn. That's so sad. Is that going to be like the last one? I need to sneeze. I need to sneeze. Faded away, the bastard. Doesn't it just sound so fun and mystical? Sounding angry in Irish is so hard. Take out! Take out! I cannot do it! Problem is, I'm from my family, according to 23andMe, which should qualify everything I'm about to say with a bit of the biggest parts of my ancestral background come from Germany and France. But it is not that simple, for there is quite a lot of other stuff mixed in. So needless to say, sounding angry is not the hardest thing for me. I got a lot of in my fucking throat. Tangled Up. Oh, this was Tied Up? Oh yeah, that was one of them, I think. Anyway, Dear Diary. It seems that I was not the only one who found the bridge incident thrilling, to put it mildly. Leaps into the unknown come in handfuls for that boy. I'm happy to announce that through my wise guidance, Ader proves once and again to be an eager lover and an avid learner. He is as obedient as he is clueless. Abyss worldwide. Sorry. Obedient as he is clueless, and he does not seem to mind when I chide him, opting instead to take cues from me and improve. Speaking the words just puts you into the accent, and you sound fun or cheerful in Irish no matter what you say. Anyone not native speaker. Tagly out. Try to say it in another accent. It's weird. It's weird. If only my dear overachiever has half as apt at reading gazes, well, I would not have excuses to keep him around anymore, would I? Though, whoa, that was a big boom. Speaking of other languages, the one I want to learn most is Spanish. I did want to learn Japanese when I was in my second college. I'm now entering my fourth. But I got past learning the second alphabet in Japanese, which is, I learned hiragana and katakana, and then when I approached kanji, I was like, oh, no, and I dropped out of that class. But now I want to learn Spanish because it would be incredibly useful, and I really love the language. I think it sounds really fun and interesting, and I also live in a country where the second most spoken language is Spanish, and so it would also be incredibly useful to be able to speak it. I also want to learn sign language, but I am gilding the lily. Multilingualism is something that I hold in incredibly high regard, and it is what I consider to be one of my biggest failures as a person is not being multilingual. I truly wish to fix this in my future. Anyway, sorry. Though I doubt that would stop him from begging out my window like the thirsty Briar he is. Now, any time I have to meet with Elba and bear his senseless rambling and the coldness of his presence, I find my mind wandering towards Ader. I fear he truly is growing on me, diary, in more ways than one. Untangle this. Never mind that last entry. Ader isn't growing on me. I'm growing tired of him. You think he was born in this goddamn sodding... Do you think he was born this goddamn sodding stupid? Or was it running through walls that did it? Did he lose the ability to shut his enormous snout at some point in his life? Or is it that impressive talent for sticking his foot well into his throat something innate? I swear by Hero that my next lover shall be mute. That's the second. That is the second hint that Sepp finds Aina to be attractive. The first, I kind of skimmed over. I didn't really say anything about it, but it was that entry about looking at. Was it an entry or it was just it was something about looking at a white-haired, chiseled person, and I was like, "That's Aina," but I didn't say anything, and I wish I had. But what is this? Only Japanese I know about how does watashi wa niku o tabimasen. I don't eat meat. Watashi wa, oh yeah, I used to use it a lot. Okay. Nice. I tried very hard in that class, but I've lost a lot. That was 2015. That was fucking 8 years ago. So I've lost a lot since. And if anyone's watched some of the series where Japanese sort of comes up, I've lost a lot. Because Japanese is one of those fucking languages that if you don't fucking practice it, you lose it. What is it, like 85% of all Japanese speakers live in Japan. So trying to learn it, if you don't plan on living there or being a business person that works with a Japanese business, it's essentially useless unless you just are extremely passionate about it. And hey, if you want to do it, fucking do it. But like, that's going to be very hard to maintain that if you're just an enthusiast. Anyway, yes, the second hint about Sep being into Aina, the mute. The first was that, and then the second one, the mute. This appears like a muscle. Exactly. Motion is the lotion. And by that I mean practice your Japanese. Common ground. That made no fucking sense. Anyway, common ground. Ral has been pestering me all day, trying to make small talk with me. I'm not sure what she's hoping to achieve. She thinks I need to be consoled for having one of my playthings thrown away. She's sorely mistaken. But we accidentally found some common ground somewhere completely different. I'm no one to judge. I'm just saying it's time that you accept that you absolutely have bizarre taste in men. You should see my taste in women, then. Oh, I'm flattered, darling. I really am. But you're a little too young for me. What? No, that's not where this conversation is going. Where this was going. I'm so glad we have something in common at last. Hey! we've got some representation. And another fucking hint towards possible Lena. So there you go. We don't have fucking heteronormativity. Hell yeah. My mouse keeps disappearing. It's a wireless mouse and it likes to just vanish on me. Cravings. I'll drop by while I was polishing my horns today to interrogate me as she usually does. I wasn't sure what she was trying to find out at first, but we kept jumping topics and somehow ended up talking about the differences between sleeping with horns and without them. I mean, I don't know. I've had my horns for the better part of a decade, so I don't precisely remember what sleeping without them feels like. They don't bother me much because I sleep on my side, so I just need to rest my head on a cushion to make some space for their curve, and that's it. Which somehow derailed further into her asking how do I make space for my company in bed then. I could finally see where she was going with all this, so I cheekily replied that I prefer being the little spoon for the added thrill of accidentally poking someone's eye out. Not my finest choice of words, given the situation. What is this? I was there for a bit. Only Japanese I learned was stuff I needed. Not eating meat, going to the hospital, toilets, where the public transport was, and where the kombini. Yeah. That's pretty much it. Utilitarian purposes. That's pretty much, yeah. You gotta live, man. You gotta live, man. We got 10 minutes left. Anyone gonna extend the stream at all? We've raised $40. Lend the bare minimum. Just needed the basic needs. Yeah, pretty much. And that's also cool that you were there. I want to... Japan is still, despite, everything, Japan is still the country I want to visit the most. It has moved down in my, it's like the only place I want to... It's not the only place, but it's yeah. We will have streamed for 8 hours if no one extends the stream. Well, we'll have streamed for 8 hours even if someone extends the stream, but you know what I mean. If it will reach 8 hours when the stream ends if no one extends it. Anyway, next page. I have to admit that I became oddly wistful, remembering the face of that one-eyed dumbass. If Rao noticed this time, she had the decency not to comment on it. I think I'm craving some good old-fashioned Ader hugs. But it's been 3 days since I last saw him. Do you think he's... No, this is Ader we're talking about. He probably just let Rao's little threats get to him. What a nuisance. I guess I'll go fetch him myself. It was very hot there for a UK resident. Yeah, it's I've heard that the summers there can be very brutal. I mean, hell, playing Morinatsu, that every fucking other sentence was that about the heat. All right, see the memory.
Sep, you see, darling queen, I
We've
don't
seen
want to
this
hurry
one.
your grace, but I think that's the sun coming up your window. You sure you don't want to go grab some scissors?
So we've seen that one. Was jumping off a cliff.
So I tell him, halfway from nowhere. Okay, gotcha.
Ooh.
But in what direction? And the caravan driver looks me up and down with a weird face, shakes his head, and says,
That's the name of the place, you plunker. Halfway from nowhere.
Wow. Ooh, sorry, gotta look at my phone. Timer. Yeah. Oh, the dev went to bed. The dev went to bed a while ago. But I appreciate you trying to get them involved still. Whoa. Sorry.
Oh, come on. Don't take it out on his accent. It wasn't that hard to figure out. You were the one being thick.
Ha! You're one to call someone else thick.
You spent 2 days crossing the Kaib Rift without one drop of water in your canteen, and then tell me if you can figure out a word them Poodoos say. Know how long it took me to get there? Were asking me to come along?
I'll take your word for it. You'd know about unintelligible accents. What kind of place was halfway from nowhere anyway?
Oh, you know, it's just one of those roadside inns. Just an inn, yep.
Oh boy.
An inn. Halfway from nowhere.
I don't think it was that innocent. Oh, you were seeing if you could gift a sub if they aren't in chat. Oh, that's so sweet.
You got it, ma'am. You should have seen the staff. They sure were friendly. But I was far too broke to afford the stay, so I just walked in for a minute to,
Uh-huh.
Quench your thirst.
Oh my.
You want to hear about my neck next?
My neck next. Bells began resonating all over the city center. A new day began.
It's a new day! Yes, it is!
Oh, darn, curfew's over. I gotta get ready for work, and we'll have to leave that story for the next time.
Say, Ader, would you take me with you?
Ooh. I just got, I'm so sorry. Sorry, be right back. Did you miss me? I really hope you did. Oh, hey! Let's see what, y'all been talking about while I was gone. Looks like... Sorry it took so long. It was a sudden thing that happened there. And Woogabalooga is still here, and Despa gifted a sub to Dirk the Panda. Well, hell! That means I gotta update the shoes, and I am glad to. Thank you kindly. I paused it because I knew I was gonna be gone for a while. So let me, bam. Let me update that, and update this. So that's been updated. Whoop, and a whoop, and a whoop. Because I did no leaving you again. You're trapped with us now. I am happy to be here with you, and I'm happy that you are here with me. So now, let's see. What time am I? What time is it? 18:24. That is not the time it actually is. That is the time that the... What? 18:20. Oh, shit. Again, I use the fucking number pad, and that's the hotkeys. 18:24. Bam. All right. Yeah. Straighten that out a little. Cool. All right. Get me to a 4 a.m. around. Nice. Well then, let us continue. Oh, excuse me. Good gravy.
To the inn?
No, to the steps. On a quest to nowhere at all. Aren't you always complaining about how awful it is living in the city?
Well, yeah, but I can't go and take you on an adventure when I got work to do. My boss would come and drag me all the way back to Heirloom if she got to.
But I need you to take me out of here.
Can't you just go on your own?
Of course not. I need someone to blame when Miss Rochelle starts asking questions.
Uh-oh.
So what? You want to turn me into a pirate or something here? Captain Ader, the lady kidnapping horn eater.
Jesus Christ.
You wouldn't be a villain. Think of it as a nightly rescue.
Aw.
You got everything you'd ever need here. What the hell would I be rescuing you from?
Oh, he doesn't know.
That doesn't matter. Don't you remember how much fun we had escaping those guards? Imagine living like that every day.
That's what my life looks like already, and trust me, the world out there ain't nothing half as fun as you're making it sound.
Oh. Oh, man. It's hard to feel like they both haven't... It's hard to feel like they... It's hard to not feel like they both have an argument.
Following your dreams only sounds fun till you end up half naked in the slums, picking up chewed olive bones to make soup for two.
You are a bore.
Mm.
But I'm a bore you adore.
Oh, jeez. Ooh, 2 new choices. Just take me away. Ah, we don't have that one yet. Just want to forget. Oh, we don't have either of these yet. Dang. Well, take me away. Ooh, memory's missing 1. Damn. 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 Trusting others never came easy to me. Is it? Well, Huh. Oh, there's Elbar. That was one of them. Dangerous situations. I'm just gonna keep going. God damn it. Horns! Wait a minute. Yeah, we did. All right. I was having a boringly uneventful matutine walk with Elbar, watching the city at my feet as he argued with himself about some pointless troop play. Who do I spy in the distance but Ader himself dutifully sweeping the dust in front of the Temple of Herub? Ah, we've seen this one. He looked adorable with that little broom between his wondrous hands. Naturally, I could not let this chance go. I gave Elbar some flimsy excuse to sneak away and ran to observe my favorite toy in his natural habitat. That's a little fucking weird, call him a toy. But again, this is someone of privilege and is detached from reality. Before reminding him of his duties to me. That was the plan, at least. Perhaps it was the sun glistening on his body in a way I was not accustomed to. Or more likely, the terrible Donsoon heat demanding I stayed in the shade. It could as well have been that I was far more anxious about trying his memory than I first realized. There are so many causes I could blame, but none of them would erase the truth. I completely froze on the spot, diary. I couldn't even walk up to Ader to tease him like I usually would. As my terrible luck would have it, Elba was so kind as to mock Ader for me. All the way from the royal pathway, and I'm fully convinced that that idiot would have run up a pillar and lost his head today if I hadn't been around to stop him from acting like a fool. Does he seriously not realize how close he was to dying for real? I don't care how high the field he was back in. I'm sure I knew how to pronounce that at some point. But I don't remember now. Back there. He's a slum dweller now. His neck is mere dirt to be stepped on by the likes of Elbar. Ooh, that's a charged phrase nowadays. I don't know why I'm letting this get me so flustered. I thought his being reckless was precisely what drew me to him in the first place. Well, may have a point after all. I truly am letting myself get too carried away by his nonsense. Skip the memory. We have seen these both.
You sure you're all right?
Ooh. Oh, yep. Ooh, that one doesn't lead anywhere else. The thread won't take him any further. Yes. I like how this thought occurred to me during the break. I did a whole thing about the encyclopedia being a lot, and now this whole part of this chapter is basically the encyclopedia on steroids. Oh, man. Well, we're getting closer. The bargain. I consider myself a fair and objective person, diary. I really do. I try to acknowledge the gap between my skills and those of others, and be as benign towards them as I can be. But I guess my patience can only go so far. No, I don't have any good analogies for what Ader did today, and I normally wouldn't have been so bothered. I really did try not to be angry at him, but my grudge only grew deeper with every second I spent trying to forgive him, as I realized that his lack of respect towards me ran much deeper than the shamelessness he showed today. I wanted to be fair to myself for once and kick him out of my life. But that dumbass managed to charm me again with his cute smiles and his tall tales. What am I, indeed, if not an idiot enamored with the very concept of hubris? I have a feeling that I will not have the strength to enforce my end of the bargain if the time comes. You know, when they look like this, they seriously kind of look like just a modern-day couple sitting on the couch. Just arguing over what to watch on Netflix or order for takeout. Like, it's fun. So, it was kind of implied. It was kind of implied that this was the moment where Ader tried analysis, but Barnaby B. Beagle, link the professional unprofessional life. Well, I haven't been called deckerlink in a while, but yeah, I am live and have been for the last almost 9 hours. Yes, welcome. I guess that's some, but as I was saying, I guess I don't want to, I was going to say that maybe she took that as some form of severe disrespect, but I remember there's a whole bunch more in this scene that she took as form of disrespect or lack of respect. Anyway. So I believe we did Ral doesn't need to know in this one. Yeah. So let's try I'm too soft on. Oh. That's a new one. Okay. Content warning for this memory. Discussion of racism as trauma. Be warned, y'all.
And then Illigrad grabbed me by the neck and I heard this loud friggin' crack. And suddenly, I could do this.
Ader twisted the upper half of his neck and then tilted it some impressive 60 degrees to the side. So he really did have a story about his freaking neck. Broken freaking neck, Kurt Angle style.
Stop. That's too gross.
So anyway, Megan's been going a little better since that happened.
Jesus. Ader took a date and popped it into his mouth, chewing loudly.
You know, every time you tell me about your life, I try to think about it, but I just can't imagine what being so hungry that you have to beg must feel like. I mean, I understand the concept, of course. I just can't wrap my head around the idea of not having food.
That's what privilege can be like.
Funny you'd mention that. I've been thinking hard too lately, and I realized that you're really big for a gazelle, and
come on, you gotta point it out. She's healthy. God damn it, she's healthy.
And you're really perceptive for a row.
Darn it, I wasn't done talking. I was gonna say that I'm always here drinking with you and cramming food down my throat, but I ain't never seen you take one bite.
That's a good point.
Of course not. That wouldn't be proper of me.
What?
What do you mean, proper?
Barhan Protocol says that a gracious host should not eat in front of a guest. Your wealth belongs to those that don't yet trust you, and your trust belongs only to those that would share their wealth back. I can't eat in front of you. You're not my equal.
Ooh. Well, they did warn us.
Say what? Come on, you know that if I got a biscuit, half would be yours. I can't exactly bring you a fruit salad, but I could try and smuggle out some taters from the forge or something next time.
I don't know what a tater is, but I can already tell I wouldn't touch one with a stick. Keep your food, Ader. I don't want it.
So you're saying you don't trust me?
Ooh. Yeah, harshest way to say you're too poor. Yeah, there's some serious fucking class differential between these two. There's a big difference.
I am, yes, but that's not the...
No, that's all right, ma'am. You don't gotta explain. I get it. I ain't done nothing to deserve that or any of this, really. Guess you were right when you said I've been taking you for granted. Mr. Bard always says no one's kind without a reason. And you've been so awfully nice to me, I forgot to ask yours.
Ooh. Ooh.
have told you 1,000 times, haven't I? I'm just returning the favor.
Jesus.
But I didn't do you no favor. I just hollered in your general direction and then fell on my face and gave myself a big bump in the head. I couldn't do nothing to protect you. If that guard hadn't gone and helped you, you'd...
Sep placed her fingers on Ader's lips, silencing him.
Your intervention was as endearing as it was futile, but that does not change what you did. You charged in headfirst, risking your own life to stand up for someone you'd never even met before. I don't think you can fathom how rare that sort of heroism is in this city, Ader.
Sep's index finger floated briefly in the air before landing on Ader's nose.
You're right in one thing, however. I'm not as selfless as you are. I did have ulterior motives for returning the favor, though nothing nearly as nefarious as you're making it sound, I assure you.
Sep's gaze was drawn to her mirror.
When I mentioned what happened, you think of one night 1 year ago, but what I think of is 1 year of nights wondering if you had seen me that night, if you had noticed the horns on my head, if you only stood up for me because you hadn't.
Sep, I know my folks ain't exactly kind to yours, but...
No, you know nothing at all.
Here we go.
I swear I'd...
You what? You would positively, absolutely do the same for anyone? I can't believe you, Ader. You lie as you breathe. How could I possibly believe a single thing you've said to me? That's why I won't rest easy until I can get inside your head and find out myself.
Wow. That really makes the relationship fucked up.
Then, that's it? That's the whole reason you've been so good to me? What are we doing when you get your answers?
There's nothing else I could possibly want from you, but I can't deny that your stories have been as entertaining as you promised they'd be.
Yep, that's Ederson for you. Real entertaining buck.
Ader tried to smile, but his brow didn't listen to him. His eyes refused to meet Sep's anymore. To his surprise, Sep grabbed a pastry and shoved it in her mouth. Ooh.
This doesn't mean that I'm not willing to give you a vote of confidence while I reach my own conclusions.
No. That's sweet. A dumb, affectionate smile crept onto Ader's face as he watched her chew away whatever pretensions of dignity she had left.
You're sweeter than stolen honey, you know that?
Shut up and pass me those pastries.
Absolutely, ma'am. Open wide. Here comes the caravan. Woo!
Oh. At least in those first parts. Oh, you're getting me worried.
Hey, hold up. We're supposed to share. Don't just eat all of them. Sap!
Well, you asked for it. Oh. We drank a lot that night. Ooh. Let me write it down. Will you trust me back? Ah, dang it. We ain't got there yet. All right. Elbar's passion. Oh, boy. I don't want to hear about this motherfucker. I realized today, dear diary, that the years I stopped sharing stories with you spared you from learning the most scabrous. Oh, jeez, we're under a minute left. Good Lord. I didn't even notice. Well, that's... Oh. Well, there it is. And there it goes. Stream's about to reach 9 hours long. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ah, that's a copyrighted song. Did it restart? I didn't want it to restart. Stop that. Away! We got a $5 at the last minute. Well, there you go. I know the chat's a little late, so we'll count it. We'll count it. Thank you to Awooga Beluga. Let's get it right there. Boom. At 1 second even. We'll count it at 1 second. And we gotta extend the... we got to 50. We got to 50. Thank you, Awooga Beluga. Boom. 15 minutes and 1 second. Happy substitution. Nice. Wonderful. Well, let us continue then. Oh yes. Whatever scabrous means. I realized today, dear diary, that the years I stopped sharing stories with you spared you from learning the most scabrous details about my love life. Given the topics we've caught up on, I assume you must have already figured out an essential fact about me. I like deer, in numbers, and on their knees, preferably. Oh my! Oh my, oh my, oh my, that dominatrix kink? Well, I don't know. Needless to say, the feeling is mutual. It's only natural, isn't it? They can never get used to my presence. I'm always literally as overwhelming as the first time they saw me. And the eternal novelty. The point I'm trying to make, boasting aside, is very simple. I know men very well. I know the coy type that thinks of laying with someone as something special. I know the anxious type with stage fright. I know the ones that think they have to feign good manners in order to get what they want. I know that Elbar isn't any of these. Oh, Elbar, my poor confused horn-eater. Well, were our relationship a different one, I would have been eager to explain to him that it's not precisely horns he seeks in a person. Alas, I feel no guilt in taking advantage of a stupid, noble deer that could have my head with a word and yet has so kindly offered to gild the road out of this cage I call home. I'm so very glad I decided to keep Ader around after all. I wouldn't know where to put all the gifts I'm going to coerce out of Elbar otherwise. P.S. Eat your hat out, Goff. You can't steal this one. Well, that made it pretty fucking overt. But, hey, that just makes it more fun. Anywho, I'm going to enjoy deckerlink, the professional, unprofessional live. I got nothing better to watch. These make my day better. I'm glad you're here, even though my name is... Oh, shit. Sorry. I didn't realize my expression had... I keep using the damn number pad. My hotkeys for my expressions are the number pad. My name is VivianJadeMo now, but as long as you're enjoying me, as long as you don't call me a bad name, is whatever. I appreciate it. Let's see the fucking memory. Alright, yeah, we've seen this memory. Oh, Elbar? Damn! We still don't have the continuation of that one. Is the drinking one for whining?
I'm so dead. I'm so dead.
Oh, hey, this one's different.
Right.
We haven't
lived a
seen
good
it.
life. Now I can say
Adder,
bye to the smile.
Adder,
Tell my
please.
friends I love 'em, and burn
Adder,
me with my
shut.
purse for my
Adder,
mom figures out where all the
shut.
missing rivets go.
Adder. Thank you. We haven't seen one that included ableism. That one's different. But yes, also, yes, heed the content warning. Discussion of racism as trauma and ableism is included in the following specific content. Sep came to little by little, feeling tremendously disoriented with every passing second. Her eyes felt red and dry. Her nose was stuffed, and judging by the warm fur brushing her face, she was surely being embraced by someone. Someone with hands made for hugging. Sep shifted awkwardly in place, trying to find a way to turn around that wouldn't involve goring someone with her horns. The first thing she saw was Ader's face. Sadly turned away from hers, the second, the sea. Vast and mighty, blending into the darkness far beyond. And the third, the palace, commanding respect on all that saw it. She had to do a little bit of mental backtracking to remember that she had taken a nap while Ader waited for her inebriation to pass, cried herself to sleep most likely. A sudden bout of embarrassment went thankfully unnoticed by her companion, and merely seemed happy to exist and have her in her arms, and his arms.
Beautiful, ain't it?
Yeah.
The sea, the palace, or me?
Oh, me. Oh, dang. Thank you.
All three? But especially you, no doubt.
Aw.
Liar. I wish you'd look at me the way you're looking at the Alcazar.
Hey, can you blame me? I mean, it's a real darn killer for a building. Look at those curves. I'd be struck dead if I wasn't watching it with the prettiest gal in all of Ireland.
Shame on you, trying to flatter your way out of this conversation. You don't intend to share your obsession with the palace, do you?
Share your obsession? I don't understand that.
Nah. Nah. No way, ma'am. I'd never hear the end of it if I told you.
Blame me all you want. It's clear to me that you're just so afraid of telling the truth that you'd rather keep lying forever.
Oh, okay, so he has some sort of obsession in it. Okay, I now understand. A skeptical, one-eyed squint and a frown followed this provocation. Ader jutted his jaw out as he let his chin rest on Sep's head, asserting whatever resemblance of dominance a boy like him could have.
You didn't hear this from me, but, rumor has it that a prairie buck from down yonder the steppes ran to the city a few seasons back. He sold all his clothes along the way, and the new ones cost him an eye, but here he was at last. The ones who know him said, oh, they said to me, he got the silliest dream they'd ever heard. They said he wanted to become a knight. A knight of all things. And maybe you don't know, because he didn't know it either back then, but farmhands don't become knights. They become good-for-nothing, stuck in a city where no one takes them seriously, watching the place where important things happen, and knowing they'll never get to set a hoof inside.
A poignant tale, no doubt. Though, knowing you, it can hardly be the whole truth.
You can tell? I mean, it's a truth. Closer to the real thing than the story about the talking barrel of ale, that's for sure. But the one true truth's that I got far too little on my plate to worry about dreams and far too much to spend time moping.
Damn, that was a fucking real ass. That was real. That felt real. That was real.
This dumbass I'm telling you about has been gone for a while now.
I see. Well, do let me know if you ever find him. I will make sure to make him part of my personal entourage once I become queen.
All right, that's a good one. Queen of the gazelles.
Does it look like I'm joking to you?
You ain't?
Sep turned her head toward the palace. She sank her fingers into the sand, trying to placate an ire that always lay dormant at the bottom of her heart.
No one may take you seriously in the city, Ader. Perhaps they looked at your horns and laughed back in your town. But not a day has gone by since I was born where someone hasn't looked down on me for mine. Not even when Mom was there to defend me. Do you know what it's like to live a life without anyone to call your equal? To know that all I can realistically aspire to is becoming some horn-eater's mistress for as long as I'm beautiful? Just to die alone because no sane gazelle would take a doe wannabe for a wife? Is it really so dumb to dream of a life where I have the power to set the score straight?
I'm sorry, Yusif, I didn't know.
Of course you didn't know. You're a lame one-eyed excuse for a gaze reader and a liar. And I didn't expect any better.
Oof. He was good enough at the very least to recognize when someone was lashing out at him for lack of a better way to express their feelings.
I know it don't mean much, but if you're so worried about the future, I still mean what I said that time. I could take you if you want. Then we could save up some cash, and get a field somewhere, and I mean, I can't imagine thinking you don't look pretty for a single day in my life, so...
And become almost substitute wife of Ader, the row resigned to marrying a gazelle? Spend the rest of my life raising your fawns while I pretend I don't notice the way farmers look down on me? I'll pass. Thank you. Besides, I know that eager gleam in your eye, Ader. I've known many deer like you before. You just want me because you haven't known anyone else's touch. It won't last forever. That much I can foresee.
Yeah.
All right, what if, and this is just an if, what if all those stories I told you night after night were a little bit true? What if I only wanted to be a knight to get the kind of power that'd let me protect the people I love? That'd mean I get you a little bit then, right? And if I get you, well, maybe it's because I like you more than just your body and the way you make me feel. Maybe I end up falling for those little bits of warmth I see behind your cold blue eyes.
You can be quite the poet when you want to.
And I can be quite the knight when I got to. Just let me prove it to you, my queen.
Sep's face turned red as a tomato. Her lip trembled slightly as she made an effort to keep her composure.
You do realize that there will always be others, correct? This is not, and has never been, something exclusive to me.
That's all right with me. I got 20 years of experience working as a freelancer.
That was a good one.
And don't expect any special treatment just because you're my favorite. I would lay with a Macadar if that took me a step closer to the throne.
That just means you'll be keeping the bed real warm for me.
Are you really okay with this?
I don't think you'll believe me if I tell you you're one of the nicest people I've met in this whole city, and it still sounds like an improvement over my whole life, so let me just say this instead. I love you, Sep. Please let me stay with you.
You can't unring that bell, and quite frankly, I don't think he wants to. Is she ready to hear it?
Idiot! Don't think I can't tell you're trying to attack now that I'm drunk.
Who, me? Aderson, son of Gerfod of the upper field, taking advantage of a poor, defenseless lady to confess his love. You offend me, ma'am. I'm wounded. Wounded, I say. A knight should never announce his love expecting a reply. But I ain't even a squire, so you can go ahead and admit that you want me at least.
Jesus!
I want you to shut up.
There's only one way to make me do that.
Fucking God God. A handful of sand in his mouth wasn't precisely the idea Ader had in mind, but it worked just as well. Something about nights and wanting to forget. Night. Forget. Alright. My night, I have a feeling this won't go. It's not. Oh, we have this one. We have this one. Hey, we're under a minute again. Under a minute again. It's meat again. That's a very specific Good Mythical Morning reference. Is it gonna be saved from the jaws of completion again? Bro's simping hard. Jesus. Don't like sand. It's coarse and it gets everywhere. It's the final count. Oh, it's still a copyrighted song. And I reset it again. Alright, well. That's the subathon over and done with. We're gonna be saved from the bell. Doesn't look like it. Well, I have been streaming for 9 hours. Well, here's what I'm thinking. I really want to fucking read this stuff. And my throat isn't fucked yet. I can feel a little bit of scratchiness. However, if someone donates, I will add a mandatory 15 minutes. And I will have to stay on for that amount of time. But for the rest of the stream, if no one donates, this is all voluntary time. How about that? Because I want to continue. I feel like continuing. So we shall continue. But I will leave the subathon stuff up in case anyone is so inclined. But I cannot guarantee how long we shall continue. Because, fuck, I have been streaming for 9 hours and 16 minutes. Oh, by the way, Jade, my name is Vivian, but Jade is closer than Link. New update was made for Tennis Ace. June update, I think. Unless there was another update I wasn't aware of. Oh, yeah, I'm way the fuck behind on Tennis Ace. I'm way the fuck behind on so much. So much I'm behind on. But my intent is to try to catch up on the stuff I'm behind on, including this, Burrows, the smoke room, extracurricular activities. Fuck, man. I want to get back to fucking Password and, you know, I started Liar. I did an episode of Liar. I did 2 episodes of Kingsguard. Like, there's a lot. There is a lot that I want to get back to. Some mad bastard was just waking up donates enough for 10 hours. Hey, man, whatever. If someone donates it, the time will happen. If it doesn't happen today, it will happen at some other point. But, like I said, if someone donates for it, the time will happen. That's the deal. If someone donates for it, I will not rip them off. They get the fucking time. Like, this stream started with 2 hours, 39 minutes, and 52 hours, added to the 3 hours that a subathon starts with. So there you go. And all the new stuff you want to start. Exactly. So we're continuing the game. We're going to continue the game until I want to stop for the night. So let us continue. After I get a drink of water. It is not often that one could find Sep pacing back and forth around a room. She was usually quite more laid back, meaning she'd only lift a finger if she absolutely had to when she was done dancing for the day. But tonight, she just couldn't stay still. There was someone waiting for her. It was her only chance. She absolutely had to meet him. She would sneak out, no matter the cost. The back door that the servants used was right there. Just a few steps more and she could.
Trying to sneak out again, dear?
Sep balled her hand into a fist, just inches away from the door handle. She breathed deeply and turned around.
I'm not trying to sneak out. I'm leaving this place.
Well, that's dramatic. Are you leaving for a night? A year? Unlike you, I can't know what people are thinking if they don't tell me, dear.
You really want to know what I'm thinking? You want me to tell you how much I hate you one last time? Fine. This is the last time you see me bowing my head before you, Ral. I won't let you decide ever again what my own good is. I won't let you steal the things I love from me anymore. Can't you see that you've made my life a living nightmare?
Yes, you look like the very image of suffering. Whatever have I done to be so cruel to you? Haven't I given you everything? Haven't I taught you everything I know?
You've taken everything from me. My culture, my skills, my name. You said that you would raise me to be the woman Mom wanted me to be. But all you ever did was keep me locked and complacent so you could use me as your pawn. But it's over. I'm done with your little games.
Oh yeah, heavy gaslighting here. Sep turned back again toward the door, ready to open it. It was locked.
You really think I'm the heartless one here, Sep? Tell me, did you ever consider how I suffered when your mother died? I loved her. I knew her better than any of you could ever have. And yet I had to be the first to get over her death to protect you.
And you say that with a smile on your face, you heartless bitch.
We should have, could have been there for each other. But you pushed me away when I couldn't be Thar. You pushed me away when I couldn't be Geoff or Talid or Ilagrab. You push me every time I try to be there for you. And then you cry because you feel alone.
Maybe because you suck. When you try to be there for her, it sucks. Because you suck!
But that's okay, isn't it? In the end, we're just two lonely women, obsessed with being loved by those who look down on us. After all, we've both lived our lives putting someone on a pedestal. It makes sense.
Miss Rochelle's eternal grin vanished. The woman who taught Sep how to smile when everything was falling apart grimaced, but only for a moment.
Oh, look at me rambling like an old woman when you have other things to do. Can you do me one last favor before you leave, dear? I think I left the front door open, but I'm exhausted, and you know I look like a raisin without my beauty sleep. Go and lock it for me, will you?
Yeah, that's a trap. Miss Rochelle deposited a brass rose-shaped key in Sep's hand. Sorry. Then she turned her back on the gazelle and began walking towards the stairs that led to the first floor. Sep stared at the key for what felt like an eternity. Unbelieving, disconcerted, skeptical.
I know you're not doing this out of kindness, Ral. You just hate seeing that you're losing, don't you? You want to watch me ruin my life and Ader's and be there to say, I told you, when I have to drag my tail back.
Dear, I've only asked you to lock the door. The rest is all up to you.
Oh, what am I doing?
You look distant today, babe. Is something the matter?
I was just thinking about the last time we walked together like this. You mentioned that you would have liked to become an actor if your life had gone differently, remember? I'm afraid that I have been plagued by what-ifs ever since. Say, Sir Askadath, does your heart still long for a life beyond these walls when you know that it can't possibly be better than what you have? Do your dreams haunt you as well when you can't fall asleep?
Dreams? Ah! Perish the thought! Dreams are for the idle. I am a man driven by objectives, and I have spent all my life working towards a single, all-encompassing goal. Proving myself to one man, my father. But my father had another son. A legitimate son. A boy who was inferior to me in every regard. From swordcraft to wordcraft to looks. But he was the spitting image of the deer whose approval I so desired. He came to be a mirror reflecting everything I hated about myself. My hatred grew and grew until it was strong enough to turn a blunt sword into a mace. To disfigure a deer with a single misplaced blow. I didn't mean to do it. I swore 1,000 times that it was an accident, but... who in their right mind would listen to a fratricidal bastard?
Oh, that's interesting. He's the one that fucked up baby?
A life yearning to be someone worthy of the name I had been given. Broken in mere seconds. I was banished, forced to join a military academy and heirloom like a damned merchant's son.
Sorry.
But even in my exile, I still sought to appease my father. I hoped, no, I dreamed of being allowed to return home.
Is there really no way to undo your punishment? Perhaps you could appeal to your father and ask him to...
He can't do anything anymore, gods damn it! My father is no longer among us! He died a hero last year fighting the Makadar hordes far to the south. And with him all those pointless dreams where I was forgiven and allowed to return to the hearth of Askadath. In his tragic death, I found a boon. I have nothing to prove anymore. I have no reason to live my life in any way but the one I choose. I am, dare I say, free in my confinement. My fate has become mine. In earnest, and I choose to say, screw fate! I do not speak of gods or written destinies, if not in jest, Jasif. I learn from the words of the great masters I've witnessed. If a fiction wrought by the mind of a commoner can conjure some resemblance of purpose in this meaningless world, then I shall make my life the greatest play!
So what role do I play in your script, Master Askadath?
Ooh, you brought out the word master, huh?
You play as yourself. As a valiant knight, my story calls for a princess. And you truly are everything I could seek in one. Graceful, literate, and laughably controversial. I spent years looking before I found you, but at last, our love shall be the subject of 1,000 gossips.
A life lived to leave an impression upon the onlookers. What meaning is there in making an effort if no one can tell you made it?
See, Jasif, you understand me. You may not be an actress, but you know your public. You command the scene when you dance. I command the citizens with my guards. We are one and the same in the end. Two crowd pleasers torn away from the stage. I have indeed spent many nights fretting about the objectives my future shall hold. And I believe I have found just the perfect development for my character in the next act. Our heroic knight, Elbar, rescues Jasif, the last princess of Bassacursed, from the clutches of her evil stepmother. He offers her refuge in his palace, and, madly in love with each other, they decide to marry and live happily ever after. The end.
Tell me about this happily ever after, sir. What does a happy life look like to you?
I'm not sure. We throw feasts and have fawns. Well, fawns are a stretch. We couldn't have fawns together, but I will find myself a second wife who can bear them. Maybe a third wife for good measure. You all will be united by the love and gratitude you feel towards me.
Wow. I mean, polyamory is a thing that can happen, but that's not the way that you propose it. Sep's gaze remained firmly fixed on the blue horizon beyond the walls.
Why do you hesitate, Jasif? I'm offering you the biggest role you will have in your career.
It's truly an outstanding offer, isn't it? I don't mind sharing, and I'm not so stupid as to demand you make me part of your house. It would be reckless of me not to take you up on your proposal. So, why indeed?
There are two types of actors in this world, Jasif. The pragmatic and the romantic. Those who play anything and seek success and glory at all costs, and those who will always favor a smaller role they feel more connected to. We have no control over which characters speak to us, romantics. But an actor is an actor at the end of the day. We play our roles, like them or not, and we try to make the best of them. That's the only way we can keep moving forward. Perhaps you are a romantic at heart as well.
Elbar sent a little smile her way. Probably the kindest expression he had ever made in his life.
I can't even dream of helping my cause at this point, but I hope you will allow me to do right by yours. Let me know when you have decided.
With that, he sent his cape flying and walked away. Am I allowed to want? Is it all just an act? Huh. Let us try. Am I allowed to want? Ah, we've done that one. Ah, damn. Nah, we've already. Okay, so let's see. Is there any? What am I doing?
You look distant today, babe. Is something the matter?
Hey, what? It's a circle.
You look distant today.
It's a circle.
I was just
That's
thinking
fucking
about
weird.
The last time we walked together.
All right. Interesting. Interesting circle, that. Well, when we come back here, we just continue. Deserve! I'm going to say it outright and just clear the air, for I fear we'll explode otherwise. I don't know how he does it, but I am physically unable to say no to Atterson, son of Gafaz. I know, but you don't understand. He looks so positively miserable whenever I try to keep my distance. I just want to shove a loaf of sweetbread into his snout every time I see his gaunt little fawn face and make him chubbier than he was. I realize how I'm acting, and yet I do not know how to stop. But that's not the worst part. Today, he charmed me into having dinner with him. The Joseph! Accepting a street shrub's invitation. The merchant would have my horns for it. This will all bite me in the face one day, diary. I will live to regret it. I know that, too. But what's one mistake more in the pile? On the pile. Oh, racism is trauma. Content warning. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
And then Illigrad grabbed me by the neck, and I heard this loud friggin' crack. And suddenly, I could do
Will
this.
you trust me back? Ah, we've already seen that one. Okay. But interesting. Fawns! Moons after our reunion, Ader somehow still manages to surprise me with his ignorance. His latest gem of poorness, deer and gazelles having fawns. I have to admit that in retrospective, it may be a logical conclusion for a row, and more so a gaze-reading one, but still. Excuse me. I couldn't help but laugh at the idea. I would have been a mother years ago if any such thing was still possible. As it's usually the case, Ader got so ridiculously flustered at the realization of his own naivety that he resorted to accusing me of being puerile. I graciously assured him that he's the only fawn around, to which he had nothing better to say than to claim to be older than me. This is, as you and I well know, diary, a filthy lie. Barely looks like he had his antlers turned to bone yesterday. Is he that desperate to get the upper hand on me in some way? The nerve of this stag! Where is my mouse? There it is. P.S. What if I called him Sir Ederson as a joke? I bet that crook would like that. P.P.S. No, I can see the irony myself, thank you.
Hey, Sip, so, I've been thinking real hard about that thing I said about being responsible.
We've seen that. The thread of the thought is fuck. Current won't take him any further. Alright. No. The scroll bar is just a touch thin. It's hard to click on. Adventure! Years ago, in the wake of my rite of age, I declared that I would be my own person. That I would wait for no one to rescue me from the torture that my life is. That only I had the power to set my path straight. Now that my horns are too heavy and my butt is too big to fit through the vents, I used to escape. Now that my horns are too heavy and my butt is too big to fit through the vents I used to escape through when I was a child, I would like to formally apologize and take it all back. I still want to run, diary. I dream of quitting everything and wandering all over my homeland whenever I'm restless before a show. I dream of the meaningful lives that all of the other people in the world must be having away from my dessert trays and my fancy dresses. But it seems the only one who'll take me away anymore is my good friend, the wine. That's the alcoholism one, isn't it?
So I tell him, halfway from nowhere. Okay, gotcha. But in what direction? And the caravan driver looks me up and down with a weird face, shakes his head, and says,
That's the name of the place, you plunker. Halfway from nowhere.
Thank you. Okay, so we did just take me away, right?
Today.
So
yes,
I tell him, halfway
just
from
take
nowhere.
me away!
But in what direction?
That's...
And the caravan driver looks me up and down with a weird face,
wait for
shakes
Ader
his
to be
head,
done here.
and says,
That's the name of the place, you plunker. Halfway from nowhere.
Okay, so this is some very serious shit. I like all the content warnings are serious and deserve consideration, but this is some. This is like the very like this is where you like don't fuck around here. This memory includes the following specific content warnings: drunkenness and suicidal ideation. Be forewarned. Just be careful, y'all.
I thought you'd be hiding something, but no matter how much I try to drive you away, you keep proving me wrong. Just like that. Why won't you leave me alone, you bore? You were not allowed to be this nice to me.
Oh man, she is sloshed.
Sep, put that cup down. You're squeaking like a barkeep's rag.
Damn it, Ader. Nothing you say makes sense. But you're a good dear. Your behavior has been absolutely irreproachable, and I haven't been up to the mark. I'm so sorry.
Even the music sounds a little drunk right now, which is exactly what you should do in this kind of situation.
You are?
I don't know. Wait. Oh, you should read my gaze and tell me. Oh, I can already hear your voice saying, well, yeehaw, my melon called me a biscuit. You're just a little sad on the septude, as always.
Yaw my melt and call me a biscuit. Oh, man.
I'll make like I didn't hear that if you tell me what the Hayseed almost something's supposed to be.
Almost shut up.
Damn it, this is what sucks about being around drunk people, is that they're very emotionally fucking volatile. But they can also be really funny. Oh, but shut up.
All right, that's it. We're gonna go and take a stroll before you spill your guts all over the carpet. Come on up. Holy horns! You're heavier than the last time.
It is you who is weaker.
Jeez. Sneaking out of Sep's room was generally a lot easier without having to carry its owner over a shoulder like a sackcloth. Far away from the little hubs of nightly entertainment, Heirloom looked positively dead. Curfew rendered the streets almost pitch black, a strainer that only left those that knew how to navigate its narrow alleys in the dark.
Hey, where are we going?
Oh, they're going to the ocean. They're going to the ocean.
Didn't you say I never take you anywhere? Well, no more. Today, I'm gonna show you my favorite spot in all of Heirloom.
That sounds boring. Let's do something more exciting. Let's elope. No. Let's jump off a bridge again. Ooh, make it 2 bridges.
Ma'am, it just so happens dear old Duck Na is very attached to me, and I don't want to make her jealous.
Oh, please. I've seen you do it once. I'm sure you can do it twice. It doesn't have to be the royal pathway this time. It can be a smaller bridge, a tiny one.
I mean, I'm the kind of buck that's got to run around in the rain to get wet. I could survive any fall just fine. But I already know how it feels when the ground wants you back, and let me tell you, it ain't pretty.
When the ground wants you back, that's funny.
'Cause of my... 'cause of my butt, right? It's a butt joke. And I'm the... I'm the butt of the joke.
Atta girl, we're almost there.
The rhythm of Ader's steps, coupled by the soft sway of his arms as he held our peculiar drunkard, only served to increase the soporific effect of a few too many cups of wine. Sep closed her eyes for a moment.
Oh boy, I'm gonna feel like I got sandbags instead of arms tomorrow. Wakey, sleepyhead, we're finally here.
For your information, I was actually awake the whole time.
Yeah, that's what they always say. Sep reached out for Ader's tail while she stretched her arms, prompting the buck to leave her on the ground a little faster. Once repositioned, she was finally free to look around, but she couldn't see anything. It was so dark and lonely out there that all she could make out was the diffuse glimmer of Ader's horns against the orange moonlight.
You gonna stare at me all night?
She only reluctantly moved her eyes away from his at his insistence. Whoa! Nice oboe. Her expression lit up as she finally got used to the dark enough Her expression lit up as she finally got used to the dark enough to admire the view before her. A beautiful empty beach, hidden behind a wall of rundown houses and drying racks covered by seaweed. Obscured by the night, but with proud fires casting light upon its spires, Heirloom's Alcazar stood regally over an imposing mountain emerging from the sea, accessible only through the last section of the royal pathway.
Now, I know this place ain't nothing half as fancy as what you're used to, but when I'm feeling like time's running too fast and life's hitting me a little too hard, I come here and just sort of forget everything for a moment. Mr. Bard says it's a sobering view, so I figured it was the perfect time to show you.
Aw, that's cute. They leaned against each other as they sat side by side, watching the Alar Sea extending before them, too rough and fierce to be explored by the tiny Akazorian merchant ships, but just loud enough to cover every other sound beyond the beach. The salty breeze kept a few sailboats moving in the night, but they didn't break the illusion of a world where only the two of them mattered. Sepp looked completely captivated by the view. Ader never needed an excuse to stare at her, mesmerized.
You ain't never been to the beach after curfew before, have you?
I've never been to the beach at all.
Afraid I've ruined the rest of them for you then. This one's perfect. It's empty, it's got a nice view of the palace, and, sand. Only bummer is it's one of those beaches that comes and goes, so, we'll be going with the sand if we don't get the hay out of here for dawn.
So, how did you find it? Why is it so empty? Have you taken anyone here before? Besides that Mr. Bard of yours, does it always smell so weird in here? How deep does the water go?
So fun seeing, like, she did that excited questioning when she was a kid, and Lynn does it too. It's so cool to see that.
Whoa there, slow down. One question at a time, ma'am.
She didn't ask again. She reached down for her boots instead, removing them clumsily before Ader's confused stare. Moving with barely enough grace to not look absolutely wasted, she marched a few steps into the sea, letting the cold foam reach her ankles and then her knees. Ader followed suit, having no footwear to worry about. They stayed there in silence for a moment that felt like an hour.
Do you think that we could reach a different shore if we jumped into the sea right now?
I hate to break it to you like this, but the eye patch don't make me a pirate. I swim like a bucket of nails.
I can't swim either, but we could at least try, right? We don't have much to lose either way.
Ooh. That's a red flag statement.
Folks die when they drown, you know.
I know.
Yeah, that's why it's a red flag statement. Silence intruded into their conversation again, always happy to make space for itself. It bore no wistful remarks this time, for it was heavy and thick with a secret shared, perhaps unwillingly. Most people have sunk to the bottom of a silence like this, but not Ader.
Hey, how about I paddle us there? Look at these hands. They're basically oars. And my neck looks like the tip of a ship. I was born to be a boat, I'm telling you. Look, I'm just going to lay on my back, you get on top of me, and we'll sail off to the sea.
I was born to break awkward silences.
So, you want me on top of you, is what you're saying?
Oh, there you go. Meet the energy.
I can take you wherever you want, is what I'm saying. I don't mind sinking, as long as you float.
That's kind of sweet. A strange warmth spread across Sepp's face. She couldn't understand very well why it was, but she was blinking a lot faster than before. Sorry. She rubbed her eyes with her forearm, only managing to smear the teardrops all over her face. No matter how inebriated she was, she still had just about enough of a questionable sense of dignity left to lay flat down on the sand, trying to hide her expression. Ader sat down by her side, grabbed her whole body with one hand, and moved her weight to his lap, letting all her anguish melt into tears between his arms. He had a feeling that she would never let him do this sober.
They're all gone, Ader.
I know. I know.
You didn't really know. You didn't have any clue of what she was crying about in her drunken haze as he clumsily stroked her hair around her horns. But it didn't matter. He understood just fine. Something about acting? Well, let's see what the choices lead to. Do you really? Okay. Feel like we've seen this one. Yep, we definitely saw that one. Because that's the one where she's like, you just see eyes. That's where she wakes up on the fucking beach. Go back! Go back! I'm scrolling, please. Okay, there we go. Don't leave me. Oh, God. Yeah, that's a new one. Oh. Oh. Oh, is this going to be the one? Is this going to be the one where they open the door? Oh, man. This memory includes content warning of grieving for a recently deceased parent. Really could use the sad expression, but I don't have an open mouth sadness, so it's a scared sad. It's scared when I talk, but sad when I'm quiet. So I just have this sort of pleasant look. Here we go.
Sep, sweetie, are you in there? Could you open the window for me?
Here we go.
No? That's okay. Don't worry, you don't need to say anything. I know how... No, I don't. I'm not immortal. I can't imagine how hard this must be for you.
Ah, there's teenage Sep.
All I can say is that I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I couldn't be there when it happened. I failed you as much as I failed Thar. You don't believe what Yoff said, right? It was nothing personal. All the evidence pointed to a guy. I had to arrest him, and I think... Look, Sep, I don't want this to sound like I'm putting the blame on you in any way, but I have reasons to believe he might have...
He found out.
Ooh.
I see. That's... I don't know what to say.
What? Oh, man. What in the hell? I don't want to... I'm very uncomfortable with what that might be implying.
Sep, after all that's happened, I don't think it'd be wise for me to spend any more time around your family. I'm afraid I'm not welcome here anymore. So, we have to say our goodbye for now, little pumpkin. Curses don't have any effect on an old tree like me, so know that wherever you go and whatever you do, I'll be cheering you on from afar. You have a friend in me always, Sep. A loyal ally for the Jasif.
Wow, is this really the time to abandon her? Just because you're not welcome? Except he was perked up upon hearing that name. She'd read it over and over. She'd heard it in countless stories from her mother. But by the time she mustered the courage needed to open that window, Illigrab was gone. Jesus. I don't even want to. Wow. There was more in what was not said there than what was actually said. And that alone kind of, that's gonna fuck with me. Anyway, the choice is I am Jasif. Yeah, we don't have that one yet. Okay. Oh, we unlocked Farewell. Yeah, the grab came home today. I didn't want to see him. What the hell was that? Oh, laughing from the other room. The other grab came home today. I didn't want to see him. He didn't need to say he was leaving forever. He should have just left like everyone else. But he called me Jasif. I think he really wanted me to hear that. I do not want to. I don't want to. I do not want to fucking experience that again. I don't want to think about that again. The proposal. Dirt diary. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I bug be little to tip tisp e radwo NWO to writ purpley would Elber have good dice gods. I wouldn't choose anything. I don't want more. Now let's actually read it. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I might be a little too tipsy right now to write properly. Why'd Ader have to be nice gods? I didn't want to choose anything. I don't want to think anymore.
You look distant today, babe. Is something the
Oh,
matter?
why'd Elbar be nice? Oh, fantasy racism? Oh, hey, this is the merchant area. The Desert Rose was an exceedingly successful business. Oh my, I should really... Yeah. Sorry, I just realized I hadn't been redoing the recording file, and I really don't want to bank on the VOD file because it doesn't have multiple audio layers like my recordings do. I want to make sure it actually fucking saved. Hell yeah, it did. Nice. Okay, cool. The Desert Rose was an exceedingly successful business, usually hidden away in their own little corner of the Heartache District. However, they were known for occasionally holding charity events for the good of the city. Brief glimpses of the wonders that the Desert Rose kept locked behind walls, shared with the poor citizens who would never get to see such beauties in their entire lives otherwise. Did I say charity? My bad. I meant promotion. A stage was set in the middle of the bazaar for the dances, and the expectation was immense, even hours before the show started. The plaza was filled to the brim with excited deer, curious does, a couple of bored gazelles, and a few intrigued ibexes blocking everyone's view with their huge horns. But the owner of this memory wasn't basking in the love of the crowd that secretly sighed for her, no. We'd have to sneak into the dressing room to find her. Not like that.
Jasif, how much longer do you need to get dressed? Miss Rochelle told me to drag you out by the horns if you're not ready by the next dance.
Some wench. Come on, we've seen her before. Just some wench. Jeez.
Oh, don't rush me. You know how much the public means to me. My dance has to be so great they will never forget my face. Or my body. I'm still trying to decide where I want them to look today, so why don't you go and get the embers ready for me? I'll be out in a minute.
Absolutely not! I'm not your errand girl! That's what we have the stagehands for!
Well, someone needs to warn the stagehands that I'm on my way, right? Do you expect me to come out unannounced and stand on the spotlight smiling at the crowd while I wait for the servants to fetch me my torches?
I'm going to be the one to answer in front of Miss Rochelle if you play me a second time!
If you play me a second time?
If I what? Sorry? Play you? Wow, you really have a high opinion of me, don't you? Fine then. I swear by the 3 that I'm going to leave in a minute. There. Did that sound like a lie? No? Then go, before I tell Miss Rochelle that you've been delaying me.
Sep gave her the fakest smile she could make until the doe backpedaled away. She was alone at last, free to focus on her plan. A plan that had taken weeks of preparation, cavillation, and study, merely to find a suitable chance to carry it out. For the day had finally arrived. And now, the moment came too.
Rivets! Rivets! Buy your rivets here!
Oh, poor fuck. He is obsessed with them goddamn rivets. A jingling orange blur dashed out of the tent before the other dancer had a chance to react.
Wait, just Sif! Where are you going? The stage is this... Oh, not again.
You fucked, wench!
Rivets for your shields! Rivets for your pants! Make your life more riveting!
That's funny. That's funny.
Slicker than boiled onion, aren't I? Ain't no way she's gonna find me like...
Ader!
Oh, boy.
That's my... Whoa! Hi.
Yeah, you're dressed up. Very well dressed up, indeed.
Hey, you called, ma'am?
Gods! Do you know how long you've had me waiting? How can a gangly one-eyed yellow deer be this hard to find?
I'm sorry, ma'am. If I'd known you were looking for me, I would have hollered a little louder. You, need some good old riveting. Some good old rivets, I mean.
Jeez. Come on.
Very funny, but I don't have time for your jokes right now.
My rivets ain't no joke, ma'am. They're for real cast steel rivets made and smuggled out of my boss's forge. Guaranteed return if...
Cut the sales pitch!
Hey, you all right there?
Ader, it's me. Don't you remember me?
Oh, what is happening here?
Ha! Nice try, Missy, but I know this scam. Next, you'll ask me for the money I borrowed from you 10 years ago, and to that I say,
What? What? What the fuck? Sep collapsed to the ground. Her mind was screaming in anger. It wasn't directed at Ader. No, it was directed at herself for letting something so stupid bring tears to her eyes.
Whoa, don't, it's all right. I don't know what's wrong, but there ain't nothing a rivet can't. What do you think you're looking at, huh? It's just a barhan lady for crying out loud. Keep going. Yeah, move along. Nothing to see here.
You mind if we take this somewhere a little bit quieter, ma'am? Come on. You can scam me all you want once we get away from these creeps.
Ader would have never dared to pat a lady he'd met Ader would have never dared to pat a lady he just met reassuringly, so instead he used his arms as sunshades to protect her from gossipers and oglers alike. The ruckus of the bazaar became a mere whisper as they dived deeper into the maze of streets that surrounded the plaza.
Can't believe I let myself do something so undignified.
Nothing wrong with leaving your dignity home every once in a while, ma'am. My ma used to tell me that crying makes your eyes prettier, and yours are a force to reckon with. Not that I'm saying you're a crybaby, you just, you got some nice eyes there.
Eyes! Of course! You're a gaze reader!
Whoa, hold up there! How'd you know that? Did you read my mind? You a gaze-reading scammer?
What the fuck is happening right now?
Of course not! I was the one who taught you that concept. Come here and see it for yourself.
Keep those hands where I can see them, ma'am. You ain't teach me nothing. A fortune-telling Zell I met moons ago in a fair did. She told you, didn't she? You're a Zell too. You gotta know her.
You can slap him later, you can slap him later, you can slap him later, you can slap him later.
Nice.
Well, I can't know that if you don't specify a little. So tell me about the gazelle. How did she look? She was gorgeous, wasn't she? Did she have any outstanding attributes besides literally everything else?
Well, it ain't like I like to creep on Zells or anything, but if it'll help you recognize her, I reckon she got a real big...
Smile.
Huh? Big horns? Big tail? No, that ain't right. She looked like a gazelle? What the... Wow-wee, ma'am. You're gonna think I'm crazy, but I can't remember her looks at all now that I think about it. I don't know. Maybe I just fell for her big personality?
It's a spell!
No, you didn't.
Yeah, that don't sound like me at all. Well, darn, all right. If you're trying to tell me she's you, just gorgeous don't cut it. You're so pretty you'd make a buck plow through a wall.
She did!
But that just don't make any sense. Ain't no way I could forget someone like you.
You did! And by the looks of it, twice!
You could, if it was something beyond your control. I suppose I shouldn't have kept this a secret from you in the first place. Tell me, Ader, do you believe in curses?
Finally coming out with the big truth, huh?
Yeah, nah, a little bit. I mean, my patrons always curse me and nothing much has happened yet. Why? You gonna cast a Barhan curse on me if I don't pay up? Don't bother with the evil eye. I already got one of those.
I'm the one who's cursed, you prejudiced idiot. Well, not me, per se. That is, I wasn't cursed personally. It's more like that. How am I even supposed to explain this to someone like you?
Sep began walking in circles, practicing her dance moves as she tried to come up with a way to explain a high-level magic concept to a boy as simple-minded as Aderson, son of Gerfaz.
All curses work under the same principle, an alteration in your connection to the Hatsa. In normal circumstances, the river would erode your soul when you died and lend it to your next life. But a curse can shake the current, block it, or worse yet, separate you completely from it.
We talking oblivion here?
Sep nodded gravely.
Barhan legends say that Omagupseb, the last ruler of Bazaksarat, was cursed by Hirub himself for bringing misery to all gazelles. They say he begged the sun for a way to avoid disappearing completely from history, and it must have worked. I wouldn't be here otherwise. Both his methods and the exact clauses of the curse have been lost to time, but the consequences persist. I am an eternal novelty, a gazelle like no one's ever seen before, as history keeps finding contrived ways to erase me from the thoughts of those that meet me.
That is true. We found that Aina's forgot her, and Ader's forgotten her twice now. Huh.
Well, it don't gotta try too hard with me, ma'am. My brain's got more than its share trying to keep this lanky mess of a body up on its feet. See these hands? I used to be all big and strong, but then I go to bed hungry one night, and another, and I keep starving till I'm 2 meals short of turning into...
A walking pile of bones! I know that, you idiot! I knew that you would forget me, but I wanted to think that you looked so weird that you'd have to be special, that there had to be something different about you. But In the end, you're just a normal deer. I haven't given you permission to forget me, damn it! I wasn't ready to let go of you! You idiot! You miserable excuse for a gaze reader! You liar! You fool! You absolute dumbass! Remember me! I beg you!
Damn. Damn, man. That hurt. She is hurting.
Ma'am, I just want to say that this has got to be the finest scam I've ever seen in my life. Great story, great acting, and using mind reading to find out all those details beforehand was a great touch. Mr. Bard would have clapped if he'd seen you.
Damn. Yeah, Holy Mother abandonment issues, and then he responds with that.
For the last time, it's not a god-stamped...
Right. Don't break character. Good job. You accept donations on rivets?
Damn, man.
Joseph! Joseph, where are you? Why do you always do this to me? Do I look like your nanny or something?
Joseph? Ain't that something like Queen and...
Sepp grabbed Ader's face and pulled it towards hers. In the darkness of the alley, he saw her eyes glowing a mysterious blue.
Come to the beach tonight when the lights are all out. Understood? I swear by Hurub that I will tell all your friends that you're a horn eater if you don't show up.
The beach?
Your favorite place in all of Heirloom. This is my vote of confidence. I'm trusting you.
Damn. This is so sudden, but I mean, it would have to be sudden because if it wasn't sudden, then it wouldn't be shocking. And oh, Jesus. It just sucks because like the whole curse thing is supposed to, you can't have like it's not have this whole huge build up and then just like, oh, it's gone. Fuck! Oh, come on! Okay. You gotta make it go backwards now. Okay. Very long night. I don't even know where to begin with this, but if I don't write something, I'm going to lose my mind. I need to think things through. Maybe the events of last night will seem less terrible than they were somehow. All I can do is hope. Hope that this was not one of those choices. Hope that I didn't make it worse. I've shown all my cards, pleaded like I'd never pleaded before in my life. I know Ral... I have no idea what she's going to do, but I've already done everything I could, said more than I ever meant to say, and so I hope that he managed to see beyond my words for once. It's all up to him now. P.S. I'm calmer now. And you know what? Ader's nothing if not a survivor. He'll be fine. What is this part of the memory?
You sure you're all right?
Nah, nah. Okay, so it was a very long night. So that was page 2. People were only supposed to be as good as they were useful to me, diary. That's what I believed for so long. That gentleness was conditional, transactional. That one had to be worth of affection. Or worth affection, I don't know. Or cast away for failing to obtain it. So why is it that when I'm with him, and he says that I'm good, and that I'm nice despite all evidence to the contrary, and tells me all those horribly embarrassing things I care not to write down with that huge smile of his, I cannot bring myself to believe he's lying. I think I see myself in him, diary. A horrifying cautionary tale of what could have been if I had taken a single wrong choice. What could still be. What is this part of the memory? Oh. Is it the beach? Yep, it's the beach. My night Yeah, we've seen this one. What am I doing?
You look distant today, babe.
Yep.
Is something
we've
the
seen this
matter?
one. Is it all an act? Oh yeah, we've seen. Okay, so.
You look distant today, babe. Is something? You look distant today.
Oh,
babe.
you look distant.
Is
You look
something the
distant.
matter?
Please, just go back. Fuck.
You look distant.
I was just thinking about the last time we walked together like
Am I
this.
allowed to want? Oh yeah, and then it goes in a
You
circle.
look distant.
I forgot.
I was just thinking
Oh my
about the last
goodness!
time we walked together like this. You mentioned that.
I'll see you soon. And then that doesn't go anywhere else. Okay. One more time. Circle. Do. Fourth page. It goes in more fucking circles than goddamn Echo games. Diary. When they drown. Oh, man. Diary, I think Ader is... He's always been too nice for me. I know that. He's all smiles and soft kisses and compliments, and I'm none of that. I deserve none of that. I realize it. I knew that I could only ever drag him down with me. I didn't want that for him. Not never. Ooh. But I still tripped again and lowered my guard too much. Far too much this time. I don't know how much I told him while I was drunk, and I'm honestly afraid of ever finding out, but that's beside the point right now. I let myself get wrapped up in the warmth of his embrace and the naivety of his promises, and now he's paying for it. Is this... Oh, yep.
I thought you'd be hiding something, but no matter how much I try to drive you away, you...
This is the waking up at the beach.
I thought
So
you'd
we
be
go back,
hiding
go
something.
back. Come on,
but
keep going.
No matter how much
Please.
I try
Come
to
on.
drive you
Please.
away,
Scroll buttons.
you...
Don't leave me. And that's the deceased parent. Okay, and that doesn't... Whoa! Okay, well, I guess we'll just continue. A gilded cage. 6 pages, oh my. And the top left corner thing just hasn't been going away. A gilded cage, a gilded cage. It's been a day since I tried to leave, and it's already one of the most disconcerting I've lived in recent years. I've never seen Ral seething like this. Not since Mom passed. I gotta open the door again. I asked to be let out again this morning, and she said she wouldn't let me leave my room at all. That I clearly could not be trusted with my own choices. That she was wrong for thinking me an adult. But do you know what, Diary? I was always right in thinking her a cold-hearted beast. And yet, despite all the hurtful things she said, she's been sending all manner of gifts to my room. Fresh figs, sweet wine, new books, charcoal, and ink for my drawings. What are these, my wedding presents? Because I would love nothing more than for her to choke on her lies and leave me alone. War. Early this morning, I heard a lock click. Ral made sure to be noisy about it, so I knew she unlocked the door. But she still wouldn't take her eyes off my room for 1 second. I don't care what sort of trap she's trying to set, but I won't fall for it. I have everything I need right here. The rest of the house may as well not exist. All I keep worrying about is how I could... No, I don't know what she'll do if Ader tries anything, but I'm sure he'll come up with something. He'll find his way back to me. He always does. I'll win the war and earn my happy ending. I just have to resist a little longer. Hunger. Yesterday, I finally finished nibbling away at a little stash I had saved up from Elbar's last visit. What started with a slight feeling of peckishness that I could easily disregard had me waking up with a horrible stomachache I couldn't ignore anymore for just a few hours later, in the middle of the night. I had to give in and eat some of the food Ral brought today, and she'll see it and think I gave in, and I'm gonna listen to her now. I feel really bad. P.S. No sign of Ader today either. What's the longest anyone's memory has lasted without news, diary? Oh. That's fucked. If they don't see each other, he'll forget. How much you want to bet that Ral knows that? I mean, remember that, like, Ader described, like, feeling that there was a fire inside of him, and that when she's not around, it's, like, dimming out. Maybe that's literally how it worked. PSS. That's postscript script. And then postscript. It'd be PPS. Does he always feel like this when he's not around me? Does he always feel like this when he's not around me? I'll make sure to raid the pantry before leaving. Sick. Elbar tried to visit today, but I've been refusing to see him. It doesn't matter either way. I know Ral will tell him I'm sick. I'm sure she's convinced it's the truth, too. Days keep passing. She'd usually be poking me and pestering me all night to get ready for my next show by now, but she doesn't say a word when she brings me my lunch. Doesn't even lock the door when she leaves, either. I don't know what she's trying anymore. Mistake. Woke up early today to the sound of drums. A congregation of priests of Imai were offering blessings and recruiting souls for their cult like every first day. Then it dawned on me. I thought there must have been a mistake, but no. I rushed out of my room and asked the first girl I saw what day it was. She said it was first day. It's been a week already. It's been a whole week somehow. Gone. He's gone. And that's when he... Yep. Yep. I'll run every time, you'll get yours. Yep, we've seen that one. Skip memory. I'll run every time. Oh, and yep, we've seen that one. I wonder, what am I doing?
You look distant today, babe.
No, no, no. I hate going, hey, Full Moon Picture Games. Hey, how have you been? I've been doing fine. How are you? How are you?
I'm so dead. I'm so...
Ah, damn. All right, well, we shall continue. We shall continue. The goodbye. Let's just keep going. So what's the buzz? What's happening? Currently, I ran the clock out on the subathon, but I want to finish this diary at the very least. And so I've just been playing. But if anyone donates, I'll guaranteed stay for the length of the donation. Again, unless health or emergency, you know, the normal contingencies. But yeah, playing Hayseed Knight for a subathon. Oh, the noises! Also, I've got this very emotive. Oh man, the case. Dear Diary, how are you? It's been a while. I'm sorry for not writing anything these past few weeks. To be honest, I wouldn't be able to tell you about them if I tried now. Wine and hurt numb them to a shameful blur, and I'd like them to stay that way. Ral informed me a few days ago that she's done waiting and has already started preparing my next show. That's the only point of reference for the passage of time I've had lately. Today, she opened the window to my room and had some servants clean up the place while she dragged me out to take my first bath in longer than I'd care to admit. Did I catch money in the bank? I have not. I don't even know what happened at it. That was today. I will look up the results probably after this very stream ends. But I streamed all the way through it. I've been streaming for the last 10.5 hours. That's about the length of the old WrestleManias. Not the old WrestleManias, but like when they were making them extremely long. Was it a good show? You can at least tell me that. It was a very entertaining stream. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Kudos. Oh, I appreciate that. I chalk that up entirely to the game I'm playing. Yeah, but not spoiling it. Ooh, it was a show that could be spoiled. It means something eventful happened. I look forward to finding out. Thank you for not spoiling it. I appreciate that. We continue now. But thank you. On the way there, she brought a letter from Taylor expressing his regret for having been too occupied with his job to have a chance to visit me this dawn soon, for the 3rd year in a row. Not that any of it mattered, of course. I put the letter away once I finished reading. I appreciate you. Close my eyes. Just let all the air out in a sigh as I sank into the deep end of the pool. I didn't have to share the bath with anyone today, and that's a small blessing I thanked with all my heart. Every little thought fled out of my mind as I sank all the way to the bottom, diary. And there I sat, as I had many times before in the past, waiting for something. For the lack of air to urge me to the surface, desperate to breathe, for a sudden panic to send me bolting out of the pool, afraid of what awaited beyond those last few seconds. But none of that happened. I looked up, confused, wondering if I had somehow dreamt my way out of the bath, but what I found was the water waiting above me, completely still. So still that it seemed an amazingly lifelike painting. What? I said, and I knew I could not have said it, because not even the Jasif can speak underwater. I sprung to my feet, swimming in air, and as I stepped out of the pool, I saw it. The castle in the background. Ader standing next to me. I don't mind sinking as long as you float. As long as you float, those were his words. That was his promise. His declaration of intentions to me weeks ago. A responsibility I gladly decided to foist on him, like falling to the darkest depths was my right and my natural state of being, a sentence he would have to share for daring to offer me a helping hand to drag me out of my misery. I sank back into the sea and out of the pool, gasping for air, my lungs burning like never before as they tried to expel all the water they had leaked into them. I could hear the echo of my desperate coughs all over the room for what felt like hours, and yet, no matter how much I cried in my little corner, I was still alone. No one knew how close I was to succeeding this time. No one could have saved me. I had to float on my own. This one has fantasy racism. Oh, we've already seen this one. I'll see you soon. Yep, and we've seen that memory. Okay. Oh! Oh my. The diary is getting dark now. I don't know if that's on purpose, but the background's black now. Used to be tan. It's just different. Maybe that's on purpose? Because we're getting into some very dark territory. Or it's a bug. Ooga Beluga says it's a bug. All right. If only the dev, was, it's like probably like 6 in the morning for them. But since they were up at 3 in the morning, they're probably going to be awake at like 11. That's a comfortable bet. Anyway, break free! Break free! Or grimy shit. Maybe. Oh, wow. After an eternity of trying to stay out of my mind, it's finally dark out. A moonless night, as unsettling as the rest of the day has been. No, Ral didn't say a single word about the show I missed this morning. She didn't even look me in the face when I was practically dragged back to her. I know she knows. I have no doubt that she will try to stop me again. She will try. Everyone must be asleep or busy by now, so I have no more time to waste. Goodbye, diary. I hope we never have to speak again. And there's an entry after this, so oh boy. Oh, fuck! Damn it! It crashed! When was the last time I saved? Motherfucker, man. Son of a bitch. Oh. Motherfuck. Oh. Is there an autosave in RenP? Because I don't remember there being one. Son of a fuck. At least we know now who's that guy in the back of the screen chatting up fucking sap. Is there an autosave? I don't... Some of the games you play have... Yeah, some games have autosave, but...
Whew, I just left and she's missing me already.